Now, there's lots going on in the world of football. I know this because not only is Andy Burke there, but he's brought Martin Dowden with a spreadsheet. Andy,
Yes.
what's happening?
I had to bring in the heavies with me, Fiona. It's
Dowdy's
such
here.
a big night of football. Three Scottish clubs in action tonight: Aberdeen, Hearts and Hibs. We'll get to that in a moment, but we'll start with Celtic, as the Scottish champions are just about to learn who they'll face in this season's Champions League group stage. As Fiona says, a reporter, Martin Dowden, has been keeping across the draw. And Martin, you would think with the draw having started at 5 o'clock, we would know Celtic's fate, but they like to string these things out. But how's it shaping up so far?
Yes, the usual ceremony of absolute nonsense, saxophones, everything in it. And here we are, we're into pot 4. That's the pot Celtic are in. The groups are taking shapes. There are some absolute glamour ones. There are some absolute horror ones, depending on your point of view. Newcastle are just about to be allocated into one right now. PSV, of course, who put Rangers out last night. They're in a group with Sevilla and Arsenal, a case of what might have been for Rangers. They drop, of course, into the Europa League. And look at that one: Paris Saint-Germain, Borussia Dortmund, AC Milan and Newcastle United. That's just been drawn out the hat. We still await Celtic in pot 4. 6 more groups to go, but we'll tell you what happens in a minute.
Let's look at some of the Scottish clubs in European action this evening. Aberdeen, no any victory over BK Häcken at Pittodrie tonight will see them qualify for the Europa League group stage. The sides drew 2-2 in the first leg in Sweden. The Dons will drop into the group stage of the Europa Conference League should they fail to prevail tonight, but manager Barry Robson wants his men to grasp the opportunity in front of them.
They've achieved group stage football in Europe, so first and foremost, what I said to them is, you've done that, well done. It's the first time since Jimmy Calderwood all them years ago, and obviously I think it was maybe Sir Alex before that, so it's a huge thing that they've done. But now what the message is to them is, look, what an opportunity you've got, what a real opportunity you've got to take this club into Europa League.
Well, you can watch live coverage of Aberdeen versus BK Häcken on this BBC Scotland channel and on the BBC iPlayer. We'll also have radio commentary on Sports Sound. Hibs know their European campaign is all but over. They go into tonight's second leg of their Europa Conference League qualifier, trailing Aston Villa 5-0 from the first leg. Realistically, only pride at stake for Hibs, but for Hearts the tie is still very much alive as they prepare to face PAOK Saloniki in Greece, trailing 2-1 from the first leg. Sports Sound will have live commentary of Hearts and Aberdeen in Europe tonight. The programme starts at 6 o'clock. The wait is over. Celtic have learned their Champions League group stage opponents. Martin Dowden.
Wow, the name just came out the hat just as that clip finished. Is Group E for Celtic: Feyenoord, Atletico Madrid, Lazio and Celtic in there as the pot 4 team. They're just completing that draw now. Group H complete: Barcelona, Porto, Shakhtar Donetsk and somebody else who I just missed as I looked over at you, Berkey. But it is Feyenoord, Atletico Madrid, Lazio in with Celtic.
It's a tasty draw, Martin, isn't it? They always are in the Champions League, but that is a particularly tasty draw.
It is. It's a draw that gives them a bit of hope, a bit of glamour. You look at some of the other groups in there. Group A, Bayern Munich, Manchester United in together. Group F, Paris Saint-Germain, Borussia Dortmund, AC Milan and Newcastle. That is absolutely mouth-watering. But I think Celtic, looking at that, will think, we've got a chance here. We've got that little bit of glamour as well. I think it's a good draw for Celtic.
It certainly is. And of course, you know, Aberdeen in action tonight at home to Häcken. If they can get through, if Hearts can potentially, and that'll be difficult in Greece, turn that round against PAOK Saloniki. But if you can get those two teams through to group stage football and Celtic in the Champions League, then the Scottish teams are set up decently in Europe this season.
Yes, I mean, we focus on coefficients a lot as well as what goes on in the park. It would be a massive boost if all the teams could perform, particularly in the Champions League level where the points really count. Next season, the format will change of the Champions League as well. There'll be 36 teams. It changes quite a lot, but it's really 2 years down the line we're looking at now. We need the coefficient to boost then because we dropped down a little bit from the highs we've been at just now, trying to get a team straight into the Champions League group stage, and every team performing. Those tonight as well all play a part.
Great stuff. Thank you very much for that, Martin Dowden. You can, of course, keep up to date with all the draw at the BBC Sports Scotland website. And as Martin says, a mixture of hope and glamour. Sounds like a good night out.
Tasty draw. I love a tasty draw. Is it ever not a tasty draw?
No, never.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, Auntie and Martin there, and lots still coming up. And a choice of listening on Radio Scotland on FM Brian Burnett, and on Radio Scotland, extra live coverage of PAOK against Hearts in Europa Conference League qualifying, followed by Aberdeen v Häcken, as Andy was saying.
Following Scotland's teams in Europe.
Superb goal from Hearts. Wonderful goal from him.
This is Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
Are you ready?
Hearts in the Europa Conference League playoff round.
It's a cup final. It's a one-off. They're obviously favourites to go through, but the underdog can win. I don't think there's any questions of doubt about that. It's 2-1. We're ready.
Here's the danger man, gets the shot. It's a brilliant goal. Turns one, out two.
We created opportunities and chances. I think it was a tight game.
Lawrence Shankland, can he put them in front tier? Up against Qatar's, gets Lawrence Shankland. It's there!
This is it. We know we need to win here and do our utmost to try and get ourselves into the group stages.
Aberdeen in the Europa League playoff round.
The boys are excited. They're desperate to get going. We're really looking forward to the game.
Nicky Devlin scores! It's incredible from the Aberdeen defender to bring Aberdeen level.
When you watch Häcken, they're Swedish champions, so they've got real quality. It's a difficult game for us, we know that. We need to be our best to win the game, and we know that.
Hibernian in the Europa Conference League playoff round.
We have to go to the big breaking news which has emerged, and that is the departure as Hibernian manager of Lee Johnson.
And sends the keeper the wrong way, and it's 5-0 to Aston Villa. He's headed into the corner. Hibs 2, St Mirren 3.
It's been very difficult. It's not nice when 3 people have lost their job. We're disappointed with the result and the performance in the first leg.
It was a real lesson in football from Hibernian, who knew they were up against it. Hibernian 0, Aston Villa 5.
Focus now, coming down, make a better of account of ourselves than what we did in the first game, that's for sure.
This is Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland.
Good evening and a very warm welcome indeed from me, Richard Gordon. Disappointment last night, of course, as Rangers were humbled by PSV Eindhoven. 3 more Scottish sides going into action over the course of this evening. Let's be honest, there are more hopes for 1 or 2 of them than perhaps others. Hibernian down in Birmingham to take on Aston Villa. We'll have updates on that one. It's a 7:45 kick-off here at Pittodrie. The tie finally balanced 2-2. Aberdeen against Häcken up and running. First 6:30 kick-off. Hearts looking to overturn that first leg deficits when they went down by 2-1 to PAOK. We'll start our live coverage with that. We'll hear from within the Hearts camp. We'll bring you news, of course, of the Champions League draw, which has just taken place. Feyenoord, Atletico Madrid and Lazio, the line-up for Celtic. That is going to be quite a task, you'd imagine, for the Scottish champions. Much more on that to come. All the build-up, all the live action. It's Sports Sound live here on BBC Radio Scotland, where first I'll go to our commentator in Greece. It's Al Lamont with the team news. PAOK against Hearts.
Yes, good evening, Richard, and welcome to the Toumba Stadium in Thessaloniki. Already the PAOK fans, who are pretty notorious across here for their fervour, are packing the stands or terracing away to our left-hand side. Gate 4, they are known as the Ultras here, and they're already making quite a racket. And the Hearts fans off to our right, about 1,000 of them, making plenty of noise of their own. So the team news for the visitors, first of all. It's pretty straightforward, really. Just one change from the first leg. We knew that Barry Mackay was going to be out, having limped off in that game, still to find out the severity of that injury. But Toby Civic comes in place of Barry Mackay, so it's a pretty familiar looking Hearts lineup in terms of what we've seen already this season. It's Xander Clark in goal, it's Nat Atkinson, Frankie Kent, Kai Rowles and Stephen Kingsley across the back 4. Toby Civic and Cam Devlin will be the anchors in midfield. 3 ahead of them, Kenneth Vargas on the right, Liam Boyce in the middle, and Alex Cochrane high up on the left, supporting, of course, Lawrence Shankland, who needs just one more European goal to equal the record at the club of 7 of John Robertson. On the bench for the Jam Tarts tonight, the 2 sub-keepers are McGovern and Stone, and then you've got Oda, Halliday, Forrest, Denham, Tate, Ofaya, Tagawa, Sandlands and Lowry. PAOK, they are again pretty familiar in terms of what we saw last Thursday at Tynecastle. A couple of changes for them, including the addition after suspension of Abdul Baba, the former Chelsea player who spent several seasons on the books at Stamford Bridge, but mainly out on loan. He's back in at left back, and also at full back on the other side is Vieirinha, the Portuguese. They come in for Kejora and Rafa Suarez. So they line up with again, it's a 4-2-3-1. It's Dominic Kotarski in goal. Vieirinha, who is technically a left back but is playing on the right hand side this evening. William Ekong, Konstantinos Koulirakis and Abdul Baba. That's the back four. Their central midfield, Theocharis Singaras and Stefan Schwab, the captain who gave away a penalty first of all last week and then promptly scored one at the other end to level things up. They're the two in midfield. Three in front of them, Andrei Zivkovic, who's really their star man without any question, and scored the winner, of course, at Tynecastle. He's right wing. Yanis Constantelius is the number 10, if you like, and Tyson, the Brazilian, on the left hand side. In behind Brandon Thomas, who starts up front again. On the bench for them is Zivkovic, another Zivkovic is the sub-keeper. Nasberg, Michailidis, Moore, Kejora, Liratsis, Ozdoyev, Vrakas. Samata is back from injury. He missed out at Tynecastle altogether. He often would be their first choice striker. Glaxis, Suarez and young striker Simas, who came on at Tynecastle. Pretty impressive. The referee this evening is a Spaniard by the name of Guillermo Quadra, and the VAR, just looking to see, is an Italian, Maurizio Marlani.
Al, thank you very much indeed. It's Stephen Cregan who is alongside Al. That team selection, Stephen, your thoughts on it?
Well, I don't think there's really an awful lot of options for the management team. You know, they're trying to find the balance, Richard, of putting attacking players on the pitch but making sure they've got enough cover that when the ball turns over that they're not caught on the counter-attack. You know, there's no doubt that Toby Sibic for me is better as a central defender, but for one reason or another he's not fancied in that position at this moment in time. So I think his inclusion as a central midfield player is just to make sure that the midfield, or certainly the centre of the pitch, is always protected. I don't imagine he'll find himself beyond Lawrence Shankland or beyond Liam Boyce, so he'll probably hold him into the pitch. Cammy Devlin will be the one who will go and be combative and win the ball and try and recycle the ball as much as possible. I think it's a sensible move putting Harry Cochrane wide left. I think it just brings a little bit of solidity out in the wide areas, because you know Liam Boyce and Lawrence Shankland both need to play. I think they're the two best technical players they have, so to try and fit them into the team, they're not going to do a lot of defensive work, so sometimes you have to place players around them in other positions to maybe compensate for their lack of work rate going back the way. And Vargas is the only one with real pace in the side, so he will have to carry the fight, particularly on the counter-attack. Yes, he'll have to work back the way, but when the ball turns over, he's going to have to be the one with the legs on the right-hand side to try and drag them up the pitch. So listen, this tie is not done by any matter of means. Of course, Hearts would rather have been here with an advantage or even level in the game. I think there was enough last week to see that Hearts can get at Pike, but they've got to trust themselves, they've got to believe in themselves, and most importantly, Richard, they have to deal with the ball. The temperature's warm, it's humid, they're going to exert a lot of energy out of possession, so when you turn the ball over and you win the ball, you've got to keep hold of it. You can't just continue to give it away. If they can spend time in the ball and grow into the game and try and silence these fans off to our left-hand side and possibly get the first goal, you just never know.
I've got to say my experience, and it was some time ago, but it takes a lot to silence those fans, Stephen. It is going to be an atmosphere that the Hearts players are going to have to contend with as much as anything else.
It is, Richard, but you have to thrive in that occasion. Naturally when you're in the tunnel ahead of the game, there'll be doubts, there'll be concerns, there'll be worries, a little bit of fear sometimes because you're getting into the unknown. But once the referee blows that whistle, that should all evaporate. You focus on your job in hand. Yes, you'll hear the noise in the background, but as a footballer growing up, you want to play in big games, you want to play in big occasions, you want to play in meaningful occasions, and that's exactly what this is tonight. I mean, the question we've probably been posing to ourselves over the past couple of days, myself and Alistair, is can Hearts raise their game? I mean, if they want to qualify and get into the group stages, they're going to have to, and they're going to have to play way above anything they've produced so far this season. There's some new players coming in, we're not too sure if they can do it, but if there's a night to go and show it, and a night to go and really step up and kind of show what you're all about individually and collectively, this is the night to go and do it. There's a lot at stake. Yes, they'll have to suffer, they'll have to absorb pressure, they'll have to go through tough moments physically and mentally, but the reward is huge for these players. And You know, we came over on their flight the other day and some of them are talking about getting the chance to play European group stage football again. Well, it's sitting there waiting for you. It's going to be tough, it's going to be a challenge, but why not go after it and have absolutely no regrets at the final whistle?
Willie Miller with us here at Pittodrie for the later games, also with us last week as we covered all the Scottish sides in European competition. It was a tough one for Hearts to take, Willie. They put an awful lot into that game, seemed so close, of course, to actually going in front before PAOK then snatched the advantage. What kind of level of hope do you have for Hearts and their chances of making progress?
I think it's going to be a really difficult night for them, Richard. I agree with Stephen. What they've got to do is they've got to embrace the challenge, but the challenge is huge. They've got to go there and, you know, leave nothing out there in the pitch. But they do have threats. There's no doubt about that. They're going to have to defend really well. They're going to have to deal with the crowd. The crowd isn't going to quiet. You're not going to quieten them down, only unless maybe you get a couple of goals, which would be absolutely magnificent for Hearts. But I just think, you know, we can look at this and we can say that Hearts have got a chance, but there's not many Scottish clubs that can turn around, you know, a 2-1 deficit, particularly when you're looking at Tynecastle, you're looking at the atmosphere at Tyne. You want to take advantage of that atmosphere. Now the tables are turned, of course, and the atmosphere's in the opposition side. Stephen again is absolutely right. They're going to have to play a lot better than we have seen them this season. They're going to have to bring, you know, the best performance of the season out. Even then, I'm not too sure if it's going to be good enough. I think playing in that kind of atmosphere, travelling away with a goal deficit, to overturn that, the history tells you that it doesn't happen too often. For Hearts to do it, then they're going to have to be at the very top of their game.
It is a 6:30 kick-off. Just quickly back to Stephen. I suppose if there's one man who they can look to this evening, it's Lawrence Shanklin, Stephen, isn't it? He's got off to a real flyer this season.
Richard, he has, and I think, you know, the improvement in his all-round game in the last 18 months has been great viewing. You know, I think it's been remarkable because Lawrence Shanklin was always renowned as a penalty box player. His hold-up play and his link-up play was a little bit loose, but at times he got away with it because he scored the number of goals he did. Suddenly then when you step up to the top level of Scottish football and he went and played abroad, that's not enough. You have to go and work at other aspects of your game, and the fact that he's been given the captaincy tells you what everyone at Hearts thinks about him, as Robbie Nielsen obviously give it to him. But just even his game awareness, his anticipation outside the box, his hold-up play, his space awareness when he drops off and links up the play. So, you know, everything has become really, really impressive from Lawrence Shanklin. However, tonight he may not get many chances. You know, he has shown in the past he doesn't need many chances. He's going to have to do some defensive work. He's going to have to be patient. At times he may be isolated, so that's a responsibility of the likes of Harry Cochrane and Liam Boyce and Kenneth Vargas in behind to try and get support off him. So it may be a different performance from him tonight. However, Hearts know in the final third, if they can get the quality and they can get the final ball right for him on the money when they need him, more often than not, he'll go and score the goal. So it'll be interesting to see how he leads the line in his own away from home in a European competition. Can he impact the game as much as he does in Scottish football? Let's hope so.
Indeed, he has been the go-to man in terms of goals this season. Not just this season, of course, but certainly he has started in impressive form. Hearts, though, are going to have to be an awful lot better than they were at Dens Park on Sunday. We'll get back to that game shortly. We'll build up, of course, to the game here at Pittodrie. It's Aberdeen against Häcken, and we'll get news too from Birmingham, where it's Villa against Hibernian. We'll hear from Frankie McAvoy shortly as well ahead of that Hearts kick-off. Let's, though, spend a few moments just dwelling on the draw which has just taken place. I mean, it took about an hour and a half, I think, but it has been completed. For the group stages of this season's Champions League, Martin Dowden was poring over it as all the little balls were opened and the names came out. A quick reminder then, Martin, as to Celtic's fate.
Yes, the usual mix of utter tedium as that ceremony unfolded, Richard. Painfully slow at times, but Celtic now know exactly what they face. Feyenoord, Atletico Madrid and Lazio. Not quite the group of death. A mix of glamour there, and matches potentially Celtic will hope they can at least give a decent account of themselves in. You think back to a recent win in Italy against Lazio, for example. Compare that group with, for example, Paris Saint-Germain, Borussia Dortmund, AC Milan and Newcastle. I think that comparison shows what Celtic might have had. You suspect Brendan Rodgers and all at Celtic will be reasonably satisfied. They've avoided some familiar big guns like Barcelona, who they've historically faced a few times, and Real Madrid, who they faced last season. We all know it's going to be a very tough task. It always is at this level. Scottish sides struggling to compete given the obvious financial gulf to many sides in the competition. For Rangers fans, of course, a case of what might have been after that humbling night in Eindhoven last night. Their conquerors PSV slot into Group B against Sevilla, Arsenal and Lyon. Rangers, of course, dropping into the Europa League. Celtic, of course, benefit massively financially just from being here, but the incentive to make some sort of mark on the pitch and potentially add to that financial pot is there. You consider also the worst possible group they could have been in before the draw commenced. Could have been Manchester City, Real Madrid and AC Milan. That would have been something else. This has a bit of balance, a bit of glamour, a bit of potential for them to do something here, and I think overall Celtic will be satisfied with the outcome.
Yeah, I mean they were on countdown because I think it was halfway through the pot 4 draw and they still had the possibility of going into Group F with Dortmund, PSG and Milan. I don't suppose the history really matters, but actually Celtic fans, older Celtic fans, will think back to certainly Feyenoord. The only time they ever played them was in the 1970 European Cup final, where Celtic went in as overwhelming favourites and the Dutch shocked them to lift the trophy, and a lot of fans will also remember, I'm sure, the shame game in 1974 against Atletico Madrid where 3 Atletico players were sent off. I think they could have had about 7 or 8 sent off that night. Lazio, as you say, they won home and away, so maybe over the piece Brendan Rodgers will be fairly happy with the draw. Martin, thank you very much indeed for that. Let's get some thoughts then. Willie, it's always exciting, isn't it? And it's always better when there is a Scottish team involved as you watch the names coming out. You get to the point, of course, Celtic were in pot 4. You're looking at the trio that have been assembled into each of the 8 groups so far. You're trying to work out whether any of the groups are decent or not. But actually, as Martin suggested there, Feyenoord, Lazio, Atletico Madrid, it could absolutely have been worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Dutch champions, third in Spain and second in Italy. So it should be quite a walk. That was last season, of course. That's how they finished. But listen, the exciting things for Celtic and Celtic fans and Brendan Rodgers is that they're there and they're in a group. Okay, pot 4. Could have been a lot worse, as Martin had went through. Absolutely, it could have been a lot worse. But they've got a chance with these teams. But listen, having watched Celtic play this season, then I don't think many of the Celtic fans will be thinking that they've got a chance coming up against this quality of opposition. But then again, as European football, and Brendan Rodgers might have sorted these issues out, maybe get more players in, although time is running out. Has it ran out yet? When does that door slam shut?
The window closes at midnight.
Oh, is it a window?
Night.
Sorry,
yeah.
Yes.
It
closes
it's
at
traditionally a window, and it slams shut.
Okay. But I'm okay saying a door. I think the listeners will understand what I'm talking about. So yeah, it's exciting. It's playing against the cream of European football. It's going to be a tough task. I think Celtic are going to have to improve. They're going to have to add to the squad as well. And I think the Celtic fans will be getting into that group with a lot of trepidation, even although it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we are, I guess, Stephen, right now, in terms of Scottish Cups potentially competing in the Champions League. It was certainly a tough shift for Celtic last season. It was an even tougher shift, as was evidenced by the stats, the figures, the results for Rangers. So is it the case that the best you can hope for is to get as least damaging a draw as you possibly can?
Well, I think you touched on it, Richard. Our teams took a bit of a kicking last year in the Champions League, and our game as a whole was kind of diminished by a lot of people, and the butt of many people's jokes. Unfortunately, that continued last night when Rangers went out against PSV Eindhoven. So let's hope Celtic can regain a little bit of respect effectively, and pick up some points and show they can compete. But Willie's spot on. If you watch them so far this season, and I'm talking about Hearts, have to produce a performance that eclipses anything they produced this season. Celtic are of a similar kind of ilk. They're going to have to up their game an awful lot, take it to a different level if they want to go and compete in the Champions League. But it's nice to see it. It's nice to see one of our clubs still in there. But ultimately, you want to be competitive. we talk about coefficient points. Celtic talk about the finances that wins and draws will bring as well. So let's hope that, by the time the group stages start, that they're in a much better place. The squad's a lot more settled. Brendan's more content with what he's got, and Celtic can really go and have a go at this game, because naturally when you look at the teams you think, they should be able to go and compete with them. Naturally there's finances that are beyond the control of Celtic and other leagues, but ultimately Celtic and Rangers have much bigger budgets in the Scottish League, so I'm not too sure they'll get much sympathy from other people. But go and show what you can do, go and probably have to overachieve, but certainly good games to look forward to.
Absolutely. Feyenoord, Atletico Madrid and Lazio for Celtic in this season's Champions League group stages. Häcken have arrived. It's almost as if the whole of Gothenburg is out on that Pataudry pitch. That is a hefty travelling squad in terms of players, coaches, administrators, I've no doubt. Whether some directors are down there, some personnel. It's a busy pitch, and they're enjoying the sunshine, which is covering still about 3/4 of the Pataudry pitch. As ever, it is not sunny up the back of the main stand.
Richard, what about that pitch though? What about that
it looks
surface?
Gorgeous. Yeah.
It is absolutely magnificent for a game of football, is it not? First class.
Just like it was in your day, Willie.
If only. We could only dream about pitches like that in my days. But the work that goes into the surfaces nowadays is absolutely magnificent, and the company that does the job here, they've done a fine job, and no excuses tonight, that's for sure, about the state of the pitch. It looks as though it's cut pretty tight as well, so the ball should be zipping around, getting well watered too. And you're right, it's been a magnificent day up here in the northeast. The sun has just shone down upon Aberdeen, and let's hope that's a sign of good things to come.
Indeed. All Aberdeen fans will be hoping that very thing. A sellout here at Pataudry, and we've got live coverage of this one to come later. 6:30 kick-off for Hearts though, so let's hear from Frankie McAvoy.
Frankie, kick-off almost upon us. You spoke to me last night about this being a cup tie, a one-off. Do you get the feeling the players in there are ready to go and win that cup tie?
Yes, hopefully they are. We've had a good couple of days just preparing for this occasion. We knew it was one of the things we spoke about when we first came in at the start of the season, to say, look, we need to do our utmost to qualify and get ourselves into group stages. We know it's down to this one game. 90 minutes, maybe 120, maybe penalties, we don't know, but we need to be prepared to give everything we've got, leave it in the grass, and do our utmost to try and win the game. I said, last night, the game's not won in the first minute, but it's important that we are as strong and as compact defensively as we can be, and be really threatening when we break forward. They've played, which we thought they might do, two more offensive fullbacks, looking to try and obviously pin us in. I think it's, the coach has said that the tie's not finished yet, and I believe the same. I think we are capable of creating them problems and getting goal scoring opportunities. It's just about us being able to take them, and hopefully we can do that tonight.
For various reasons, you've tried a few different formulas in the centre of the park already this season. Toby Sibbick in there alongside Cam Devlin tonight. What for you makes him the man to play in that position this evening?
Yeah, listen, they're tough decisions, but Toby came on the last game against them, thought he did really well. He started at the weekend, probably didn't have as big an impact as we were hoping for, but it's a different game tonight. His size and stature and his energy and legs are a big factor in us choosing him tonight, and that's no disrespect to the other guys that haven't been picked, but we feel as though he can offer us a presence, particularly set plays for and against, and we believe he's got the energy and drive to push us forward when we've got opportunities to break forward.
It's hot and humid as you expected. It's a big pitch actually, as people have been speaking about, and we've heard a lot about the atmosphere. So there's a lot of things to contend with, but is it about the players just going out and grasping this big opportunity and relishing the occasion?
Yeah, definitely. I think we've got to embrace occasions like this. It's a fantastic, opportunity for them. We're coming here to play a team that was in the quarter-finals 2 seasons ago. We know they do well. We know they've got a raucous home support. We know they're decent at home. But listen, there's nothing to say that we can't go there and upset the odds and win the game, and that's what we need to do if we've got real aspirations to get into the group stages, and hopefully we're ready and up for it.
We wish you all the very best this evening. Thanks, Frankie.
Frankie McAvoy chatting just a few moments ago with our commentator Al Lamont, and certainly he is, Stephen Craigan, putting across a very, oh my goodness, it's getting noisy on the stadium. He is getting across a very bullish, very confident message, I suppose, to Al and no doubt to the players as well.
Richard, I'd love to know what your question was.
Yeah,
I have to say the noise is
that was going to be the problem.
I think you're just talking about Frankie McAvoy's interview. Well,
yeah.
As I say, we travelled over in the plane with Frankie during the last night in the press conference.
Right, we're obviously having just one or two
Yeah,
issues
like
there, I think, with the line. No doubt prompted by the noise those fans were making. I did say it is an atmospheric stadium. I mean, even all these miles away, I've got to say that kind of took me by surprise, just how loud that was. We'll try to get that line re-established and sorted out. But yeah, I mean, Frank, look, Willie, before the game, and we all know they've lost the home leg, you've still got to try to get that positive message out there, haven't you?
You have, but you know, Frankie said that it would be against the odds, and that's what we're trying to point out. You know, a little bit earlier, I think it will be against the odds. I think PAOK have got the upper hand. They've got that goal of a lead. It's going to be a huge ask for Hearts to turn that round. Now, it's not impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that it probably is highly unlikely. It's possible if they bring their absolutely top game and they get a bit of good fortune as well, and things in football can go your way, they can go against you, but you listen to that crowd, Richard, and it does have an effect. On the home side. The home side, you know, will revel in that crowd the way Hearts would do at home. You look to that home crowd to give you that little bit more energy, and you've got a responsibility to them as well, a bigger responsibility when you're playing at home in these occasions. So it's going to be difficult, and Frankie knows it's going to be hugely difficult, but you know, he goes there, he's asked his players to go out and leave nothing on the field of play, and that's all you can do. That's all you can do at this stage, being a goal down, and try to turn it round. It's going to have to be a magnificent performance from them to enable them to do that.
Now, there is obviously an overlap. We're just going to play it by ear. We'll be across both games. PAOK getting underway against Hearts at 6:30, so that's just in about 3 minutes' time. It's 7:45 here at Pittodrie for Aberdeen against Häcken, and of course a similar kick-off time down in Birmingham for Aston Villa against Hibernian. We'll have news from there. We'll bring the team news from here, and we will have commentary with Stuart Mitchell, Willie Miller and Rory Loy. We're just going to dip back and forth, I think, between the games once they're both up and running, and just try to make sure that we are there for you to bring you everything that happens across these matches. So, more to come from Pittodrie, news to come from Villa as well. But right now, the teams are out, the atmosphere is absolutely electric. It is PAOK against Hearts, and that's our first live commentary here on Sports Sound this evening on BBC Radio Scotland with Stephen Craigan and Al Lamont.
Thanks very much, Richard. Hearts' moment of European reckoning is upon them here in the cauldron of noise that is the Toomba Stadium. A cup final, in the words of Hearts head coach Frankie McAvoy. A scenario in which the underdog can triumph, and that is the hope here tonight. It's 8:30 in the evening here in Thessaloniki in Greece, and the temperature is still in the high 20s, humidity over 50%, and the atmosphere, as I hope you can hear in the background, is absolutely immense, although the fans have just gone quiet for a moment. I suspect that's because it's going to build up into a massive crescendo again on some sort of cue, but it really is. It's not a massive stadium, I have to say. It only holds about 29,000, and it's all more or less open plan, but it just is very, very impressive. And when the PAOK Ultras get going, they certainly make some racket, but it's the hope is that Hearts can silence them this evening. It's a huge task, as Willie was pointing out pre-match. They very rarely lose here, and when they do, last season it was only to the big three in Greece of AEK, Olympiakos and Panathinaikos. Hearts, of course, need to win by 2 goals to progress in the tie. PAOK haven't lost by 2 goals at home since July 2020, and that was against AEK. So it's a huge task facing Hearts tonight. They turned round a European deficit for the first time in 30 years in the previous round against Rosenborg. Can they repeat that feat within the space of a couple of weeks? would go down certainly as pretty much their most impressive ever European result if they were to oust the Greeks tonight and take their place in the Europa Conference League group stage for the second season in a row. Of course, last season they defaulted to this competition, having lost in the playoff of the Europa League, much the same as Aberdeen would if they can't overcome Häcken tonight. We hope, of course, that they can, but first and foremost it's Hearts away to PAOK as the referee, Spanish referee, awaits the signal and gives Cam Devlin the signal to get us underway as the boos ring round the stadium with Hearts in early possession, and it's Nat Atkinson firing the diagonal, looking for Lawrence Shanklin up towards the PAOK penalty area. Stephen Craigan, it's quite a place, this.
It is, Alistair, but the players have to enjoy it. They've got to thrive on it. It is going to be tough, and the noise is going to be incessant all night long, but the players have to put that out of their mind, focus on their game, and most importantly, look after the football when they get it.
It's a good challenge by Vargas on Baba as he just tries to force it down the right flank. It's going to be a PAOK throw-in. The referee some sort of issue with his waistband at the moment, but that is quickly solved, and it'll be a PAOK throw-in midway inside their own half. It's Abdul Baba who is back in the side after missing the Tynecastle leg through suspension. He throws it square. It's a rather risky throw-in, I have to say, to William Ekong, but he gets there just in time before Lawrence Shanklin can close him down, and it's back now with the Croatian goalkeeper Dominik Kotarski, beaten by Lawrence Shanklin with that early penalty at Tynecastle, but otherwise performed well in the tie, and but for him, Hearts could have had another couple of goals as PAOK are quite happy to play the ball about at the back early doors, and it's across with Vieirinha, the 37-year-old Portuguese left back, but he is playing it right back this evening as PAOK try to see out the tie and progress into the group stage. They lost out to Levski Sofia last season in the qualifiers, having reached the quarter-final the season before. The ball's played back to Xander Clark, and he launches it down the left, looking for Alex Cochrane. He can't get to it, and it will be a throw-in to PAOK as both sides, Stephen, just settle themselves into the game.
Yeah, and you can tell already the tempo is a little bit slower than what it was last Thursday night at Tynecastle. There's more of a measured build-up. Hearts don't want to overcommit too early in the game. Of course, they have to be selective when they can overcommit going forward. So it's about being disciplined, staying in your shape, and just trying to combat the threats that PAOK have to this point.
Back with Kotarski then, 2.5 minutes played in this raucous arena. Hopefully you're getting some sense of the atmosphere wherever you're listening, but certainly being here in Thessaloniki, which is a lovely place, I have to tell you, in northern Greece. Everyone has been most hospitable to us, and it's a very attractive city as well, but the supporters are amongst the most fervent in the country and like to make themselves heard. It's PAOK in possession at the back, haven't really tried to penetrate the Hearts defence as yet, and it's Koulirakis on the left-hand side of that defence, playing it to Baba, but he is hauled to the ground by Vargas, and it'll be a free kick more or less on the halfway line on the left-hand side to the Greek side, and it'll be taken by their young attacking midfielder Konstantelias. Back it goes to Koulirakis and square for Ekong. Just approaching the halfway line out to the right-hand side for Vieirinha. He exchanges passes with Živkovic, who's a real danger to Hearts this evening. Cracking goal he scored at Tynecastle, and constant threat on that right-hand side, coming in on the left foot, but it's on the other flank right now, and it's Konstantelias trying to swivel away there from Vargas. It's out off the Costa Rican, and it will be a PAOK throw-in, but Hearts can be reasonably pleased. They're playing pretty composed so far, Stephen.
They have, Alistair, and I think that's crucial, that they have to be comfortable out of possession. There can't be any panic stations or like say Cammy Devlin breaking from midfield, trying to go and press a ball he's never going to win. I think it's just about discipline. It's all about communication and making sure you fill the gaps and grow as the game goes.
PAOK have it though in the Hearts defensive third as they try and create the first opening of the game. Živkovic tried to play the 1-2. That doesn't quite come off, and it's back now with Ekong on the halfway line, fires out to the left-hand side for Baba, the fullback, forward in an advanced area, but it breaks off Vargas, and Atkinson can play it upfield. Boyce won't get there, and it's Ekong playing it to Baba once more. Now back with the Kouliarakis and Ekong on the halfway line. Right-hand side now is Živkovic. Forward he comes, looking to try and create something, plays it forward. Looks like there was an offside flag up. Yep, indeed. Player had just gone too early there. It was Schwab who got that penalty to equalise last weekend at Tynecastle, and it'll be a Hearts free kick just inside their own area. PAOK 0, Hearts 0, 5 minutes played.
Yeah, you know, this is probably the pattern of the game we expected, that PAOK would dominate possession. They would try and find little gaps, they'd try and penetrate Hearts when possible. So keeping the shape is fine, but the key for Hearts is when the ball turns over and they win possession, they can't just give it away immediately. They have to try and build some play, and they don't always have to think about scoring goals, Al. Sometimes it's just about taking the pressure off, giving everyone a touch of the ball and growing in confidence.
Hearts have it. Vargas touching it back to Atkinson, preferred it right back to Ofaya. He plays it forward once more to Vargas. He goes down rather easily, it seemed to me, and in fact the free kick has gone the opposite way, I think perhaps because he handled it as he threw himself to the floor, and it's a PAOK free kick quickly taken into one of the midfielders, Singaras, number 6, and he plays it to his opposite central defender. It's Schwab down the right hand side now. From Viorina, it's a good ball in just ahead of Thomas, and I think Kai Rowles might have got a touch on it. No, the referee just points for a goal kick, but that was certainly a dangerous ball from Viorina coming forward. I said he was a left back, but that was a terrific ball he put in on his right foot.
It was, you know, and to compliment that, I have to say it was excellent defended by Frankie Kent. He just got himself in front of Thomas. He was aware that he was trying to make a run across the near post. He just stepped in front of him and allowed the ball to run through. But, you know, just a sign of the quality that PAOK have. That's why Harry Cochrane's on that left-hand side to double up with Stephen Kingsley, so they can stop that kind of situation happening. So he's got to make sure he's a little bit closer.
That's a couple of times you've referred to him as Harry Cochrane. It is, of course, Alex Cochrane. I know you were just testing me there, Stephen, to make sure I was on my toes, which I generally amn't, but I thought you would want to know that. Xander Clark clears up to the halfway line. Brandon Thomas is coming back from a halfway, an offside position, but Hearts have to be careful because Konstantelius wasn't offside and he made a late burst, but Hearts do get it clear up to the halfway line. They're yet to threaten the goal of Kotarski, and forward it goes again from PAOK down the right hand side, cleared away by Rowles, who was just made that rash challenge for the penalty. It's such a pity that Hearts couldn't hold on to their advantage for longer in that game, and as we know how it all turned out in the end, particularly with Lawrence Shanklin's goal, the second half being chopped off for offside after an exquisite finish. Here's Baba left hand side, but he can't find his teammate Tyson. It's out for a Hearts throw in. We've played just over 7 minutes and it's still PAOK 0, Hearts 0, PAOK leading 2-1 on aggregate.
Yeah, already we can see the importance of the defensive side of the game from Vargas and from Cochrane, the two players in the wide areas. Of course they want to get forward and they want to support Boyce and Shanklin, but initially in the early stages of the game, make sure you're helping your teammates out around you.
Here's Boyce right hand side as Hearts try to come forward really for the first time, plays it infield to Civic just on the edge of the centre circle, out to the left hand side it goes for Kingsley, who's midway inside the PAOK half on the left flank, back to Civic, and as Stephen was hinting at, just playing the ball around at the back just for the moment to get a touch in the ball, a little bit of a breather. Atkinson quickly closed down by Tyson, and that meant Kent was forced into a rush pass and he can only knock it out of play. Tyson quickly closing down after Atkinson, so Kent shocked.
It's just a little bit sloppy, you know, they're trying to draw PAOK out, suddenly one slack pass, the fans go up, PAOK get that little bit of momentum and they get the ball back. That's where you have to be efficient with what you're doing, be diligent with your passes and make sure you complete them.
Kouliarakis back to his goalkeeper Kotarski, who immediately plays it out short to Ekong, the central defender, and now it's back with Kouliarakis crossing the halfway line, left hand side for PAOK, lifting it up towards Thomas. Rowles has to keep an eye on it, and in the end it was Konstantelius who got his head to inside the penalty area, but he couldn't really get any power on it. It didn't trouble Xander Clark, but he got the better of Rowles in there, he shouldn't have.
Well, it's a danger, isn't it? The fact that Baba can step forward unopposed, and once that happens as a centre half or defenders, you've got to drop off, you've got to protect the space in behind. And Kai Rolls gets a little bit lucky. He gets caught onto the ball, and luckily for him, the ball drops into the arms of Xander Clark.
Yeah, comfortable save certainly for the Hearts keeper. Well, a tame header, but the very fact that he found the space in behind Royals, who plays a short ball now to Devlin, out to the right hand side for Vargas, who just knocks it down the line for Boyce. Has to just wait for the ball to arrive at his feet, then pokes it to Atkinson, edge of the box, back with Boyce. Can he find room for the shot? No, he can't. Tries to squeeze the pass to Shankland instead, and it doesn't come off, and here come PAOK on the counter, and they're so dangerous in the transition. Although that's good defending, Hearts got back in numbers and were able to win possession back. Živkovic might have got the pass off to Thomas a bit earlier, but instead he ran into trouble, and Hearts breathe a sigh of relief after foiling that counter-attack. Still 0-0, 10 minutes in.
It was Toby Sibic. You know, we spoke about him being in the middle of the pitch and being the protector and being the screener. He's got a really good change of pace, and his recovery pace there got Hearts out of a big situation, a dangerous situation, something to be aware of. But when they're all attacking and they're thinking about going forward, the two central defenders have to organise the midfield.
At the other end, there had been a glimpse of an opportunity.
I felt Boyce should have hit it with his left foot. You know, Liam Boyce just brings calmness to this Hearts side. In an ideal world, they would have Liam Boyce playing as a 6 and playing as a 10, because he takes the sting out of the game. He absorbs pressure. He's always a release pass further up the pitch, and when he's up there and he plays a little 1-2s, when it was on his left foot, I thought it was on to have a strike, but he tried to play that extra pass. But certainly that little passage should give him plenty of heart.
Hearts have a free kick midway inside their own half, which Xander Clark is taking his time over. I guess you don't want to be doing anything too quickly in this kind of heat. Very clammy as well, even up here high in the stand of the Toomba Stadium. Terrific view of the pitch as we can watch how the two teams are shaping up and are pretty much matched 4-2-3-1 at the moment, as Atkinson has it on the halfway line, clips it forward looking for Vargas, but Baba gets his head to it, and now it's picked up by Tyson. PAOK lost another one of their attacking players in Khalid Nari in between the two ties. He was sold to another player who's moved to Saudi Arabia, and there is some chat that they're interested in bringing Sead Haksabanovic to the club before the transfer window closes. We'll try and get some news on that at full time. Understandably, PAOK weren't keen to discuss transfer chat before such a big game, as Baba comes forward down the left hand side away from Vargas, gets the cross in, it's headed away by Rowles, picked up though by Konstantelius out to the right hand side for Vieirinha. A little step over from in onto the left foot, goes for goal, it crashes off the bar. What an effort that was, and so unfortunate, and PAOK within centimetres of the opening goal. Big sigh of relief there from Hearts.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you mentioned it earlier on, Alistair, a lovely cross with his right foot, but he is predominantly left-footed, so Alex Cochrane has to be careful. He allows him to come inside and open the goal up for himself. Onto his favoured left foot, he lets fly. Xander Clark can get absolutely nowhere near it, and thankfully for Hearts, it crashes off the crossbar. There's the warning sign.
And it certainly was. Vieirinha onto the left foot. Almost thought it might have been Živkovic for a second, just because of the technique involved, but it wasn't. It was the full-back cutting in from the right-hand side onto the left foot and battering the shot of Xander Clark's crossbar. Vieirinha now needs some treatment. He's wearing the captain's armband this evening, the veteran full-back, but he's holding his left side. I don't know if he's taking a blow to the kidneys or that kind of region, but he's going to need some treatment here. But what an effort it was. We'll just get another rerun of it on our screens up in the commentary position. Little step over to take him away from Cochrane, gets him a yard of space, and he absolutely whacks it from 22 yards. Xander Clark didn't have an earthly dive into his right, but fortunately for him, comes back off the frame of the goal.
And I think that's where the likes of Toby Sibic and Cammy Devlin then have to recognise that if Vieirinha steps inside from that right back area so high up the pitch, can they get across and help Alex Cochrane? Because you can't be allowed to continually chop inside and have that space to lift your head and get your shot or get your pass or get your cross away. So Toby Sibic, Cammy Devlin, whoever is on that side, edge across, try and condense the space he has to work in, because he showed us already a couple of times he's more than comfortable on either side.
Vieirinha has gone off for further treatment, and might well have to be replaced if they can't solve his issue. It's going to be a free kick to PAOK midway inside their own half. We played almost quarter of an hour in Thessaloniki. It's still goalless on the night. 2-1 to the Greeks from the first leg at Tynecastle as Atkinson heads it only into the path of Konstantelius. He just flicks the ball over his own head, but Civic's there to mop up, and now it's Vargas, right hand side, midway inside his own half. He runs into Baba, who gets it back once more from Brandon. Baba tries to find him again. Brandon's taken out of play, but it does continue with PAOK in possession. Now the referee's going to pull it back because the advantage didn't really accrue. It was a huge challenge on Brandon. He was completely taken out on the left hand side of the penalty area, and it will go back for a free kick to PAOK in a dangerous area.
Yeah, it was Nathaniel Atkinson. You know, we spoke about the wide players doing well defensively. Vargas got the ball and he was just smothered by PAOK. There's so many around the ball, they just take the ball off him. Then Nathaniel Atkinson's a little bit late into the tackle. You know, Thomas is still holding his leg. I felt once the referee allows play to continue, you either have to let that continue again. You can't stop it and bring it back because you're effectively giving PAOK two opportunities. You know, first of all to try and get a shot off, and now you're giving them a free kick. So I wasn't too happy with that decision, but ultimately they have to go and defend this set play.
Certainly do. Yeah, left hand side of the penalty area, 3 or 4 yards outside of it on the left hand side, and it's Tyson and Živkovic who are over it. Živkovic leaves it though. Tyson will take the shot. Oh, and it's gone in! It's gone all the way in through a couple of players, and Tyson gives PAOK an early advantage after 16 minutes. Drove it low past the two-man Hearts wall, and Xander Clark didn't see it as it zipped by him into the far post. It's PAOK 1, Hearts 0, 3-1 now in aggregate.
Do you know, it's such a poor goal to lose as well. It's from a free kick wide in the left-hand side. When the strike comes in, Hearts don't have anyone in the front 6-yard box. Lawrence Shankland is actually trying to match a run across the front of the 6-yard box. He doesn't see the ball either, and it goes through its legs. But I just think from a defensive perspective, when you're defending wide free kicks like a corner kick, you should have someone static in that area to try and go and clear the ball. They don't, and they'd be punished from just a ball into the box with a bit of pace.
I'm just watching a rerun now, and there's just a hint though of offside as the ball is struck, because I think it's Konstantelius comes back from what looks like an offside position and possibly is in the line of vision of both Lawrence Shanklin and indeed Xander Clark. And there will be a check, of course. VAR is in operation, and Hearts will hope that is chalked off, but it looks like the officials have been given the okay. Yeah, they have, and that looks a little bit harsh. And also talking about harsh, going back to the fact, as you say, the advantage was initially played. It seemed to have, well, the move eventually broke down, but the advantage had already been played, and Hearts punished twice, as you say, or punished 3 times ultimately with the goal going in. Here's Devlin at the other end trying to get the shot away. It's blocked, and Tyson, the goal scorer, can come away, and he's left Kobe Civic in his way, and that's a really good challenge by Civic. Takes him out of play, and the home fans and home players did not like that. Really poor, cynical foul from Civic. No intention of trying to play the ball, just taking the man out of play, trying to stop the promising attack as it's described by the letter of the law, and Civic not endearing himself to the home fans and players here. 1-0 PAOK lead.
You have to say he's a lucky boy, Toby Civic. I know VAR may have a look at it, but quite clearly, I mean, cynical is the word you used, he's not getting anywhere near the ball. What may go in his favour is he just clips a foot of Tyson, I think it is, who's making the run forward. He doesn't catch him high up the leg towards the knee, which would then probably be serious foul play. He just clips his heels as he gets away from him. Listen, it's something he had to do, because again they run the counter-attack, and once you concede that first goal, Alistair, it's about refocusing, clearing your head. Hearts have to be careful.
They certainly do. The free kick's taken. Rowles gets his head to it before Brandon can get there. Kingsley trying to clear, knocks it off Živkovic. Brandon looking to pick up, there's a handball in there, and it's another free kick to PAOK, this time on the right hand side of the penalty area on the angle, and Hearts are rocking right now.
They are indeed. You know, that was the biggest fear coming into this game, was that the home side get the first goal, the atmosphere rises, and clearly the players are responding to it as well. I have to say, I think it's a very harsh free kick. Alex Cochrane's arms are down by his side. Actually bounces off his knee and hits his hand, which is in by his side. So I think it's another poor decision by the referee. There's not an awful lot he can do.
And the free kick is awarded, and PAOK will have another opportunity, and Hearts cannot possibly fall further behind at this juncture, or else the tie will be well and truly over even this early in the second leg. It's taken his time, left-footed into the 6-yard box, but it's held well by Zander Clark. Zivkovic who took that one. Hibernian was also in position, but Zivkovic's left foot, and a comfortable take for the Hearts goalkeeper, and it's still 1-0 as Hearts break down the other end and try and get themselves back level on the night. It's gone out on the far side. I think it's going to be a corner kick, over on the far side. Hearts' first corner of the game, 20 minutes in, and this is an opportunity to try and get a leveller and really get back into the match. Remember, they fell further behind in the tie against Rosenborg in the previous round and came back, and they'll have to produce something of that nature again this evening as Cochrane fires in to the back post. Kingsley meets it with a header, it's cleared away. Devlin picks up at the edge of the box, gets it back out to Cochrane, left hand side. He helps it back into the area, it's blocked behind for another Hearts corner on the left. PAOK 1, Hearts 0, 20 minutes in.
Do you know what, it's a great corner as well, isn't it? Outswinging corner from Alex Cochrane. It's Frankie Kent that comes round the back and wins the header, and that's where you want the likes of Liam Boyce and Lawrence Shanklin just to try and pick up second balls.
Cochrane then lines another one up as Kingsley again waits in a deep position to try and attack this at the back post. Will he try the same again? It is Kingsley again attacking it. Again he wins it, but can't really force it into the danger area, and PAOK are able to clear. Devlin gets his head to it just to knock it out of play on this near side. PAOK throw in, and it does remain PAOK 1, Hearts 0 with 21 on the clock.
Yeah, and Hearts have to hope that that goal again sparks them into action, because it's almost as if when the game started they were quite happy not to have the ball and keep their shape. Because the goal's gone against them, they're going to have to come out of their shell a little bit more. They're going to have to be braver with the ball and take a few more risks.
PAOK throw in then, just in front of their technical area. I think the coach is still trying to get a signal from Hibernian as if he's trying to say, are you okay to carry on? He's just back on the field of play, certainly. Portuguese fullback, and looks to be able to run off that knock he took earlier on. It's played out by Kotarski out of his penalty area to Kouliarakis, but PAOK can really try and take the sting out of this game now with the 2-goal cushion they've built up in the tie, with that early goal from Tyson direct from the free kick. I think Hearts will consider themselves a little bit hard done by, not only for the award of the free kick, but also the fact that there might well have been an offside in there. We didn't really get a line drawn, that's for sure, to clear things up. But here come PAOK down the right hand side, looking to make matters worse for the visitors. Constantelius goes one way then the other, left-footed cross. It's one by Schwab, overhead kick, and Thomas, Brandon Thomas with the overhead kick, has got a second goal for PAOK, and already this tie is running away from Hearts. Spectacular effort from the striker. It's PAOK 2, Hearts 0.
Well, it's wonderful centre-forward play, you've got to say, by Brandon. It's a terrific overhead kick, but once again, it's a simple ball into the box. So Alex Cochrane, again, doesn't stop the cross coming in from Constantinius. He turns him inside out, ball comes to the back post. It's Schwab up from midfield. Nathaniel Atkinson doesn't win the first ball at the back post with him. He just heads it back into the area, keeps the ball alive. And then it's a piece of magic, it really is. Guy rolls his goal side, he's trying to protect it off, but he just throws his right leg up and puts it over his shoulder, his left shoulder, into the back of the net. And I've got to say, away to our right hand side, Alistair, some of the travelling supporters already heading for the exits.
Yeah, well, you would have to imagine they're not going to see an incredible comeback. Those who hang around, Hearts have been clearly second best in these opening stages. As we watch another example of the goal going in, it's Schwab winning the header above Atkinson, and then just hooks it over his head there, Brandon, for a second goal of the season. And Zander Clark, again, absolutely helpless on his line. And it could be a long, long evening from here on in for Hearts.
Well, we probably thought if Hearts were going to get through tonight, they were going to have to keep a clean sheet, which away from home, particularly in Europe, they've found themselves in trouble. But you know, they really have to be careful. This game could get messy because the home side are rampant.
Yeah, and here they come again. Atkinson playing his side into trouble. It's Brandon, the goal scorer of that second goal. Can't get the cross in though. Atkinson tries to play it away. It's picked up by Baba. He's closed down by Vargas, but he gets the ball infield to Schwab, who won the header for that second goal. Here's Cochrane though for Hearts, out to the left hand side to Kingsley. Devlin now, still midway inside his own half, back to Rowles. Hearts, I mean, it's virtually impossible to imagine that they could come back from a 4-1 aggregate deficit with 25 minutes on the clock already. Here's Cochrane though in an advanced area for the visitors. He's lost out to Villarreal, and Schwab can bring it away. Now Baba, and what Hearts really do not want to see is a humbling of the ilk of PSV's dismantling of Rangers last night. We don't want to see Scottish teams in Europe taken apart in that manner. It looks like Hearts are going to have to do without European football for the rest of the season and concentrate on restoring what they will probably feel is their rightful position as the third top team in the country, missing out on that slot to Aberdeen of course last season. PAOK playing the ball about at the back, 2-0 up on the night, 4-1 on aggregate. Hearts unable to lay a glove thus far on PAOK and have been on the canvas a couple of times themselves already. Arguably if it was decided on points it would be called now by the referee, as Brandon links up with Konstantelius coming forward over the halfway line. Živkovic, they've got their tails up now. Brandon on the left hand side up against Atkinson, comes in and slides it forward for Živkovic. He waits for the run of Baba, back to Brandon, dummy for Konstantelius. Can he find room for the shot? He can, but it's blocked away by Kent, who tries to get his fellow defenders to push up and try and make life a bit more difficult for PAOK. 26 minutes on the clock. PAOK 2, Hearts 0, as they toy with their Scottish visitors, and the crowd once again raise the decibel level. They're enjoying what they're seeing, Stephen. Here's Živkovic down the left hand side trying to find Baba. That move is broken up. Vargas goes down. Free kick to Hearts. PAOK 2, Hearts 0, 4-1 on aggregate.
Yeah, and I think that free kick on Kenneth Vargas was more relief for Hearts, because we have to be honest on what we're seeing, that PAOK are so much quicker, so much sharper, so much more confident in what they're trying to do, and naturally the goals have helped. The atmosphere around this place is really driving this team on. You can see why they're so strong at home. And Hearts' instinct, when you concede 2 goals away from home, your first thought is taking a step back, so you actually give the opposition more space to play in, and that's how it's played out since that second goal went in.
There was a yellow card issued to Brandon, incidentally, for his celebrations after that goal. He took the shirt off, and so goes into the referee's notebook, but I don't think he was overly concerned by that, as the ball's out for a throw in this near side. Atkinson and Konstantelius having a disagreement after the ball went out of play, and the referee and the assistant just come across and ensure that doesn't escalate, as Atkinson prepares to take the throw-in on the near side. 27.5 minutes played. PAOK 2, Hearts 0. Baba gets his head to the throw-in from Atkinson, then Devlin wins it, flicked on by Vargas. Shankland's barely touched the ball. He tries to get his toe to that one, but he's pushed off the ball by Kouliarakis, and then he's penalised for a push back on the defender. I think he's complaining, possibly rightly, that he was pushed in the first instance, but the referee's not going to be listening, as the Spaniard awards the free kick to the home side, which is quickly taken. Kouliarakis plays it square to Ekong. Up towards the halfway line comes the defender, out to Villarreal on the right hand side. He's closed down by Cochrane, all the way back to Katarski, the Croatian goalkeeper. All in orange this evening, with PAOK in the St Mirren or Dunfermline-esque black and white stripes, so the white shorts and white socks. Hearts all in maroon tonight, as they win possession back deep in their own territory. Rowles clears up towards the halfway line, but it's out for a throw-in to PAOK. And Stephen, the first leg, for my money, was a pretty even affair. Could have gone either way. A draw would not have been an unfair result. Tonight, as you were mentioning there, at home PAOK look to be on a different level as they come forward. Tyson trying to find room for the shot. Eventually he's blocked out and it will be a free kick to Hearts. Sorry, Stephen, you can.
No, you're spot on. But, it's all to do with their pressing as well. They're not allowing Hearts any time to lift their head and get any kind of cohesion in their play. Hearts have had no real possession at all, anything with purpose. They can't get forward with quality. It's almost thrown forward to Shankland and Boyce in the hope that they can bring it down or win a header. So there's so many misdemeanours in this Hearts team, and we talked about it last night. I think they miss an out-and-out number 6, a defensive midfield player who can actually control the tempo of the game for them, who can speed the play up and slow it down. Devlin's hard worker. Civic has got good attributes, but not enough to control a game of this magnitude.
Yeah, of course, Benny Beringamy and Peter Haring, who might well have fulfilled that role had they been fit, not in contention to play this evening. As Hearts do try and get some control, but they're already trailing by 2 on the night and 3 in the tie as a whole, with half an hour gone in the match. As a free kick has gone the way of PAOK on the edge of their own penalty area. It's just getting a little bit bad-tempered on occasion out there. Some personal vendettas going on. Liam Boyce at the moment arguing with a couple of PAOK defenders. The referee trying to just keep a lid on it. Didn't see too much in the challenge there, I have to say.
It's that one. So we've got monitors in front of us. Constantelius is actually kicked by one of his own players, and the referee has stopped the play. I don't know if he's given him a free. He actually has given him a free kick, and it's his own player that's kicked him. And the Hearts players are aghast.
Yeah, rightly so. The Spanish referee not doing them any favours in these early stages, as PAOK prepares to take the free kick. 15 minutes left in the first period, and already Hearts are looking like they're heading for a European exit, and there will be no repeat of the group stage adventure that they experienced last season when they did suffer a couple of heavy beatings by Başakşehir and Fiorentina, winning only against RFS of Latvia home and away, but despite that they would still have wanted to be back in there and giving it another shot.
Of course they would, but it was interesting, William Miller talking ahead of the game and saying that you have to try and use your home advantage. Unfortunately Hearts didn't. I didn't think they deserved to lose the game, but it was always going to be a huge ask to come here and perform in these surroundings against this quality team. This team have gone up a level from last week, and unfortunately Hearts at this stage haven't gone up a level to match them.
No, they haven't. They've been on the back foot, and they are once more as brought forward by Singaras, and he finds Baba at the edge of the penalty. I'm not sure what he was trying there. It didn't come off, but somehow he keeps a hold of the ball and then gets it back to Schwab. Singaras once more in the middle of the park for PAOK. They've worked it out to the right hand side, and now Živkovic picks up and plays it short to Singaras, tries to link with Constantelius. Hearts work it clear though. Boyce finds Shankland. The first time really those two have been able to link up, and here's Boyce in a good position to find Vargas. Now he's quick. Can he get into the penalty and get the shot away? Oh, he shows far too much of it to Ecom, and it's played. Good defending, but he shouldn't have been given the opportunity there, Ecom. Vargas showed him the ball and couldn't get the shot away. It's a Hearts corner, but it could have been so much better for Hearts.
It comes from his first touch. It's perfect play, link up play. Probably the first time Shankland and Boyce have linked up. Boyce plays Vargas in down the right hand side. He's got lots of grass to run into. He actually takes his touch in the pitch towards a Kong, which allows him to go and nick the ball, where I thought he should have just knocked it out of his feet and used that blistering pace that he has. But a little example of when Hearts make 2 or 3 passes, they can get themselves up the pitch.
Yeah, a little glimmer of light, but it could have been a bigger one had Vargas taken a better touch and been able to get the shot in on goal. Good defending, you have to say, by William Ecom. It will be a corner then, right hand side, to be taken by Cochrane, left footed, and it's an in-swinger towards the back post, and it's Kent that wins it, but he can't get his header on target. It's behind rather tamely for a goal kick, and it remains PAOK 2, Hearts 0, 4-1 to the Greeks on aggregate.
I have to say the last 5 minutes they've kind of got themselves together a little bit better. Hearts, clearly the tie is almost beyond them at this stage, but they've shown a bit of spirit, they've shown a bit of fight, because it's easy sometimes away from home in this kind of atmosphere. You're 2-0 down, you feel sorry for yourself, and you kind of don't chuck it, but you kind of stop doing what you're good at. They've kind of come back into it a little bit.
PAOK perhaps taking the foot off the gas ever so slightly themselves, but here they come forward, and it's Singaras playing it to Baba. Now Constantelius on the left hand side coming forward, linking with Singaras and getting the 1-2. Constantelius plays it in to Brandon, and now back with Schwab, who tries to find Baba. In slides Atkinson to win it back for Hearts, and the ball's worked down the right hand side. Shankland trying to step away from Kouliarakis, Vargas battling away there as well. Shankland has a little bit of a nibble at Constantelius, but PAOK able to play it all the way back to the goalkeeper, and then Constantelius and Shankland coming together once more, and the referee is just wanting a word. And it's Cam Devlin, who wasn't overly involved, I think, initially at least, but it's him that's getting called towards the referee, the Australian, getting a word from the Spanish official.
I think he actually gave Constantelius a little shove in the back just as the ball was flipped back. I mean, there's nothing really in it. The play has gone on, no one's been injured, no one's on the ground. The referee doesn't need to get involved in that situation, but clearly he wants to impress everyone around the stadium like he's in control rather than let the players get on with it.
Yeah, but it's PAOK who are doing the impressing this evening so far, with 10 minutes left in the first period. They have a 2-goal advantage on the night, and they are 3 up in the tie. 4-1 they lead after 2 early goals here, and Vargas trying in vain to stop Tyson. His ball forward, though, cannot find Brandon. The 2 goal scorers trying to link up there, but it's all the way back through with Xander Clark. And the home fans still in good voice and clearly enjoying what they're seeing. They've won both their league games so far this season. In fact, they're undefeated in all competitions. A couple of draws in this tournament so far in the qualifiers, but they've progressed obviously beyond Beitar Jerusalem as Hearts break up the play there. Hajduk split then the previous round dispensed of by PAOK as the ball's out for a Hearts throw-in just in front of Frankie McAvoy and Stephen Naismith, who must be frustrated at the way this game began, and Hearts struggling to get any sort of foothold in the game as Atkinson throws it down the right hand side. There's an off the ball here, and it's Shankland. It's a yellow card for Shankland, and the assistant referee was looking straight at that, so he's obviously informed the referee that it was a yellow card offence as opposed to a red, as there are some PAOK players surrounding the referee to say, was it an elbow? But I don't know if you caught it there, Stephen, on your monitor here. We've got a look at it now. Shankland on Kouliarakis. Well, he throws a forearm more than anything?
Well, I think he's trying to feel for him. You talk about elbows and arms. If you're throwing them as weapons or you're throwing them back, they're deliberately trying to hurt an opponent. But he's actually just feeling for him so he can get hold of his jersey. He catches him slightly just around the bottom of the chin, maybe with his forearm when he tries to do it, but he's not looking for him, Alistair. He's not trying to throw it with venom. You know, there has been an ongoing battle between the two of them. The referee's been desperate to get over to Lawrence Shankland, but he's got to calm himself. He can't get frustrated. The last thing this Hearts team need is to go down to 10 men in these conditions, which would really impact them, because it's tough enough 11v11. They can't afford to get a player sent off.
No, absolutely. But yellow card will certainly suffice. Even a talking to might have done the job. There was, as you say, Stephen, no malice whatsoever in it, but he did catch the Greek player on the chin. The play has resumed with 37 minutes on the clock. It's PAOK 2, Hearts 0, 4-1 on aggregate in this Europa Conference League qualifiers playoff second leg, and Aberdeen against Häcken to come here on Sports Sound later in the evening, as Aberdeen try to do what Hearts did last season, and that is get into the group stage. But this time of the Europa League, all going well after that terrific comeback out in Gothenburg from 2 goals down back to 2-2, and gives them a real chance of going through tonight as Shankland chases one down the right channel. Kouliarakis, his nemesis at the moment, gets there first and just knocks the ball behind for a Hearts corner. But they have got a bit more involved in the game in the last 10 minutes or so, Stephen.
They have, and that's just basic simple football. It's played from Kyle Rolls at left centre half to Frankie Kent. He gets the ball out of his feet, he can lift his head. Lawrence Shankland just makes a little diagonal run in behind the back line just to stretch them. Don't always play in front of the opposition, and suddenly they get themselves a corner kick.
To be taken by Cochrane, right hand side. I guess if Hearts could pull one back, it would give them a bit of belief. Shankland's getting another talking to in the 6-yard box here. Kouliarakis and him still going at it hammer and tongs as the corner kick is about to be taken. Cochrane left-footed again from the right hand side. It's won by a PAOK head, and then it comes off the arm of Cam Devlin, and it's going to be a free kick on the edge of the box to PAOK, and disappointing that they couldn't do more with the set piece.
Yeah, considering you've got the likes of Rowells and Kent and Kingsley and Boyce and Shankland in that area of the pitch, you've got to make first contact. You've got to get players across the front of defenders to try and impact the game. But probably just sums up Hearts' first half. They haven't been where they want to be. They've probably been a yard away from where they need to be. And because PAOK have got the 2 goals, their body language, their confidence, their self-belief has absolutely soared.
PAOK in possession at the back. It's Ekong out to the right-hand side for Viarinya. Slides it forward for Živkovic. Back with Viarinya and then back once more with Ekong. They don't have to really do anything with any great urgency, having opened up the 3-goal advantage in the tie. Here's Kouliarakis though, feeding it forward long, looking for the run there of Constantelius, headed away by Kent, but picked up by Tyson on the left-hand side. Into the penalty area he comes. A dangerous looking ball, but no PAOK players able to get into that 6-yard box to finish it off in time. Must tell you, there's a most magnificent moon across there in the distance, Stephen. Full moon, and it's glowing a beautiful orange colour. One of many lovely sights we've seen in Thessaloniki in our couple of days here, but the game that's unfolding down below us, unfortunately, from a Hearts perspective, is not one of them, although PAOK would argue it's going pretty well as far as they're concerned. They're in possession at the back. It's Kouliarakis plays it forward, shot for Singaras. And now back with Kouliarakis. Ekong coming forward to the halfway line. Over the halfway line he comes. Viarinya now right hand side. PAOK just keeping possession calmly as you like. No Hearts player can really get near them as Kouliarakis picks back up and then plays it out to Baba on the left hand side. Entices Vargas towards him, then plays the pass to Brandon, who goes back the way again to Kouliarakis, and Hearts having to work hard without the ball. Chasing shadows just at the moment really, as it's picked up by Schwab on the right hand side. The midfielder steps in on the left foot, midway inside the Hearts half. Things could get worse for Hearts here before half time as Tyson tries to find a way through, trying to thread the pass for Baba, but Kent was there and knocks it away. 4 minutes of the first period left. PAOK 2, Hearts 0, 4-1 in aggregate, and it's been pretty comfortable on the whole for the Greeks.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, that passage of play, you know, PAOK have probably made 10-11 passes and not one Hearts player was in 2 or 3 yards to try and stop the pass, so you know, there's a major problem right away.
And here could be another one as Baba hits the byline, flashes it across goal to the back post. Živkovic tries to fire it back into the 6-yard box, but he didn't really connect with it with his weaker right foot. Brandon couldn't make anything of it, and Clark able to smother, and the danger is gone for now, but it's another promising move from PAOK.
Listen, the front four in particular of PAOK have been top class compared to last week. You know, their movement, their interplay, their full backs, Baba on one side and Viarinya on the other side. They've got a freedom to get forward. You know, last week they were probably a little bit more reserved, but today the shackles have come off. They're really trusted in themselves. That's been the difference. The Hearts front four, little impact. The front four of PAOK, very, very good.
Baba rather slices an attempted clearance. Viarinya though at the edge of his penalty area gets it further away. Boyce with a little flick on though. Ekong there before Shankland and just hooks it over his head and out of the danger area. Kingsley returns it, but Ekong's there again to win the header on the edge of his own penalty area. And they've been pretty sound defensively as well as flamboyant in an attacking sense. And talking of flamboyant, here's the Brazilian Tyson linking with Constantelius. Asks a little bit much of Singaras there, and Kent comes across and manages to clear from the right hand side up to the chest of Shankland, who gets the boos of the home fans as he then hits the deck under a bit of pressure from Tyson. Wasn't a lot of contact as Tyson looks ruefully at the Hearts captain, but it will be a Hearts free kick. Couple of minutes left in this first period. PAOK 2, Hearts 0.
You know, and that's probably Lawrence Shankland's best passage of play, holding the ball up on the halfway line, which probably tells you more about the first half than anything. But Constantelius, you know, last week it was little spells of him, Alistair, little sparks, but he's been terrific this week. He really has. Started the game as a number 10, but just floats all over the front. Looks like a young man with a huge future, and Hearts have been able to cope with him.
Yeah, just 20 years old. Young Greek does look a promising player. As Hearts have it in the middle of the pitch. It's Civic. Flicks it up towards Shankland, just tries to get a glancing header on, but it was a difficult ball to take and do much with, and it just comes off his head and goes harmlessly behind for a goal kick, with Vargas unable to latch onto it. Goal kick to PAOK, just over a minute of the opening 45 to play, as the Hearts fans off to a right well. They've enjoyed the weather, certainly it's been absolutely baking hot for the last couple of days that these supporters have been here, and they've certainly enjoyed the hospitality, I think it's fair to say, but they're not particularly enjoying the spectacle in front of them this evening. It's a goal kick to PAOK, which will be taken by Dominik Kotarski. When he's ready, he launches it over the halfway line now. Up goes Devlin to win the header, and then there's Ekong meeting it high up in the air, wins the second ball as well though, and knocks it forward. Civic trying to win it back for Hearts. Devlin in there snapping away as always, and does well initially, but then loses out to Živkovic, and that'll be a free kick at the very least to PAOK, and I think the referee is being encouraged to go into his pocket, and he doesn't need too much encouragement to do that, and Devlin joins Civic and Shanklin in the book, and it's PAOK 2, Hearts 0 on the cusp of half time.
Yeah, and that just shows you it's one team who are really on their mettle tonight. You know, the minute they lose the ball, PAOK, they smother the opposition. I've mentioned that already. They close them down. You know, Cammy Devlin's trying to drag the ball back to left his head. As he does so, the ball's taken off him by Živkovic, and all they can then do is give away a foul. So they've been sharper in every aspect of their game.
3 minutes to be added on at the end of this first half. We're just into injury time now, as PAOK have opened up a 4-1 aggregate lead in this first half. The goals coming early, and they have put the Greeks on easy street, as it were, as Atkinson has more defending to do just outside his penalty area. Konstantelius trying to hem him in the corner there, but the Australian does well to manage to dig it out of the most dangerous area, and actually he's won his side a throw-in as it's knocked out of play in this near side, more or less on the halfway line. The Hearts right, and forward will come Atkinson to take it. What do you do if you're the Hearts management team at half time? How do you have any ambitions of trying to turn it around, or is it simply a case of stemming the tide?
Well, it's funny, I was thinking about that myself for the last couple of minutes. You know, what do you say as a management team to a set of players? You have to convince them, or try and convince them, to get the next goal. You know, that is the first thing you do. I think winning the tie is beyond them. You can't be selling them that dream. So can you get the next goal and see what happens?
Here's Tyson coming forward after Boyce was caught in possession. Konstantelius in the stroke of half time chops onto his right foot on the edge of the 6-yard box. Can't get the shot away though, and eventually concedes the free kick for a foul on Cam Devlin, as he was closed down quickly by the Hearts defence before he could get the shot, but a great little turn to almost engineer the opportunity for him. 2-0 it stays.
But it's just when they turn the ball over, Alistair, they're so incisive. You know, they don't want to play that safe pass. It's Tyson, who I have to say has been excellent as well in this left-hand side, wins the ball and then threads a little ball between Atkinson and Frankie Kent. Frankie Kent's lunging in, trying to block the cross, but I said about Konstantelius, he's so sharp, he's alert, he chops back, thankfully, and Nathaniel Atkinson gets back to help him out. But the sharpness and the crispness of some of their play tonight from PAOK has been a joy to watch.
Free kick to Hearts then, as Xander Clark prepares to take it from inside his own penalty area. We're inside the final minute of the 3 that were added on, and Hearts will get a bit of respite from the heat and the conditions in general out there for the next 15 minutes inside what you would hope is an air-conditioned changing room, and a chance for Frankie McAvoy and Stephen Naismith to perhaps make a couple of changes, certainly get some words of wisdom and new thoughts into the players. Here's Vargas on the byline. He's done well initially. Vargas still going, cuts it back, and Cochrane it was at the near post, couldn't turn it in, and PAOK keep the clean sheet. It looked for all the world like Hearts might just have won themselves a way back into the tie, perhaps on the stroke of half time. But it's good defending, and then at the other end it's Tyson coming forward. Brandon leaves, it's Konstantelius, tries the little flick, it almost comes off. Kent was alive to it though and hacks it away, as Hearts pass up an opportunity at one end, survive another one at the other end, and then the half-time whistle sounds with PAOK and their fans absolutely delighted with the way this first half has gone. They were on top from the absolute off. A couple of efforts early on, most notably Villarreal forward from right full-back, crashing a shot off the bar from 22 yards. That was a warning of what was to come, but it wasn't heeded by Hearts, who conceded a free kick. A little bit harsh in the sense that an advantage was initially played. The play continued for a good few seconds before they lost the ball, and the referee then brought it back to award the free kick. But when it was taken, Tyson drove it low from the left-hand side past Xander Clark and at his far post. There was, for me, also a little bit of a hint of offside, but VAR did not chalk the goal off and so Hearts were behind by 2 in the tie, and then they were behind by 3 in the tie when Schwab won a header inside the Hearts penalty area, and then an overhead kick by Brandon outfoxed Xander Clark, gave his side a 2-goal lead on the night, a 3-goal lead in the tie midway through the first half. And although Hearts just on the cusp of half time and a good chance as Vargas almost picked out Cochrane, he couldn't turn it in, and that's why at half time in Thessaloniki in the Toomba Stadium it's PAOK 2, Hearts 0, and it's 4-1 in aggregate.
Well, right now you're listening to Sports Sound with me, Richard Gordon. Not a good evening thus far for Hearts. 2-0 down at the break, 4-1 on aggregate. Sadly, their European dream has all but been extinguished. Hibernians was pretty much extinguished 7 nights ago. They've got the second leg against Aston Villa, 7:45 kickoff. We'll get to that one shortly. We will keep you across that match throughout the course of the evening. We've also got commentary lined up from here at Pittodrie. In fact, I gather it's an 8 o'clock kickoff at Villa Park, so apologies for that. But it is 7:45 here at Pittodrie. We'll have live coverage of this one as well. The team news is in Aberdeen against Häcken. Let's get that from Stuart Mitchell.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, a stunning evening in the northeast, and as the autumn nights approach, Aberdeen safe in the knowledge they will have European group stage nights. The question is, will they be in the Europa League or the Conference League? What a night in prospect inside Pittodrie. Aberdeen make 4 changes from the dramatic 2-2 draw against St Mirren on Sunday. Richard Jensen, James McGarry and Jamie McGrath all come in for first Aberdeen starts. Shayden Morris is also restored. All those players came on from the bench on Sunday. McDonald, McKenzie, Hayes and Polvara all dropped to the substitutes bench. New signing Pap Habib Gay is ineligible. So Aberdeen line up with Kelarus in goal, a back 3 of Devlin, who clinched that comeback in Sweden, Rubizic and Jensen as the back line. Morris on the right side of the midfield with McGrath, Shinnie, Clarkson and McGarry on the left. Up top, Duke, the number 11, and of course Bojan Miovski, who scored a terrific first goal in the first leg too. On the bench, Doohan, McKenzie, Barron, Hayes, Williams, Sockler, Polvara, Duncan, McDonald, Milne, Dadia and Babbage. For BK Häcken, they make a single swap. The suspended Johan Hammer, who was sent off, is out. Thibault comes in defence, so that's the only change from that one. It was also the only change from their derby defeat 4-2 on Sunday away to Gothenburg as well. So the Swedish champions line up with Abrahamsson in goal, a back 4 of Sandberg, Thibault, Hovland and Fredriksson. The middle 3 is Riga, Gustafsson, that's Samuel Gustafsson who's captain, and Amani. And up top it's Sadiq on the right side, who scored the second with the penalty. Ristic in the centre of attack, and Layuni also a goal scorer. On the substitutes bench, Bratberg, Banizic, Larsson, Ishak, Kamara, Dabo, Totland, Sana, Sonko, Dembe, Janssen and Brusberg. The coach is Per Matthias Hugmo, and the referee is Daniel Siebert, the German. He was the referee for the first leg of the Europa League semi-final in May when Juventus and Sevilla played out a 1-1 draw. Juve scored in the 7th minute of added on time in that one. But what a night in store at Pittodrie this evening.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll have that kind of late drama here tonight. Certainly no surprise, I suppose, that Häcken have pretty much stuck with the team that played pretty well for the large part, and of course Aberdeen coming right back into it in that second leg. And Barry Robson, Willie Miller has taken the opportunity to give starts, European starts, to some of his new faces.
Yeah, I think he'll be delighted to get some of these new faces in, Richard as well. And I see Rhys Williams on the bench too. He'll be delighted that he's got the Liverpool player back fit and available to sit on the bench, and the squad is looking, a fair bit stronger. I think that he'll be getting into the game pretty confident on the back of the second half performance, particularly the last half hour, and the way and the manner that they managed to turn the game round and make Häcken look a little bit vulnerable at the back. I thought they looked a little bit all over the place at times when Aberdeen got their game going. But the changes definitely did, make a difference with Devlin being able to play in the right wing back. He's got to revert back to the right centre back again of the 3, and James McGarry as well, who was prominent in the change of fortune, and of course Jamie McGrath as well. Going into the midfield area. So all round it's looking a very, very strong side. Interesting to see Richard Jensen as well. Saw a bit of him in Sunday against St Mirren. He looks a real powerful left-sided central defender along with Rubizic. They should have enough strength and height there to cause problems in the opposition box, but also hopefully to look a little bit more confident in their defending. Didn't look too confident, didn't feel on Sunday. I think throwing these players together, not having a great deal of time to work with them, I think it showed in Sunday. But this is a different game. This is a huge game for Aberdeen. The opportunity, Europa League group stages would be a magnificent achievement for Barry Robson, and a huge challenge for these players as well. I'm sure they're looking forward to that if they can get over the hurdle tonight. They've got themselves in a fabulous position, but they've still got an awful lot of work to do this evening. They've got that strike force as well in Majowski and Duke. Very powerful and potent strike force. That's if Duke decides to play. It hasn't been his usual prominent self, but I think under lights, Pittodrie, full house, he'll be looking forward to it, and I think he could possibly ignite the Pittodrie fans here tonight.
Well, it would certainly be overdue, wouldn't it, this season? He has offered very little in the matches so far, having been such a spectacular success. Rory, you were out there, you witnessed the first half, you saw that comeback from Aberdeen. We've seen what happened to Rangers last night. Hibs are out, or will be out, given what happened to them against Aston Villa. Hearts look to be out now as well. It's an indication of just how tough it can be to try to make progress in Europe. Are you anticipating a similarly difficult evening for Aberdeen tonight?
Good evening, Richard. In terms of the game being at home, which, for Hearts, they need to travel to Greece and they're having a tough time of it. Rangers had to travel to Eindhoven and had a very tough time of it. I think it's slightly different from Aberdeen. I was out at the game last week, and as far as I can see, both teams have similar strengths and at this moment in time similar weaknesses. Neither team struggles to score goals. However, they are susceptible at the back. Of course, in front of a full house you want to start quickly, but I think Barry Robson will be lining his team up and getting in their heads. It's the bulk of the Häcken team who, in the derby at the weekend, were 4-0 down against Gothenburg after 52 minutes. They did get a couple of goals back, but the game was all but done. So I think Barry Robson will know how susceptible they are to quick attacks and how dodgy they can be in defence. Abrahamson, the goalkeeper, they were trying to play out from the back last week, and their coach, Per Matthijs Hogmo, was keen for them to do that. He struggled massively in the goals doing that. He presented a chance to Duke with a mistake, who should have scored at the time. They've got Friedrichsen at left back again tonight, who looked very uncomfortable at left back last week because he's naturally a right back. So I think, and then you look at the Hammers, obviously suspended, so their third choice centre back Thibaut comes in and plays alongside Hovland. I really do think that the team that can win the midfield battle today, whether that's Shinnie, Clarkson and McGrath, or Rygaard, Gustafsson or Amane, I think they will gain the upper hand in the match, because whoever can get in and get an attack in the back line stands a big chance, because I don't think neither back line, Barry Robson is trying to fix that at the moment with the signings. I don't think either back line looked completely happy and completely secure, so I think whoever can get on top of the ball in midfield, get their wide men in the game, stands the best chance of winning this. But with the game being at Pittodrie, with it being a sellout, I would have to say I expect Aberdeen to get through the tie.
We're about 17 minutes away from kick-off. Still the players going through their warm-up. Let's hear from Barry Robson. Been chatting with Tyrone.
Barry, you made 4 changes to your team tonight. Among them, the starts for Richard and the 2 Jamies. What's your thinking behind your selection for this one?
Well, I think we've made it clear all along we need to try and freshen the team up. Obviously, with all the travelling we had there last week, we went away to St Mirren again. We've been on 4 away games on the road in the last month, so it's been really demanding on the whole squad. So we thought we'd freshen up again tonight, and hopefully we can bring some energy to the game.
It was a fantastic comeback over in Gothenburg. A lot of people might be thinking that's the hard bit done. You're at home now. It should be a fait accompli, but nobody will be taken to that pitch thinking with a job done mentality, will they?
No, I don't think so. I think, listen, they're Swedish champions. They're ready to sell a player for over 3 million. They've bought players for over £1 million. They're a top team. They're a really good side. So we know that. We know it's going to be a really difficult game tonight, but what we said to the players was they've done the job by getting to the Conference League, which is a great achievement from them and for the club and for the city. But what a chance you've got to go and play in the Europa League against the real big boys. So they know that, but what they need to do is they need to go out and perform, and a great platform, full house for them, and hopefully we can put on a good performance.
There is a huge prize at the end of this. There's a full house here tonight, an expectant home crowd. Is patience going to be the key tonight?
I think so. I think, listen, they've got a style, they want to keep the ball at times. We'll need to come off a game at times. They might need to come off a game, but we'll make sure that we try and perform the best we can. And we'll have to see. They might make a few tactical changes, tactical tweaks. We won't know that until the game starts. But what we need to bring is we need to bring speed and energy and try and get the fans with us.
Barry Robeson hoping for a special night. The Aberdeen fans hoping for a special night. They're inside, or very many of them are, and they're making plenty noise as we tick towards kick-off time. Quickly to Brian at Villa Park. It's an 8 o'clock start there. Team news will be interesting, Brian.
Yes, it certainly is, Richard. We'll do Aston Villa first of all. They've made 6 changes from the side that defeated Burnley away from home in the Premier League at the weekend. Carlos, Digne, Cash, Diaby, Watkins and John McGinn all drop out. All 6 though on the bench. Chambers, Ravan, Bailey, Tillmans, Duran, and a debut for 17-year-old Omari Kellerman, who will lead the line up front this evening alongside Duran. For Hibernian, well, they make 4 changes from the side that lost at home to Livingston. Harbottle, Fish, Del Ferrier and Martin Boyle also drops out. He's on the bench this evening. Miller, Hanlon, Stevenson and Campbell, the 4 coming in. So it'll be Marshall in goal, a back 4 of Miller, Bushiri, Hanlon and Stevenson. We think it's 5 across the middle. Yuan, Campbell, Jego, Newell and Obita, with Christian Doidge leading the line. On the bench, 2 goalkeepers, Boric and Johnson, Fish, Fenty, Boyle, Megwa, McIntyre, McAllister, Molotnikov, Del Ferrier, Harbottle and Lafondra. The officials all from Italy. The referee here at the 42,000 capacity Villa Park, a magnificent stadium, is Luca Peretta.
Brian, any indications, any further word in terms of a likely successor for Lee Johnson?
In a word, no, Richard. My understanding is that a shortlist has not even been completed as yet. That will be done tomorrow or Saturday, with a view to start the interview process at the start of next week. Now, there's lots of names doing the rounds at the moment. I think the bookmakers are changing by the hour who they have as favourite. I think Stephen Robinson, the St Mirren manager, is the current favourite for the job. I'm told that Hibernian have not spoken directly to any potential candidate as yet. There's been lots of interest from agents who have put in the names in, of course, and many of those have been linked with in the papers. I think I said on Sunday, Richard, that my own personal thoughts were that Neil Lennon may well have been the favourite for the job and the safest option. I'm not so sure now that would certainly be the case. And one name that sprung to light over the last couple of hours, and last couple of days rather, is Nick Montgomery. He's a 41-year-old who's now manager of Central Coast Mariners in Australia. He's born in Leeds, over 350 games for Sheffield United. He moved to Australia around 11 years ago. He's got a very, very well thought of out there, Richard, and he could be, who knows, possibly the next Ange Postecoglou. Of course, Ange was Australian, we know that, but he certainly cast his die out there in Australia. But he's a name who's certainly sprung to mind, and I do think that he's one that's interesting the Hibernian board. And I'm also told, Richard, that even although there's no manager in place as yet, there may well be some transfer activity at Easter Road tomorrow.
OK, Brian, we'll look out for that. Right, given that things are pretty much all done and dusted in Greece, we will head back there for live commentary, and we'll be back here at Pittodrie in time for the kick-off for this one, because this would appear to be the big chance for Scottish football tonight in terms of getting a team into the Europa League group stages. So we'll be here in good time for full live commentary. Let's now get back and get the early stages of the second half. PAOK 2-0 up against Hearts. Stephen Craigan and Al Lamont.
Yeah, thanks again, Rich. Yeah, unfortunately, it does feel like Hearts are probably out already as the second half has got back underway, with PAOK back in the attack. We'll bring you certainly updates once we cross to Pittodrie. We'll bring you any updates from Greece as to changes in the scoreline or other major incidents, but it does sound like Aberdeen are our best bet for Scotland tonight in Europe. Hearts certainly working hard enough, you can't fault them for effort and commitment, but quality wise they are at least one level below tonight's opponents, PAOK. But here come Hearts on the attack at the start of the second period. It's Kingsley in an advanced position, couldn't get the ball back across goal from a good position. Vargas was hoping to get on the end of it, but couldn't do so. Cochrane though picking up on the left, he hoists a good ball in, but it's a good take, to be fair to Kotarski, coming off his line, taking at the edge of his 6-yard box before any Hearts players could get on the end of it, and it remains PAOK 2, Hearts 0, 4-1 on aggregate.
Yeah, interesting to see a little tactical switch from the management team at Hearts. I think they've gone to a back three. Toby Civic looks like he's going to drop in as a third centre half, so they've got a 3-4-3, which means Vargas, Boyce and Shanken still will be the front three, but a slight little twist to it.
Yep, well spotted, Stephen, that's what you're here for. As PAOK will no doubt still try to find a way of getting through that Hearts backline, as they did on a number of occasions in the first period, a couple of times to very good effect indeed. And they are in possession. It's Zivkovic who spoke to the media before the game. He was the player put up by PAOK in the news conference, and spoke excellent English. It was good to hear his thoughts, but one of the local journalists was asking about his contract situation. He's in his final year now of his contract, and he played the diplomatic card of saying he wanted to focus on this game, but you would imagine if PAOK can't tie him down, that's a very attractive option to someone getting him under freedom of contract, because he is a quality player. Hasn't perhaps been quite as standout, if you like, this evening, Stephen, but that's probably more to do with the fact that a number of PAOK players have stepped up to the mark.
I think you're spot on, Alistair. You know, he showed glimpses, but ultimately the players round about him have been absolutely terrific.
One of those is Constantelius. He's in the box, so he's well challenged there by Nat Atkinson, who got a crucial foot in to knock it behind for a corner kick, just as Constantelius looked like he might be able to cut the ball back once more, but he has been perhaps PAOK's standout man this evening, the 20-year-old attacking midfielder who goes out to take the corner kick over on the left-hand side as PAOK look to extend their advantage. Hearts would probably take this scoreline right now and just get back in the play and get back to Edinburgh, dust themselves down for the domestic challenges ahead for the rest of the season. I certainly don't want it to get a more hefty scoreline before the evening is out. Corner's taken short, and it's flicked into the penalty. Clark chooses to punch and punches out to this near side, the PAOK right, about 15 yards or so from the corner flag, as they continue to lead by 2-0 and 4-1 in the tie. Aberdeen against Häcken to come in the next few minutes. That's delicately poised at 2-2 from the first leg, as I'm sure you know. And Barry Robson's side looking to get that one over the line and take their place in the Europa League group stage draw, which takes place tomorrow. And it would be a terrific achievement for Barry Robson and his side, but for the manager to have gone in there and done what he has, secured third place, secured European football. And if it could be the Europa League, that would be massive for Aberdeen, albeit it would be a lot of tough tests to come for Aberdeen if they do get into the Europa.
It would be. You know, we kind of hoped coming here tonight that Hearts would follow them into the Conference League, but sometimes you just come up against a better team, Alistair. You know, Hearts, we said, needed to raise the game. They haven't done that, but PAOK have just been better in every single department. So as much as they would like to get out here with a 2-0 defeat, I think Stephen Naismith and Frankie McAvoy would like to see a better second half shown, something that they can grab onto and sell the players to in the future, particularly getting into Sunday's game at home to Motherwell.
Yeah, another big one, which we'll be covering, of course, across all our BBC Scotland platforms. The only place really to catch all of the football that's taken place over the course of this season. I've brought you lots of these European qualifiers on TV, on radio, and of course on our digital platforms, and we'll continue to do so once it enters group stage. As Hearts battle away, and it's Cochrane has been penalised. Well, actually, it's gone the other way. I thought it was Cochrane that was penalised. I don't know if the referee changed his mind there, but Hearts eventually get the decision. Again, it looked like Hearts were going to be on the receiving end, or the wrong end of a poor refereeing decision. The referee has been a little bit officious tonight, and a couple of decisions arguably roughly going against Hearts when they might have gone the other way. Here's Cochrane to take the free kick then, just inside his own half, up towards the edge of the penalty area, flicked on, but Atkinson hasn't been able to keep that in before knocking it across goal, and it's behind for a goal kick to PAOK. And it does feel like this game really is just trickling away with every passing second from Hearts. PAOK leading by 2-0, 6 minutes of the second half gone, and it's still a 4-1 aggregate lead.
Yeah, it just shows you how difficult it is for the Scottish clubs to get themselves into group stage football, playing their way into it when they're coming up against quality like PAOK in a playoff game. So there's lots of room for improvement, things they have to look and try and improve on, but Hearts probably aren't as strong this season as what they were last season, which is always going to be difficult coming into games like these.
Well, they, like everyone else, have about just over 24 hours, I guess, of the transfer window to improve the squad. There's a decision that didn't go against Hearts when it might well have actually. Villarreal still lying on the deck after he was barged into. Hearts coming forward through Shankland, edge of the penalty area, clips it to the back post. Boyce heads it back down. Vargas can get turned, he lays it off instead, and it's lashed over the crossbar by Alex Cochrane. He got plenty of power on the shot, but it was always rising as it came to him. It was difficult to keep down, and he couldn't do so, and he fires over the crossbar, and it's still PAOK 2, Hearts 0.
And that's just an example of the improvement in Lawrence Shankland's game. He's the one who picks up the ball high on the left-hand side. He skips in the pitch. Liam Boyce is making a great run down the right-hand side. It's a perfect cross, a right-hand side cross into the back post. Boyce guides it back in. Alex Cochrane really should keep the ball down. It would have been a good lift for the players if they could have got the goal, but probably their best passage of play in the full game.
It's a goal kick though to PAOK. As the Gate 4 Ultras across there bounce away, most of them shirtless, and hardly surprising in the high 20-degree heat here. As Ekong Marler misses his kick, but the goalkeeper comes to the edge of the box. Not sure why he didn't just collect the ball, but he cleared it instead, and Hearts have it back just inside their own half, and it's Civic who, as Stephen said, has moved to right centre back in this first period. Vargas taken out of play there by Koulirakis, and it will be a yellow card for the centre back who had that ongoing tussle in the first period with Lawrence Shankland, but now it's him, the 19-year-old centre back. He's got a pretty impressive figure across the two legs so far, but he finds his way into the referee's book after 9 minutes of the second period.
Yeah, I think Kenneth Vargas has shown glimpses, hasn't he? He's shown moments of what he's got. When you're a wide player or a forward player, you've got to try and find that consistency, but certainly there's something to work with there with Vargas.
Free kick then midway inside the PAOK half, right hand side, to be taken by Cochrane, left footed, as Hearts look to get themselves on the score sheet. Swung in, Shankland gets the header in, just wide of goal, as Katarski flung himself to his left hand side. Wasn't going to get onto the ball, but he didn't need to, as it crept just wide of his left-hand post, and it's still PAOK 2, Hearts 0, 4-1 on aggregate.
Yeah, they've shown more intent in these opening 10 minutes of the second half probably than they did the majority of the first half, and credit to them. It's easy just to roll over and just accept that you're not going to get anything out of the game or make any kind of impact in it, but good ball in from Cochrane on that right-hand side. Shankland, it's always going to be a difficult header from there, but he bustles his way in, but unfortunately for him it just drifts wide.
He just took a knock in the process there, the referee just checking that he's okay without any treatment. Just looks like he's holding the groin area, as the referee for the second time in a few seconds is wanting a word with the PAOK defenders. It's over the time they're taking with the goal kicks. I saw Gordon Forrest, the Hearts coach, coming out a minute ago to speak to the fourth official about time wasting. So Hearts perhaps feel that with a bit of good fortune that they are still in this tie, but it's a huge mountain to climb. 3 goals they required simply to take it into extra time. That's without conceding again as well. It's a lot to ask, as Brandon plays it back the way to Ekong, who goes all the way back to Katarski in the Greek goal, and then plays it out to the right hand side. It'll be kept in by the retreating Zivkovic, closed down by Kingsley, who's now playing as a wing back, given away by Ekong to Devlin. Vargas tries to help it onto Boyce, but breaks more kindly there in the midfield for Schwab, and now it's Baba left hand side for PAOK coming up to the halfway line. In slides Devlin to win that. He was under pressure as he knocked it out of play. He thought he was being fouled. He's incredulous that the free kick hasn't been given, but it's out for a throw-in over on the far side. Well, we're going to leave Greece for now. Well, I'm not, because I'm going to stay here and watch the rest of the game, but for you listeners, it's kick-off time almost at Pittodrie as Aberdeen take on Häcken in the second leg of the Europa League playoff qualifier, and commentary this evening comes to you from the legend that is Willie Miller alongside Stuart Mitchell. Good luck, guys.
Thank you, Al. Rory Loy alongside us inside a sold-out Pittodrie Stadium 2. And we'll just hand you back over to Greece as we have an update with Al.
Sorry, Stuart, you were no sooner away than PAOK turned the third goal into the net. I wasn't even really paying attention, if I'm perfectly honest with you, as I handed to you. But PAOK crept forward and just knocked the ball into the net. We'll get a quick look in the monitors. It looks like Živkovic is the man who's celebrating there, and PAOK, if they hadn't won it already, they've certainly won it now. 3-goal advantage on the night in 57 minutes, and a 5-1 aggregate lead. I'm just going to just talk you through the goal as I look back at it on my monitors. A long clearance from Katarski, and it comes to the right hand side, and it's played in for Konstantelius, who missed his kick first time round and got the break of the ball and just tapped it past Sander Clark. Živkovic plays the cross in. Konstantelius getting lucky but finishing with aplomb at the second time of asking, and it's PAOK 3, Hearts 0, 5-1 on aggregate. And now let's go to Pittodrie.
Thank you again, Al. Welcome back inside Pittodrie, everyone. Aberdeen up and running on the attack with almost a minute played. Cross comes in towards Miovski, who gets the header, but he's leaning back as it bounces well wide, and an immediate roar from the fans in the Mertland stand to our right as we are positioned in the main stand. It will be a BK Häcken goal kick. 2-2, this one stands on aggregate at the moment inside a sold out Pittodrie as the noise is lifted once again. The Aberdeen supporters on their feet to raise the level as BK Häcken now play up to the left side. There's a flick on with the heel. Nicky Devlin will take over the number 2, looks back towards Kellerus, and he'll play the ball back to the goalkeeper in his full yellow kit. Back to Devlin now on the touchline, up towards Miovski on the halfway line. Jamie McGrath tries to feed the ball forward. There will be Fredriksson getting there first for Häcken, and he'll touch it back to the goalkeeper Abrahamsson, who'll just swipe that one upfield. Amani tries to take McGrath in with the header. Morris keeps it in play, but only for Romeo Amani, the Ivory Coast born midfielder. And Aberdeen immediately just looking to push the pressure on that Häcken defence. Up it goes towards Amor Layuni. Devlin won't get there. Rubizic comes across. Layuni looks for the cross, and it will come off the Aberdeen defender and out for the first corner to the way of the visitors, the Swedish champions Häcken. And that will allow me a brief pause for Willie Miller to step in. Willie, a really special feeling inside Pittodrie.
Yeah, it's packed. It's excited. They're looking forward to it. The pitch is perfect. The conditions above ground magnificent for a game of football, and Aberdeen have started on the front foot, but a little bit of misunderstanding there at the back. We've seen that in early games so far this season. It gives Häcken the opportunity of a corner and to throw it in and test the Aberdeen defence.
Rugard is standing closest for a short option. It's on the bottom left corner arc in front of the Richard Donald stand between the main stand, and it goes towards the back post. A rising header. Who got the touch there? There's claims both ways, but it will go well wide. So an opportunity to just run you through the team news. Aberdeen with 4 changes from the 2-2 draw on Sunday against St Mirren. Richard Jensen, James McGarry, Jamie McGrath all come in for first Aberdeen starts. Morris is also restored. McDonald, McKenzie, Hayes and Polvara dropping to the bench. So Aberdeen line up with Roos, Devlin, Rubizic, Jensen, Morris, McGrath, Shinnie, Clarkson, McGarry, Duke and Miovski are the forward 2. The ball is up to Duke at the moment. Stepping in there is Simon Sandberg. Up he goes towards Sadiq, who looks like he's on his farewell appearance for the Swedish champions with the transfer interest. Looks like he may be heading to AZ Alkmaar, but allowed to play in this one. Jamie McGrath clips it over, looking for Morris. And Fredriksson, the left back, who, as Rory Loy said earlier, naturally on the right side, a little bit uncomfortable in that first leg. And it will be Häcken moving forward with Sandberg. Up towards Sadiq, he plays himself into a little bit of trouble, and it's great work as Aberdeen win the ball back. Leighton Clarkson immediately looking forward, can't thread that one through, and BK Häcken will just cool it down in defence with some short passes. So only the one change for Häcken, and that's because Johan Hammer is suspended from his red card in the first leg. Thibault comes into defence, so they line up with Sandberg, Thibault, Hovland and Fredriksson playing in front of the goalkeeper Abrahamsson, as Morris does fantastically to win the ball. We'll come back to that Häcken team. Jamie McGrath, right side of the box, clips up for Miovski and headed away by the Häcken defence. Rugard, Gustafsson and Amani are the midfield 3. Layuni currently on the ball, working towards the halfway line on the left of Serdar Hristic, and Ibrahim Sadiq on the right side. And it is that right side where Häcken look to get the ball out to. They're playing in white jerseys with black shorts and white socks tonight. Aberdeen in their full red kits. with the gold numbers, gold lines, gold trim. Belarus with the ball will go long upfield. Miovski up in the air to battle on Fredriksson, but no winners, and it goes back to even Hovland. Rory, you were across in Sweden for that first leg last Thursday. They said there was opportunity there for Aberdeen to try and put pressure on that back line. They looked to play the ball to feet, but Abrahamsson sometimes a little bit uncomfortable there at the back.
Yes, I would suggest so. And Fredriksson giving the ball away just a second ago to present Aberdeen with an opportunity goes back to what I was saying. Abrahamsson, the goalkeeper, I think the left back as well, they don't look particularly comfortable, but you can see early on, Stuart, Shinnie, McGrath are squeezing the game as high as they can, stopping Gustafsson, getting on the ball and trying to play. And I think that they just need to be a little bit careful, because when they do play the ball a bit longer, Häcken, they're getting caught out.
Goes long again, the header down from Häcken will only fall to Shane Morris, who's standing on the halfway line, and he's picking up the pace with those pink boots onto the right foot, curls it in on top of the goalkeeper, is scrambling back towards the back post. Simon Sandberg doesn't get much on it. Duke keeps it in play, stands the defender up on that far side. Aberdeen shooting from left to right into the Merklin stand, cut back there towards McGarry as a look up, options behind. Jensen mixing it with Clarkson, forward it goes on that left side again. Nice turn, sells the defender. McGarry maybe tried to do a little bit too much. He had three in the area waiting on the cross. Sandberg will get the ball away. Rubizic gives the BK Häcken attacker a cuddle. It drops to Shinnie in the edge of the area, and it stings the palms of Peter Abrahamsson, who turns that one behind on the far side for the corner. And listen to Pittodrie roar.
Yeah, it's fabulous pressure from Shinnie, leading by example, taking that captain's role forward there. Really having an excellent pop at goal there. It was unfortunate that it was just straight the goalkeeper. It's quite an easy take for him, but there was plenty of power behind it, and it was well worth having a go.
Clarkson takes the corner on that far side. It's swirling in, punched away by Abrahamsson. There's Leighton Clarkson with a terrific delivery in front of a corner full of Aberdeen fans in that open air between the south stand and the Merklin stand, road stand to our right. The ball across field towards Clarkson. He tries to get the touch with the head. Amor Layuni, he started on the left, is now over on the right, possibly just from that defensive set piece set up. There's Samuel Gustafsson, the captain, in the middle, inside the Häcken half, just slows it down, finds Amani. He tries to thread it through where Jensen stands, manages to get that one away in an awkward body position with the right foot, and it feeds Miovski. Lovely touch in field for McGrath. Now on that far side, McGarry has a look up, thought about the clip, he'll just settle things down and stay calm. Clarkson looks to lift it over. Thibault, that one replacement for Häcken, in on the right side of the centre of defence, heads away. It's some neat tidy play from the Häcken defence and defensive midfielder Gustafsson. He'll touch that one for Sandberg. That's an untidy pass. Shinnie aware, he steps in, and a slick bit of movement as he drops the left shoulder, just sells the big striker out to this near side. Morris stands facing the halfway line, back to Devlin. He'll try to press one forward for Bojan Miovski, and it will be Mikael Rigur that will come away with it. Sadiq on the left, dribbling in field, centre of gravity, tries to find Terstich. He does, touches the ball back into midfield for Gustafsson, and Mani rolls it back. Here's Valgeir Fredriksson stepping forward, the left back. It's left for Rugard again. Gustafsson looking to just settle down and enjoy some pressure in the Aberdeen half now. With the ball at their feet, Gustafsson back for Fredriksson. Into the right foot, tries the in-swinging cross, headed away by Rubizic. Will fall back into the visitors' possession again. Sadiq with a quick move. Turn there. It's good work from Rubizic, trying to peel away, and he'll let the ball run into the path of Graham Shinnie. He'll look up onto the left foot, to ahead. Duke to his left. He's the option, tries to let it run through and take a touch with the heel, but he will pick up the scraps as Thibault slides away there and hooks the ball away, right-footed. McGrath settles it down now for Clarkson. Frantic pace here inside Pittodrie. Morris looks to run at the left back, and he manages to somehow grapple with no vision, the big tall defender, hands outstretched behind him to stop Morris getting round, and the German referee blows for the Häcken free kick. 0-0 it remains on the night, 2-2 in aggregate, almost 10 minutes played at Pittodrie.
Yeah, I would have to agree with the referee there. I have to say, I think Fredriksson did well to get his body in, and I think Morris is clutching at him. Aberdeen fans aren't happy, but like I said, I think that's right. It is a little bit frantic when Aberdeen get the ball. Häcken are the ones who are able to take a little bit of sting out of the game at times.
Ristic feeds it through for Sadiq. The sliding challenge from Devlin is on point, and he'll get up to race to the corner to try and get the ball. The last touch there off Devlin, and Häcken will have the throw, but just as you mentioned earlier, Willie, that long ball forward, just catching Aberdeen out a bit again on the right side.
Yeah, it's a dangerous ball in behind Nicky Devlin. He does manage to recover well. He's good pace, and it's an excellent tackle. It's got to be good, isn't it? It's inside the box, and no doubt he gets the ball cleanly.
Clarkson steps in, takes possession, looks for Duke, who could be one-on-one with Tebow here. He's got the pace. The ball will bounce all the way through to Abrahamson. He was the goalkeeper here in the 5-1 when these two met back in July 2021. Imagine a similar scoreline tonight. Aberdeen won't be looking possibly at the score. It's just about that place in the Europa League group stages. Safe in the knowledge of group football, but want to be at the highest level possible. And Häcken are a different side. Their head coach has mentioned that. They were fighting relegation at the bottom of the league when they were last here in July 2021, and now Swedish champions, cup winners too. In that time between these ties, and Amani rolls the ball out in the Aberdeen half for Sadiq on the left. Fredriksson now steps up, looks in field, exchanges passes with Hovland, gets it back, now does the same with his captain, Samuel Gustafsson. Amani takes it, right-footed, white boots, in field to the centre circle. Gustafsson will look for that drilling high ball over to the right side, but Layuni knew he was never getting there before the bounce, and then the Tawdry surface puts more pace on it, and it bounces over for the Aberdeen goal kick. Just a break in play as Srdan Hrstić, Serbian under-21 international, only 20-year-old, ties his laces in front of the Aberdeen D.
Just Rubicic is going extremely tight to Hrstić, and he's actually done really well a couple of times, but it's only going to take Hrstić once to get him turned or to get it popped off without being a little bit of trouble. He is going so tight, and he did well last week as well, Rubicic, to be fair. Just want to ask Willie, I mean, you know, Nicky Devlin provides so much for Aberdeen at right wing back. Would you have been tempted to start with McDonald at centre back and maybe Devlin at right wing back? Or
I would have, yeah. You know, I think why Barry is went the way he has and put Shaden Morris, he's looking for that kind of a winger type down this side. Yep. I mean, I think he's taking a little bit of a risk. I would. And he's got plenty on the bench there, you know, you're right with McDonald, but he's also got Rhys Williams as well, so he's got options to do that, and it's not going all the way in the early exchanges, that's for sure. It's been a difficult start to the game for Aberdeen.
12 minutes played, 0-0 it remains on the night. Fredriksson, the Häcken number 12 forward, central in the midfield, from his left back position, looked for Layuni. It's cut out, Duke takes over inside the Aberdeen half. And Häcken are doing a good job of just managing to get the foot in to win the ball back when they're dispossessed. The ball forward comes off the left thigh of Jamie McGrath. Shinnie racing, he's been across that midfield already in the opening 12-13 minutes. No free kick, as the Aberdeen fans want, from the referee Daniel Siebert, the German in charge tonight. Morris keeps it in play, but it's an aimless ball over the head, and it'll work out low. Jamie McGrath finds Miovski, he's racing down this near side, he's past one, can he go past another, in between two? And then it's Hovland who just manages to get the yellow boots in there to take the ball away. Samuel Gustafsson will try and change defence into attack quickly. Layuni lets it bounce in front of the Aberdeen supporters over that normally houses away fans at Pittodrie. Layuni moving into the box, still has it, across it goes. Gustafsson takes over again, rolled out to Fredriksson, he's up on that left side facing Morris, inside for Amani, Romeo Amani. Now finds Sadiq, who's dropped to the edge of the D onto the left foot. He wants to shoot, and that's a superb goal from Ibrahim Sadiq, who opens the scoring for the Swedish champions. It may be his final game for the club, on the brink of a move to AZ Alkmaar, but that's the quality that he provides. And he provides Häcken with an opening start as the fans try to roar and get behind the Aberdeen team, but the Häcken outfield players collect down at that bottom left corner, and it's Aberdeen 0, BK Häcken 1.
Well, I tell you what, Stuart, it's been fantastic from Häcken, because I tell you what they've done really well. It's taken the sting out of the game. They've taken any momentum Aberdeen have tried to get, and they've just passed the ball. They've taken their time, they've passed it around, and $3.5 million for Sadiq looks an absolute snip, because he was excellent in the first game, and my goodness, he cuts inside. It's an absolute rocket. We've got a great view of it up here, right in the side net, and unstoppable. And it's difficult to argue that Häcken haven't been the better team.
Without doubt, you know, they've bossed the game. It's been difficult for Aberdeen. Haven't really been in it much. They've shown a bit of energy. I think they're looking really stretched at the back as well. We're playing the three. And Sadiq, when he comes in, we saw him in the wide area, taking on Duncan and going by him, you know, over in Gothenburg. But on this occasion, he's inside. He gets it onto his left foot. Shouldn't get that much room, shouldn't get that much space. Someone has got to come out and try to get a block in. No one is willing to take the responsibility, and it just glides into the back of the net.
You could just see, as soon as he had the ball on his left foot, he wanted to shoot, he wanted to strike, and he dropped to the left, found the space, and it was swerving away from Kellerus, who was at full stretch across to the post to try and stop it, but it was unstoppable, as Rory said. And after 14 minutes, Häcken are in front. It's Aberdeen 2, PK Häcken 3 on aggregate, but plenty of this match still to be played. But you could just see Häcken growing in comfort in the northeast as Morris tries to take the ball over the halfway line. Mikael Rygaard coming in, the experienced 32-year-old former Danish youth international. You speak to anyone around the Swedish champions, they'll tell you about his quality. Zmijovski looks to try and close down Abrahamsson, who didn't get away quick enough from his penalty area. Jensen gets the ball forward for Duke. Aberdeen moving forward, played in towards Clarkson. He just wanted to roll with his body inside the D. Häcken get it clear only as far as Shinnie, and Hrstić goes down, and it will be a BK Häcken free kick as that takes the pressure off. And there's been another goal in Greece, so I'll hand you back over to Al Lemon.
Yeah, unfortunately it's for PAOK again. It's Brandon with his Tyson with his second goal. It's Brandon who slipped him through. Another PAOK incisive counter-attack, and Tyson just slotted it past Sander Clark. 4-0 in the night, 6-1 in aggregate.
Thank you, Al. Not a good week so far for Scottish clubs in European competition. And there's Rygaard, dispossessed, and he tried to get the ball forward. It bounces towards Duke, racing in left side of the area, cuts it low, and it's saved by the crouching Peter Abrahamsson. But Aberdeen will have their second corner of the night.
Well, he's presented with the ball there, isn't it? You know, Duke, but that's what he's got, you know, that directness, that pace, willing to take on defenders. A little bit unlucky. Tight angle, goalkeeper does well, gets his angles right. Not a particularly great strike from Duke, but you know, more of an attacking threat.
Can Aberdeen get level? Clarkson, it's dipping towards the back. Devlin's up there for the header. He's claiming that should be a corner, but the referee Daniel Seibert gives the goal kick to Häcken. But a couple of wonderful deliveries there from the corner. An opportunity for Aberdeen to threaten. Häcken have defended them well, nicknamed the Wasps. They're playing in all white and black this evening. The referee has just brought a pause to play, as there will be a check, and he's now walking over to Bojan Miovski. He's asking him to remain outside of the penalty area for the goal kick to be taken. And much ado about nothing, and Häcken will get the game started again. Hovland forward, looking for Hrstić, and he's done well to get away. He tries to play it in. Jensen's there. It's not a clean clearance, but Shinnie's there to sweep up. The Aberdeen captain again will now drive forward over on that left side to McGarry. He's closed down. Aberdeen throw. Sadiq with the opening goal 14 minutes in.
Willie, I don't know what you think there, but I mean, the ball's been passed to Hovland inside the box, and he's kicking it 90 yards. And Rubizic, you know, the centre of a three, is having to go out into the left-hand area and defend it.
Stretched. You know, I did say that. See the system they're playing, Rory, with the three, and Häcken are playing with the three up, and they're just allowing 1v1. I think you're taking a huge chance there, and you're right, Rubizic is the centre of the three, and he's chasing away out. They've got to be a little bit more communication and passing on. He stays his position, passes it on to Jensen, and then everything's okay. But see all this, you know, man marking, getting too tight, it doesn't make sense to me. But that's the way that Barry obviously wants them to go. They wants them to play the three at the back with the three strikers, and I think they're taking a little bit of a chance.
Miovski may have the opportunity. He's in the final third on this near side, left-footed, plays the pass for Morris supporting, low cross, comes off, Fredriksson out for the corner. Some claims of handball, but the big left back had his hands behind his back, and it will be another Aberdeen corner, this one from the near side, in between the main stand and Merklin Road stand. McGrath goes to provide the short option. It's McGarry who comes across in his first Aberdeen start, greeted by the supporters. It will be a left-footed in-swinger. McGrath peels away. McGarry looks up, signals with the left hand is low, and it comes off Fredriksson, who steps across. There's claims of handball. The referee slaps his chest, and it will be another corner for Aberdeen to take. From that same side will be McGarry again, the assistant just across. Full team of German officials and VAR tonight.
Hopefully a better delivery.
Needs to get this one higher to try and beat the first man. Fredriksson's outside the area. That one is dipping at the back post. Abrahamsson commanding there, coming out off his line and punching away with the left fist. Rubicic chases. Sadiq's the one who clears over in that far side corner, but Leighton Clarkson will have the throw to take. Approaching 20 minutes. Aberdeen 0, BK Häcken 1. 3-2 to the Swedish champions on aggregate. Back it goes to Shinnie. McGrath's the deepest for Aberdeen. He'll play the diagonal, looking to that far side again, but that's aimless and wasted, and there's 3 Häcken players that can see that one harmlessly bounce over the byline for the Häcken goal kick.
I think so. I don't think at this stage you have to really force it that much. You know, he's looking for the worldie there, isn't he, with the left peg over the top, and I think, you know, try to keep possession a little bit more. Too many players forward in my book. I think you need a little bit more depth, particularly to the 2 wider players, to give McGrath more options. He didn't have too many options other than that one over the top.
You see there from the goal kick, Aberdeen stepping up high. Devlin won the header. Aberdeen have possession. Dukes trying to peel away on the far side, but he runs into trouble. And now Romeo Amani, described as a player by high quality in passing, good football IQ. He's looked very, very comfortable in the centre. Again this evening, forward it goes towards Rugard. And there's Jensen coming across. Another making his first Don start tonight. Plays quite dangerous ball in his penalty area for Shinnie, who's running away into trouble, but that's inexperience from Srdjan Hrstic, the Serbian under-21 international, as he just clatters into the back of the Aberdeen player, and it will be a free kick with just over 20 minutes played. Aberdeen 0, BK Häcken 1 on the night. And Roost is giving it away. Häcken will move forward. Lajuni now on this left side again of that front 3 for the Swedish champions. He wants a corner, but it will be an Aberdeen goal kick. Maybe Aberdeen will just need to settle down. They are behind on the night.
Yeah. And there's plenty of time to resurrect the game, there's no doubt about that, the tie. But I'm concerned about how stretched they are at the back. The back 3, you know, you're almost playing with 3 centre-backs, and 2 of them are being dragged out into wide areas. And they're simply leaving too much room, too many spaces for Häcken to get in between the 3 centre-backs. I think it's wide open. It's got to be a lot tighter.
Clarkson intercepts. It's a quick pass from Miovski. Dukes running forward on the right foot. He thought about it, tries to cut it back. It's blocked onto the left. Can he get past Thibault? Heavy touch. Can he keep it in play? No, he can't. Just got himself all in a bit of a dizzy spell there, Duke. But still screamed from the supporters in that stand to our right.
I think he's a little bit unlucky there. Maybe he overdoes it slightly with the chops, but I do think he's a little bit unlucky. Maybe he should get his shot away with his left foot when the ball drops to him, but I've got to agree with Willie. I just think Häcken are handling the ball so much better. They're taking the sting out the game. They're getting 5-6 passes in at least every time they get it. It's a little bit kick and rushing it from Aberdeen's point of view.
Morris, past Fredriksson, clips up high. Could be dipping towards the back post, and it just spins and possibly even clipped the back post as it makes its way out on that far side. But Shaden Morris has started an electric feel in Pittodrie tonight. 15 appearances last season, only 1 start, starting in this Europa League game.
He's capable, you know, he's capable of producing pace and directness. There you go.
Sadiq racing away right side, cuts it back for Hrstic. Aberdeen are open here, it's left for Lajuni on the left foot. 3 swarm around, and it's Rubicic who manages to get it away. It's a similar move to the goal that Häcken scored last week in Sweden, but that time Lajuni, who was in a similar spot, just got his touch all wrong, didn't set himself, and he slaps his thighs in frustration as he makes his way back for an Aberdeen throw just over the halfway line. Rory, you remember that kind of move from the first leg?
Yeah, I mean, what a move. I mean, it's a ball into Sadiq's path, and Jensen gets far too tight, and as Willie's already said, they're 3v3, so as soon as Jensen's taken out the game, Devlin on the other side needs to tuck in along with Rubicic, which means they're a man down. It gets to Leoy, and every chance if he takes a better touch he could score.
It should be the second goal, shouldn't it? I mean, if the 2 bites at it, you know, the striker Hrstic should have maybe taken it on, puts it on to Lajuni, and then what's he thinking? You know, get it set up and have the strike. He dwells on it, he allows the Aberdeen defenders to get back, but they're wide open, they're totally wide open at the back, Aberdeen.
Hovland's header short, he's fell, Dukes 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper, it's stopped by Abrahamsson. He was on his knee, he just stretched to the right, and somehow his midriff stopped the ball, and Duke frustrated. That could have been the chance, but Aberdeen looked to keep it alive. Miovski past Fredriksson, slips back to his feet, laid off for Clarkson, delivers, dipping, headed away by Hovland, not out of the area though. Sandberg tries to help it on. Jamie McGrath onto the left foot, edge of the area. McGarry tries to cross, that one takes a block. Bouncing in the air, McGarry goes to retrieve. McGrath supporting on that far side, still in front of the south stand. Whipped in, right footed by McGrath towards Miovski, headed away by Evan Hovland. Devlin coming up now. Layuni wraps his left foot around and somehow manages to keep the ball in play superbly. Tall figure with the blue boots. He manages, he doesn't get past Morris. Step over, right foot, Devlin supporting. Dipped in, Abrahamson takes brilliantly, coming out and spreading in front of the 6-yard area, but that is what the Aberdeen supporters want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Duke should have 2 goals across the 2 legs with the chances he's had. However, he's got to make sure that doesn't get to him. He's kicking the post, he's frustrated with himself. He will get other opportunities with that defence of Häcken, so he needs to forget about it and move on to the next one, because I do believe, as much as Häcken are good on the ball, they are suspect defensively, and Hovland showed that again with a poor header back.
I think we're seeing 2 suspect defences here tonight, aren't we? Different shapes totally, but not looking particularly confident. And Duke's got to score. He's right through. He's got to show the composure. He's got to slip it away from the goalkeeper. It's it straight at the goalkeeper. It's an easy save, really, for Abraham Hamilton. So it's a really big chance for Aberdeen.
2 aggressive sides. What a game we have in store. Only 25 minutes on the clock. About to be 26. Clarkson has it. Centre of the Häcken half, out to this near side for Morris. Gets the ball out to his right foot, running on the left back towards the byline. Across comes Amani. It's going to be another Aberdeen corner look.
That's good, it's positive. He takes on the full back, he goes by him, he drops his shoulder to the left and goes to the right, and the full back takes the dummy. He goes the wrong way. He's unlucky because there's good cover coming in at the back of him, and it was blocked. The cross was then blocked.
Gary's corner towards the back post, headed across. Jensen's there, but it's over his head and it's swiped away by Romeo Amani. McGrath will try to keep it in play. He takes a barge in the back from Layuni, and the free kick will be awarded by the referee. McGrath was going nowhere, and this gives Aberdeen an opportunity to get a delivery in right after the corner kick threatened. Jensen was rising on the edge of the 6-yard area as the ball came back across from the far side. The referee tells Leighton Clarkson to await the whistle. It's just in front of our position, just being the midway point of the Häcken half. The referee will go across. Häcken hold a high line almost at the edge of the D, outside the penalty area. There's plenty waiting there. Miovski stands in an offside position. The referee wants another word with him for something. Miovski bemused at that one.
Sure, I wouldn't try and be too clever if I was Miovski or Duke. Aberdeen have won first contact from dead balls, whether it be a corner or not, a few times. Just get yourself in the centre of the goal.
Clarkson sends it in, header from Rubizic, and it's looping straight into the hands of Peter Abrahamsson. A couple of Sweden caps last in 2020. He'll pick that one up and just try and let some seconds tick by on the clock. That currently reads Aberdeen 0, BK Häcken 1. 3-2 to the Swedish champions on aggregate as we approach the half hour. He rolls it out to Hovland, pressed by McGrath. Hovland takes again. That high press from Aberdeen. Rubizic steps up in the centre circle, wins possession back. Shinnie will take, he calms things down. Back to Rubizic in the back line again. Shinnie takes once more, stops with the left foot, passes with the left foot. McGrath facing his own goal, spins and turns. Morris on his right, McGrath continues. There's the layoff now on the right foot of Morris. McGrath still in space, claims of handball. There was 2 there. Amani clears it away for Sadiq. The Aberdeen supporters still on their feet. Morris continues his claim towards the assistant. It will be looked at. And now the referee waves away the protests and walks away as Valgeir Fredriksson will take his time to come across for this throw. The referee allows play to continue. The assistant also agrees. Rory, you had a good look at that one.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that's a penalty kick. I don't think his arm is in a position which you could say is unnatural, and it's hit at him so quickly from point blank range. I think that's the check over with.
And Fredriksson tiptoeing further and further up that touchline, and Daniel Siebert has warned him once, and now he's had enough. Across and flashes the yellow card through Fredriksson, and he's unhappy, but that will also just help time go by. The Aberdeen supporters in front of us are telling him where the original place for the throw was, so the yellow card, little consolation as he gets it forward. Gustafsson looks it now into the air in the centre circle. Rugard dispossessed. McGarry looks forward, tries to play in behind the defence. Miovski had the run. Layuni won't get there on the far side at the halfway line. Aberdeen throw.
If I was Shane Morris, my eyes would be lighting up because he's got the better of Fredriksson most of the night. Now he's on a booking. I would be getting backpedaling into that box and skipping by him again because he cannot commit.
It's a silly booking as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, he does take his time. Referees had a word with him. You know, all he has to do is throw it up the line. He gets himself a yellow card and puts him on the edge.
Aberdeen have possession. Defensive midfield role for Clarkson, who's there in front of Rubezic. Takes the ball on his right foot, spreads it for Devlin. Forward to the halfway line. Morris is coming back. He's pressed by Fredriksson, who was just booked, and now Devlin will swipe it forward. Aberdeen could be in behind here. It's Jamie McGrath. Miowski's coming up to support. Duke's there towards the back post. McGrath floats it. Duke gets the header. It's looping. And did it take a deflection? Yes, says the referee. It's another Aberdeen corner as they continue this pressure inside Pittodrie. And there's been a goal in the game between Aston Villa and Hibs. And we'll just await this corner to be taken before we cross for that one. McGarry comes across to the near side. Come on you Reds is the chant. Is there an equaliser here for Aberdeen as we just cross the half-hour point? Aberdeen 0, BK Häcken 1. McGarry will swing this in left-footed with the white boots. He'll go towards the back post. No, it won't. Again, he doesn't beat the first man in Fredriksson, and he'll spin away. He's pressed down there. The ball's still in the corner. Jensen takes into the path of McGarry. Inside the area, touch, strikes, and it's pushed away by Abrahamson. So we'll cross to Birmingham for that update.
It's Aston Villa 1, Hibernian 0. The goal coming in the 12th minute against the run of plays. Hibernian started really well. Duran, it was on target. Wonderful ball played through by Torres through the heart of the Hibs defence. Duran clipped the ball over Marshall, who came out of his goal to try and clear. Villa really are on top now. 6-0 in aggregate, 1-0 on the evening.
And Aberdeen have just missed a great chance. Clarkson swung the ball in, outswinging with the right foot. Jensen got the header on towards the back post. It was stabbed at and it went wide. But Willie Miller, Aberdeen, as they step up and go through the gears here, it looks like there's a chance there from one of those set pieces.
Well, the delivery's much better from Clarkson, and Jensen gets himself free. And how he doesn't make good contact on that. He's totally free. He's in the middle of the goal. He's got to get the forehead on it. If he does, it ends up in the back of the net. It slides off his forehead. It goes to Devlin at the back post, totally by surprise. Swipes it, it goes by the post. But for me, Jensen's got to score.
Amani swings the ball into the Aberdeen penalty area with a number of red shirts still up the field. It's taken by Gustafsson. Rugaard. Gustafsson again. Amani, heavy touch. Rubezic stepped out a little too far. Amani has it. Rugaard again. Shinnie's standing, sticking with him. It comes off the Aberdeen captain. Fredriksson with the header. It'll drop to Shinnie again, who'll just stab it out to this near side for Morris. He's got two players on him, but he's picking up the pace, heads towards the touchline, and he just miscontrols and runs out of space as it goes out for the throw. So much happening tonight on BBC Sports Sound. European action, Scottish teams involved. Aberdeen 0, BK Häcken 1, 32.5 on the clock.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff, isn't it? Aberdeen are getting themselves back into this game. There's no doubt about that. It isn't through silky football. It's more about endeavour and putting Häcken under pressure, winning the ball back, keeping it simple, getting it out into the wing backs. Wing backs are definitely the danger area as far as Aberdeen are concerned. But I still feel that at the back, Aberdeen are taking an awful lot of chances playing with the 3v3.
It's been played so fast this game, and Shinnie's picked up a number of interceptions. He's picked up another. Duke now has the ball. He's running across the penalty area, right footed, looping towards goal. And he just swerves it away from that far post and it goes wide. But Aberdeen are picking up these positions. Duke is the chant around Pittodrie. And it just feels like wave and wave of Aberdeen attack at the moment, Rory Lloyd. But they still need to be aware of that long ball forward from Häcken when they send players forward.
Yeah, I think Mikael Rygaard just got duked. He got squished flat in his face there. Good strength by Duke. He then runs forward, strikes it, doesn't catch it clean, and it flies over the bar. Maybe lacking a little bit of confidence. Duke has missed a couple of chances.
Häcken again can't get out of their half. It's forward towards Miowski. McGrath picks it up. There's blocked by Thibault, and it will be another Aberdeen corner. Far side this time from the arc in between the south stand and the Mertland Road. Clarkson goes across to take. If he could get another delivery like that previous one. They found the head of Jensen. Could Aberdeen find an equaliser on the night, an equaliser on aggregate? He raises the left hand, swings it in towards the back post. Rubezic is there. Amani climbs, heads it into the sky. Rubezic now heads it down. Nobody knows where the ball is. And Fredriksson now will try to play it forward into the pass of Sadiq, but it's McGarry on the near side with the sliding challenge. Häcken have the throw. Aberdeen 0, Häcken 1, 3-2 to the Swedish champions on aggregate. Gustafsson in the middle of the Häcken half now, receiving the ball from the throw. Sandberg forward, Layuni now on the right side as Häcken keeps switching those wide attacking players. He takes it past McGrath. Jensen gets a touch in it, and somehow it bounces into the hands of Kellerus safely. But each time Häcken go forward, it looks like there's another opportunity there in them.
They're a threat, aren't they? But Aberdeen are a threat as well.
Yep.
You know, and both defences are suspect, in my opinion. I think Aberdeen too wide open, and Häcken too uncertain at times in defending. So I think they could be in for a number of goals.
I agree with you. I just would like to see Aberdeen do what Häcken are doing and take a little bit more time on the ball, because you look at that midfield of Shinnie, Clarkson and McGrath, they should be able to manipulate the ball and do what Häcken are doing to them at times.
Clarkson loops one for Shinnie, who's on the right wing. As Aberdeen go from left to right, Friedrichsen that time can't keep it in play. A big cheer from the Aberdeen fans. Morris takes it quickly. Clarkson right side swings it in towards Duke. Miowski gets the header, it's dipping, somehow saved onto the post by Abrahamsson. Incredible fingertips from the goalkeeper of the Swedish champions. That one looked in all the way. Aberdeen won a free kick for the push on Nicky Devlin, and the referee, realising the pace the game is going at, just comes across to slow things down. He tries to take the sting out of it, but that earlier chance, the Clarkson delivery, Duke had eyes for it. Miowski rising in front, loops the header towards goal, and it looked like Abrahamsson got the slightest of fingertips to it and onto the post. Aberdeen 0, Häcken 1.
No, he certainly did. You know, it was a brilliant header, fantastic delivery as well.
I don't think he can do any more with it, will he?
It's one of these ones. It's going quite slowly into the top corner. It's almost kind of a looping into the top corner. Goalkeeper does well.
Clarkson takes the free kick. Friedrichsen heads it away. McGrath on the edge of the area, right-footed, hangs up towards the back post. Miowski's looking there. He goes down, holding his head. The player closest was the captain, Samuel Gustafsson, and he's leaned over to have an extra bit of a say towards Bojan Miowski there. Duke's come across to have a word too. The referee well aware that Gustafsson was having words with the Aberdeen striker. He's now sitting up, and again the referee will just have to slow things down here. So much passion, so much emotion on the pitch tonight inside Pittodrie. He'll have a word, the referee Daniel Siebert, with the Häcken captain. Miowski's still holding his face as he's on his knees now, getting to his feet. The Aberdeen medical team ready to give some treatment if required, and now the referee has already had a couple of conversations with Miowski tonight. We'll go for another, and it's getting quite heated. The way the game has been played, it's not a surprise.
I think he's claiming he was elbowed in the face. Even if that is the case, for me he's in an offside position. But I think Aberdeen are lucky to get the free kick. In the first place, I don't think it was a foul by Sadiq on Nicky Devlin. But long ball again from Häcken.
Sadiq takes a tumble, and as he tries to get up, another bit of afters with Nicky Devlin. He's fell back to the ground. The fall that Ibrahim Sadiq took there was quite a bad looking one, and somehow he managed to rise up quickly, maybe a bit too quickly, as he's flat out on the ground at the moment. Devlin's just taken himself away from the situation. Miowski is getting some words from Barry Robson on the touchline there. There's so much going on in this game, Willie. It's hard to keep an eye. I'm glad I've got two extra sets of eyes with me, Rory and Willie.
That looked a sore one though for Sadiq.
I don't think Devlin does a lot wrong though.
No, I don't think so. He bounced back up, having a go at Devlin. It was one of these ones where Sadiq really, he's kind of thrown himself up in there, and Devlin's just kind of standing, and he rolls over the back of Devlin, falls, and he lands in his back, looks really awkward. He jumps up, he wants to have a go at Devlin, and then goes flat to the ground. I don't know, how bad it is. It's one of these ones that I think you get winded, perhaps.
Winded, yeah.
And it's taking the wind out of him, and he should be able to recover from it.
The players still huddled. Aberdeen taken away by Graham Shinnie on their side of the half, on the left side from our commentary position in the main stand, just passing on some instructions to the back line. The Häcken players all taking a drink in alongside their head coach on the right side of the touchline. Barry Robson just turns away with hands on his hips. He said that the aggressive attacking play is what he wants from his side. We've certainly seen that again tonight from Aberdeen. What's been lacking really is that goal for the Dons. Häcken did take the lead with Ibrahim Sadiq, who's the player who's down. He's back on his feet and off the pitch now with a superb strike from the edge of the area, left-footed. Kellerus with absolutely no chance, and Sadiq does look like he'll be okay to continue. He's just holding the right side of his neck as he has words with the fourth official, and the referee will blow for the free kick to be taken. Häcken awarded it, and Hovland will take. Sadiq just shakes things off behind the free kick position. Hovland right-footed, Goes to the far side, looking for Layuni. Header won by McGarry. Forward it goes towards Duke. Thibault comes rising in the back and heads it forward. Layuni now has it on the right side, receiving from Hurstich, has made his way into the area. Layuni tries to get the cross. It's Richard Jensen with a fantastic sliding block. Backing up the throw on the far side, the top left of the pitch as we look on from the main stand. Almost 40 minutes on the clock inside Pittodrie. 5 minutes remain for Aberdeen to try and bring themselves level in this tie. Layuni awaits the throw, takes the touch, but it's a strong pass and it'll go all the way back to Duke, who is waiting. He jinks past Thibault. Can he get there first? Gustafsson comes in, managed to get a toe to it. Fredriksson will take it away. Finds Thibault standing in space. Now it's Gustafsson forward for Rugaard, who's in space, plays it left for Sadiq. He's through, back on the pitch, and he finishes. And in superb fashion again, Ibrahim Sadiq. What a night he's having at Pittodrie. Just on the pitch after receiving treatment from his earlier fall. 1-on-1 with Kayla Roos, and a lovely dink with the right foot over the top of the tall goalkeeper who was spreading in a similar kind of fashion to the way Devlin scored in Sweden last week. And Aberdeen and Pittodrie falls into silence. 14 minutes and a half on the clock. It's Aberdeen 0, BK Häcken 2. BK Häcken lead 4-2 in aggregate.
Yeah, Rigard runs off the back of Graham Shinney there, and he takes a lovely touch and he plays Sadiq through, and my goodness, the finish is top quality again. Just lifts it over Kel Roos into the back of the net, and Häcken are now comfortable in the game. Like I said, you know, Rigard, and when I was over in Sweden, Rigard's regarded as Häcken's best player. Sadiq certainly looks to be up there as well, but you know, it's a lovely touch by Rigard, good movement, runs off the back of him, and then again he gets in far too easily. And I'll let Willie talk about the defending.
There's just too much space. There's too much space to be exploited. You know, the three centre backs so stretched it's untrue. The wing backs really aren't wing backs. They're playing like wingers. They're way up the park for Aberdeen. And you know, I think when you have that approach, I think it's got to be cautious. Or you know, the ties and the balance. You don't want to give the opposition too many chances. But every time Häcken go forward, they look as though, well, they don't have to split Aberdeen open. They're already split open. There's just too much room. And Sadiq, you give him the chance. And that's what Duke has got to do. Sadiq right through, over the top of the goalkeeper. Duke hits it straight at the goalkeeper. But they're too open at the back. Been saying that right from the start.
From a manager's perspective, Willie, you know, you're enjoying the team going forward. They have had chances. The keeper's made good save. But you must be in your dugout feeling very uncomfortable, because you know when the ball goes up the other end, you are so open.
Well, we're uncomfortable. You can imagine how Barry must feel.
Aberdeen kick off again, only a few minutes remaining. There's a player off in the far side. It looks like Sandberg, who was injured as the players were celebrating that second Häcken goal. He's back on the field now after going off for some treatment. Miovski will roll it to the far side. Jensen steps up, left side of defence, and the midway point of the Häcken half. He'll go back to the centre circle where Rubizic stands all alone. Slobodan Rubizic looks up. That red cast in his right wrist, looks for Duke. Gets the header, it's up in the air. Hovland heads away, only as far as McGarry, who comes across. He heads it back in towards the 6-yard area. Duke's there, but Thibault's the player defending who heads it away. McGrath past one, onto the left foot, laid off. Sweeping crossover and just past this near side post as McGarry was cutting in there. And he did well to get the ball across, but was it a cross? Was it a shot? He wasn't too far away, Willie Miller.
I don't know. You know, my head tells me it was an attempted cross, but it wasn't that far away from catching the top corner, was it? It was a side foot type cross, so you know, it's not as if he's trying to put his left foot round it. He's played it flat. Maybe he was going for the top corner, wasn't far away.
Rory is an attacker. If it goes in, it's a shot. If it's not going in, it's a cross, isn't it?
I just don't think he catches the cross. I think he tries to cross it, and he just doesn't catch it. He hits it far too straight with the side of the boot, and it just goes directly across the goal. But I don't think for a second he meant it.
Scrappy play in the middle. Ristic picks it up onto Sadiq on the left side. What a performance he's having, if it's to be his final farewell for BK Häcken this evening in the northeast of Scotland.
I tell you what, Stuart, if I'm on the board of BK Häcken, I'll be saying to Alkmaar, remember we discussed that 3.5 million? It's now 5.5 million.
It'll be interesting. He wanted to create history for Häcken and get them into the group stages. Here he is in the ball again. It's a long ball forward from the defence. He's got it on the right foot. Morris chasing. Sadiq goes for the shot. Superb last-ditch challenge from Morris on the edge of the area, but Rubizic has run into trouble and he's pulled back Mikael Rieger, and Häcken will have the free kick.
You see, that's a card. Why is that not a card?
Lucky. He's very lucky.
You know, for Rubizic, you know, he's well beaten there. Pulls the player back. The referee, definitely a yellow card, but he doesn't give it. But magnificent control from Sadiq.
Unbelievable touch.
Ball out there.
Unbelievable.
And I'll tell you
touch.
what, Morris did well to get the challenge in, because that was ending up in the back of the net. You could see it all the way again.
Aberdeen do not want to concede here. 30 seconds before the 45 minutes will hit the clock. The referee lets the ball be positioned by the Häcken players. They will now go over to the Aberdeen wall. A bit of input there. It looks like Samuel Gustafsson is the preferred option here, as it's just to the left of centre in the Aberdeen half. Perfect for a right footer with the players running in. The big tall Serdan Hirstich, centre forward, is there, but the effort on goal comes from Mikael Rugaard, and it'll go sailing over the crossbar as 5 minutes is signalled on the fourth official's board. Is there time for Aberdeen to get a goal back in this one and make that half-time team talk for Barry Robson a little bit fresher moving into the second half? Both head coaches stand on the edge of their technical areas. Kelarus will have the goal kick to take, right-footed in that full yellow goalkeeper kit, up towards Bojan Miovski. He's up there, he can't win the header. Hovland does. McGrath tries to help it on. He'll come back towards the Republic of Ireland international. He was called up again this afternoon. He's dispossessed. Samuel Gustafsson comes in. Hirstich racing back. He slides, gets the ball to Rugaard. Tries to set Layuni away. Two Häcken attackers on the three Aberdeen defenders. The support coming. He strikes left-footed, and it's a strong save from Kelarus. But again, just the pace of Layuni Amani coming up there, just looking to try and get in behind the Aberdeen defence again. And it's scrappy once more in the middle. 2-0 Häcken lead on the night, 4-2 on aggregate. Morris has it, a bit of space. He's encouraged forward in front of his head coach Barry Robson. He continues. Sadiq comes back to go shoulder to shoulder. Morris continues. Sadiq shows his strength. Morris goes down in the corner. The assistant flags for the Aberdeen throw.
Yeah, Barry Robson's got a bit of a quandary at half-time, I think, because if it was me, I would want Nicky Devlin in that right wing-back position, but Shayden Morris has probably been their best outlet and arguably their best player. I just think Devlin has got more of a defensive mind, yet can attack as well. But they're going to have to repeat the feat of 7 nights ago and try and get back in this game from 2 down.
Is there a similar comeback in store in the second half? Devlin with the long throw. Fredriksson heads it away. McGarry with the volley. Amani, he turned his back. He didn't know much about the block, but for BK Häcken, that's all it needed, no matter whether he knew about it or not. And the ball goes spinning out to the far side for another Aberdeen throw.
Listen, Aberdeen will get chances, there's no doubt about that, because this team aren't particularly good defensively. Neither are Aberdeen, I must say. They will definitely get opportunities if they've got the quality to take them.
I did say there was goals in it, Willie. Sandberg heads that thrown away at the front of the area, and now Layuni will take possession, racing away from the Aberdeen midfield. 1-on-1 with Shinnie. Shinnie comes sliding in, gets something on the ball. Layuni will settle for the throw at the midway point of the Aberdeen half on the far side, and that will also just help BK Häcken see things through in this added on 5 minutes, of which 2.5 we've played.
Yeah. See Layuni in the break that he had earlier and had the shot. He had 3 at the back post that he could have picked out. If he'd have got his head up and make the pass, that was definitely the third.
Thibault has the ball on the halfway line, right-footed with the pass to this near side in front of the main stand in technical areas for Fredriksson. Quick one-touch pass from Samuel Gustafsson. Amani now for Sadiq, the double goal scorer this evening. 3 in the tie. McGrath for Clarkson. Miovski with the little drag of the studs back for Leighton Clarkson. Goes to the touchline and whips it, bouncing Hovland there. Abrahamsson comes out. The goalkeeper had to be smart there, because Duke and Miovski were trying to find their way in to dispossess. But Häcken have possession. Thibault. Häcken in no hurry here. 48 on my clock.
This is where Häcken are so good, Stuart. In the midfield area, they're taking passes, they're taking their time, they're popping it round Aberdeen, they're giving their forward players a chance to get at Aberdeen's backline, whereas Aberdeen, I just like to see them make 3-4 passes more in the midfield before then going in the attack.
It's very controlled from BK Häcken. Rugaard has it. Left foot, orange boots out to that far side. Sandberg in for Amani. Gets the pass forward. Amani takes it again. He's got space to drive. Shinnie's closest. Infield it goes to the captain, Gustafsson. Positioned on the left side of his body. Rolls it right-footed for Fredriksson. Has Sadiq on the left. That's who receives. Häcken in no hurry to get it into the area. Hovland will take in the back line and he'll turn back towards his own goal. Aberdeen just look to press a little. It's a crossfield pass on there for Sandberg. Steps up, runs in field. A little bit too much, goes down, holds the ankle. And it will be a free kick for BK Häcken. Sandberg, who was down earlier when the second goal was scored. He's getting a bit of encouragement from his teammates. It was McGarry who made the foul, and it just feels like with all the pace of this first half, the end of these 45 minutes are just starting to peter out and away in control of the Swedish champions, Willie.
See, I can't for the life of me understand why McGarry's in the park and Jensen is out the park on the touchline playing like a fullback. I can't, it just doesn't.
He's still out there, Willie.
He still is. I can't understand it.
Michael Rugaard stands over the ball. Gustafsson there too. The whistles from the Aberdeen supporters feel the away side are taking a bit too much time. Gustafsson delivers. It's headed away at the front, only as far as Fredriksson. Midway point of the Aberdeen half. Amani takes over, driving through the middle away from Miovski. Amani strikes, and that looked like it was going in if it weren't for the fingertips of Keller-Roos. He pushes that one over the crossbar. Häcken have another corner, but a wonderful save from Keller-Roos.
Amani is a quality football player, let me tell you. He's very, very, very good. But the three of them in midfield have been very good all night. Rygaard, Gustafsson and Amani. They take the ball under pressure, and it's frustrating to watch, and I'm going to repeat myself, because the midfield three of Aberdeen are more than capable of doing the same, but they just can't seem to be able to get their foot on the ball. They have had chances, but it's come more from mistakes from the opposition rather than good quality football.
Small band of supporters following the Swedish champions. You could hear in the background in this main stand, whipped in from the near side. It bounces through everyone, and it'll go rolling away with the 5 additional minutes finished on the clock, and the referee Daniel Sieber will bring an end to the first half here in Pittodrie. A few boos from the Aberdeen supporters, but the players, with all their endeavour and energy in this first half, it's been played at a frantic pace, go in 2 goals behind, 4-2 down on the tie tonight. And it's Sadiq, the man who looks to be saying farewell to his side, who's come up with a couple of brilliant moments of magic. The first, driving through the middle after 14 minutes and unleashing a left-footed shot that was swerving away from Keller-Roos, who was at full stretch and had no chance. Well, Uni had an opportunity for the visitors just after, but Duke, Devlin, Miovski all had chances to try and level the score. Bojan Miovski with possibly the best as he looped a header that looked like it was going into the top right corner, but Abrahamsson somehow got fingertips to it, and it came off the post and rolled away. And then 4 minutes before the 45 were up, it was Sadiq again racing through the middle of the penalty area, one-on-one with Roos. He chips the ball over the big goalkeeper, and BK Häcken for the remainder in full control here inside Pittodrie. Aberdeen will need a special comeback yet again if they are to keep their hopes alive of Europa League football this season. At half-time at Pittodrie, it's currently Aberdeen 0, BK Häcken 2 on the night. BK Häcken lead 4-2 on aggregate.
Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland with me, Richard Gordon. It has not been a good week thus far for Scottish clubs in European competition. A heavy defeat for Rangers, heavy defeat for Hearts. We'll get to that in a moment or two. Aberdeen trailing at the interval, and Hibernian also trailing still in the first half. There's been another goal there, Brian McLaughlin.
Yeah, 36 minutes gone, and it's now Aston Villa 2, Hibernian 0. Wonderful goal it was, though. Leon Bailey down the right hand side, cut in onto his left foot and fired low beyond Marshall in the Hibernian goal. Earlier in the 11 minutes it was Villa who took the lead. A wonderful pass from Torres in between Bushiri and Hanlon. Both tried to get the better of Duran, the striker. However, he outmuscled him and then clipped the ball over David Marshall. Remarkably though, Richard, Hibernian have actually been quite good tonight. Jordan Obita down the left hand side, he had a shot from distance that tested Olsen, but it's 2-0, 7-0 on aggregate, and still 10 minutes before the break. Hibernian 2, Aston Villa 0. Sorry, yeah. Aston Villa 2, Hibernian 0.
I'm getting carried away, Brian. Yeah. Looks 7-1 on aggregate there. It means that from the football played so far this midweek, the Scottish sides trail by an aggregate score of 13-1. 5-1 against Rangers, 2-0 for Villa against Hibernian, 2-0 Häcken against Aberdeen, and full time a little bit earlier. We brought you the commentary of the earlier part of the game from Greece. 4-0 it was for PAOK against Hearts. We've got Stephen Craigan still with us. Just talk us through the highlights or lowlights of the game, Stephen.
Well, we knew coming into this game, Richard, it was going to be an uphill battle. The fact that they were trailing by a single goal, Hearts, and you kind of felt in a night like tonight they probably needed to get the first goal. You know, the opening 10-15 minutes was really Hearts trying to be disciplined and hard to play against and trying to, you know, retain their shape. And you know, once Pike got that opening goal, that was a bit fortuitous. It was a free kick on the left hand side, and it was swung in with pace towards Xander Clark, we've only managed to see it a couple of times on the monitor, and it looked like there was an offside. Someone right in front of Xander Clark, I think it was Costantelius, the little number 7 who played in the number 10 role, was in the eye line of Xander Clark. Anyway, VAR must have had a look at it and ruled it in. And from that moment on, it was always going to be tough. They got a second one quick after as well, so it was kind of 2 sucker punches in the first half. It kind of took the sting out of Hearts, and of course the atmosphere around this place and the energy onto the pitch showed. Hearts actually finished the first half quite well. They changed the shape at half time. They went to a back 3 because at times in the first half they were getting pierced quite easily, but sometimes when you come up against a better team and you come up against better quality, it doesn't matter whether you 3 at the back, 4 at the back or 5 at the back. The good players will always find a way through, and they got a couple of goals in the second half. Costantelius, who was probably the star man for PAOK Saloniki tonight, just he supposedly was to be playing that number 10 role, but he was on the left, he was on the right, he was centre forward, he was dropping into midfield. He was just really difficult to stop, and to see a talent like that at 20 years of age. He got the third goal, and then Tyson, who got the first goal, he made it 4-0 on the night, made it 6-1 on aggregate. So Stephen Naismith and Frankie McAvoy made a few changes, tried to freshen things up, but sometimes in football you have to hold your hands up and say we were beaten by the better team. The better players were in black and white tonight. If they're going to be critical, the Hearts management staff, I think they'll look at the concession of the goals, the manner of the goals, where they have to be more competitive in certain areas, stop crosses coming in, challenge better in the air, and try and be a little bit more compact and narrow as a back 3 in the second half, because they just forced their way through. Vargas, he had a couple of moments for Hearts. Shankland and Boyce, we mentioned at the top of the programme, didn't really have any impact, didn't get enough ball. So a tough night for Hearts. They've got to suck it up, they've got to get in the flight tonight, get themselves home, and they've got to try and kickstart their league campaign at home against Motherwell on Sunday.
Which will be no easy feat, given the way Motherwell have been starting throughout the course of the season. How do you assess what Hearts have done over the 2 legs, Stephen? I mean, they were in contention for a large part of that first leg. Were they just simply beaten by a much better team this evening?
Well, certainly on tonight's evidence, Richard, yes. We spoke about last week's performance and there wasn't an awful lot between the teams. Hearts probably needed an upgrade from that, and PAOK Saloniki clearly had an upgrade. Hearts probably downgraded slightly, and PAOK really upgraded in their performance level, so the gap became an awful lot wider tonight. Of course, the timing and the goals help as well. When you come here and you're a little bit tentative and you're a little bit apprehensive, as Hearts were in the opening 15 minutes, didn't really get hold of the ball. They looked like a side who were hoping not to concede an early goal, and once it went in, you could see the body language change a little bit, which is natural. It happens in football players, because away from home, to come to a venue like this and score more than 1 goal to have to stay in the tie. The fact that PAOK scored, they would need to score then 2. Once it went 2-0, they needed to score 3, and the task became improbable after that. So there's no doubt that the quality players came in the PAOK side. You could see they were comfortable in the ball. The front 4, I have to say, were really, really good tonight. Last week they showed glimpses, but the front 4 of Brandon and Tyson and Shivkovic and Costantelius, they took the game to a different level tonight, and the Hearts back line couldn't really cope. I'm still concerned about the Hearts midfield. I still think they need a midfield player. I know Beningami's injured and Peter Haring's injured. I still don't think that would fill the gap that they need. They need someone like I know it's hard to talk about it, but a Callum McGregor or a Ryan Jack, someone who can slow the game down and absorb a little bit of pressure, take the ball, particularly in nights like this when the atmosphere is there and the intensity is there and the pressure's on them. They need someone to suck the ball in and try and start to play and build it up and slow it down and speed it up. They didn't have that. Too often they won the ball and turned it over, which meant they spent long spells chasing and harrying. Then when they got the ball, they were that tired they couldn't really make passes, but then PAOK smothered and went and broke them down. So unfortunately, yes, there was a golfing class tonight. Last week it wasn't as much, but certainly tonight they looked on a different level.
Stephen, thank you very much indeed. So a 6-1 aggregate defeat for Hearts. Remember, Hibernian are currently 7-0 down in aggregate. Rangers have already been beaten 7-3 on aggregate. It is 4-2 on aggregate for Häcken, having just shown a real ruthless, clinical side to their play in this first half. Sadiq with 2 goals. I think they've had 5, maybe 6 efforts on goal, 4 of them target. 2 have pulled off big saves from Kelarus, and 2 have landed up in the back of the net. And that's really absolutely the difference between these two, because those apart, I've got something like 7 or 8 very good either opportunities or efforts by Aberdeen, but they simply haven't been able to find the net.
Yeah, I think it's been more about, aggression and pressure and the chances coming from, lots of bodies forward. And they haven't shown that clinical finishing that Häcken have certainly shown. You know, Duke's chance, he's got to score with that, Richard. If he scores with that, it's a different game, isn't it? My problem is that Aberdeen are wide open at the back. I'm struggling to understand the logic in playing with three centre-backs and allowing two of them almost to be full-backs and one centre-back and huge spaces in between. They look as though they could be ripped open, you know, at any given moment. And with a player like Sadiq, you know, if you give him that sort of a space and that sort of a room to kind of identify as being able to hurt you, then he's going to do that, and he's done it with the two finishes. Listen, Aberdeen, I felt the same actually, you know, in the first leg, you know, when I was speaking about it at half-time, and Aberdeen managed to turn it around. I think the changes that were made them a little bit more solid defensively. I don't know if they'll do that, you know, the second half here at Pittodrie. I think Morris has been pretty good going forward. I think he's been a real threat, probably more of a threat down the right-hand side than the left-hand side. I just worry about Aberdeen being so open. I definitely think Aberdeen will get chances, and if they get the next goal, then it is definitely game on. But I do feel that Häcken can take advantage of the spaces that Aberdeen are leaving, and I'm just not comfortable, and I can't understand, you know, when you play three at the back, normally they're a tight unit. Tonight, it's a really stretched unit. I said that right from the beginning. So that's my worry. I think Aberdeen are capable of getting back into it, but they need to take the next chance. They need to get the next goal. If they can do that, then I think they do have a chance of getting back into this game.
They were 2-0 down with 15 minutes to go a week ago. They somehow got back into it. They actually played very, very good football in the closing stages and earned a 2-2 draw. They have had chance after chance. Lopez clearly should have scored the 1-1. He had another one actually coming in the angle when it was a fairly weak shot that the keeper saved. McGarry, actually I've seen replays now. The one towards the end of the half, Rory, he kind of slices across it with the inside of his left foot. It kind of feels like he does actually go for goal rather than the cross, which I think we all anticipated initially, but that was close. There was a couple of saves. A very good save actually from Majowski's looping header, which the keeper, again, I don't know if we could make out quite what happened, but it looked to me as if he's got a touch onto the post. So you can't fault Aberdeen in that respect, but somehow this doesn't feel like a game. It feels like a game's just run away from them in that sense.
Well, you're right, they have had chances, and what you could clearly see, and Barry Robson's got a big half-time team talk because he needs to fix things tactically, in my opinion, because what you had was, when Abrahamson had goal kicks, they had Clarkson, Shinnie and McGrath squeezing right in on Rygaard, Gustafsson and Amani, so basically trying to lock them in. And I think Barry Robson thought that Häcken would try and play through that regardless, and they didn't. They just went, you know what, if you're going to do that and leave 3-on-3 at the back, we're just going to hoof the ball up the pitch, and we fancy our attackers more than against your defenders. And that's what's happened, and that's what's led to you know, the odd time Aberdeen have managed to nick the ball or gain possession or win the ball back, it has led to chances. But that's the big problem they've got, is if they are going to commit that many men forward to the press, you've either got to take a risk and get your back three further up the pitch so the midfield don't have so far to run back the way. And what's ended up happening is Shinnie, Clarkson and McGrath have thought, I don't want to go that far up the pitch because, you know, we're struggling defensively. So naturally they've started to go back, and that's when the spaces started to appear for Gustafsson, for Rygaard, for Amani. And they've simply looked better on the ball than Aberdeen Häcken have. Yeah. You know, they've managed to take the sting out of the game. It looked to me as if they wanted to get the atmosphere away straight away, so they've taken their time on the ball, they've played passes, they've moved, and they've got Aberdeen running around, and they've played it very, very well, Häcken. And you know, I was critical of Abrahamson over in Sweden because he doesn't look great at the ball at his feet, but he's made a few right good saves tonight. I don't think they're a million miles away, Aberdeen. However, Barry Robson has a few things to tweak tactically, because Willie's absolutely right, they're far too open at the back, and I do think Morris has been excellent. I just don't think he's defensively minded enough to stop these types of attacks happening at times from Häcken.
Well, the first few Aberdeen players just making their way out to applause from the fans. Got to say, the atmosphere was absolutely brilliant earlier on. The Red Shed making plenty noise. Even after the opening goal, they kept that going. But there's no doubt that Häcken have kind of taken the sting out of things, and that second goal from Sadiq, both scored by Sadiq on what it appears is his final fling for BK Häcken. It looks like he will be leaving on a high, unless Aberdeen can find something in this second 45 minutes. They did it a week ago. Can they do it again here on home turf? Remember, Hearts already out 6-1. Rangers, well, they lost obviously on Tuesday night, total of 7-3 in aggregate to drop down to the Europa League. Hibernian, well, it was done and dusted last week really. It's 2-0 on the night, it's 7-0 on aggregate, and sadly a lot of the Aberdeen fans coming along here full of hope and optimism tonight. Right now it is the Dons who will be exiting the Europa League and having to slip down into the conference, unless there is a big turnaround in the second half. Live commentary with Rory Loy, Willie Miller and Stuart Mitchell.
Thanks again, Richard. Yeah, last Thursday Aberdeen were 2-0 down with 20 minutes to play. 2 goals in a 4-minute spell from Miovski and Devlin brought the tie level. But Häcken and Ibrahim Sadiq have hit the visitors from Gothenburg in front again in this tie. 4-2 it stands on aggregate, and the Dons have 45 minutes to repeat that feat and give themselves a chance of the Europa League group stages. As it stands, it will be Conference League, but Häcken lost 4 goals in a 31-minute spell of play on Sunday in their league fixture against Gothenburg. 3 of those goals were in the first half. 45 minutes ahead for the Aberdeen players to answer Barry Robson's call to be history makers and try and send the side into the Europa League group stages. Häcken get the ball rolling for the second half, and it's back to Thibault, who will come all the way up to this near side for Sadiq, who's the sharpshooter that struck with the 2 goals this evening. 3 goals in 4 Champions League qualifying matches, now 5 goals in 4 Europa League qualifying matches. 20 for the season from the Ghana Youth International, and what a player he looks to be for his move to the Netherlands, if that's the way it falls after this one. And the ball falls across on the far side for Valgeir Fridriksson, who can't keep it in play. The left back was booked in the first half. Shayden Morris doing some running at him throughout that 45 minutes, and it would be a bad idea to see more of that with the yellow card that he picked up in this second period. Loose touch from Morris there, though, will give Rugard the opportunity. Amani, who's looked class in the first half too, stabs it back aimlessly towards Thibault. He'll roll it back to Abrahamson in the full green goalkeeper kit. He made a couple of strong stops to keep Aberdeen out in the first half. Shinnie goes down under the aerial challenge. Aberdeen have the free kick. Just over a minute played in the second half. Jamie McGrath has been told to pause for a second, and he'll play it to the left for Richard Jensen, making his first Aberdeen start tonight. Similarly, James McGarry, who's lost possession, trying to do a little too much there. Rugaard will get it across for Amani. He turns on the right shoulder, and there's a lot of space there. Fridriksson coming up over the halfway line now with the ball. He has Layuni ahead. The tall figure, the left winger, who switched to the right, plays it in field now for Amani once more. The number 27 turns back. Aberdeen all in red, shooting from left to right from our position in the main stand into that shed behind Kelarus's goal. Sandberg steps up low, right-footed cross, and Rubizic had time but appeared he didn't receive a shout, and he turns it behind for the corner kick for Häcken, and a groan from the Aberdeen supporters, Willie Miller.
And you can understand why the groan is coming. I felt like it myself, but I held it back as Rubizic could have easily have taken a touch. If he knows what's round about him, it's a poor cross into the box. There's no real pace on it. You could actually just take that touch. See, if you take the touch and you're nice and calm about it, it lifts everybody around about you. Instead, he swipes at it, he puts it out for a corner, puts his team under pressure.
Rugard to take, it goes short. Samuel Gustafsson, both of those players had good deliveries tonight. Rugard takes over towards the front post, it's headed down by Shinnie. Gustafsson's happy to settle for another corner. Again, another pull between both players, the 2 captains of either side. It's quite heated in that first half with the all-out attacking nature, the aggressive nature that both sides have been playing it in this tie. It'll be Rugard again with the corner. He just goes over to readjust the ball on the arc. He still has Samuel Gustafsson there. Both hands raised, left-footed, edge of the 6-yard area, and the header. And that looked to be Amani who was driving in there. Aberdeen just turn around and look at each other as the inquest begins. The ball goes wide, and it remains Aberdeen 0, BK Häcken 2, 4-2 in aggregate on the night.
Yeah, it was Thibault who was in. Rubizic does well to get his man, but I think it's Devlin that Thibault runs off of, and it looks to me from here like he should do better. He gets a clean forehead on it, and that corner was begging to be hit. luckily for Aberdeen, they hit it wide. I mean, the initial corner that's conceded from Rubizic was really poor, but the play building up to it through the midfield third from Häcken was outstanding. It really was very, very good. And they've started in the same manner, Häcken, this half as they ended the first half.
Clarkson turns, drills the ball over to this near side. McGarry awaits inside the Häcken half, takes it on the left foot, now onto the right, running in field, tries to get the ball across. Shinnie was standing waiting, but it was Romeo Amani that time who comes away with it. He passes and moves. Sadiq with the first time pass into Rugard, back to Amani, just trying to play the ball across that Aberdeen midfield. Rugard spun away brilliantly. He's laid it out right for Sadiq. He's moving into the penalty area onto the right foot, clips it up. Shinnie steps across and he gets in the way. The ball stays in play now for Sadiq again, who's first there to get it. The yellow boots back in field now. Samuel Gustafsson, 7 Sweden caps to his name. Quickly move between Fredriksson and Rugard. Far side now, Lajuni clips up towards the back post. Sadiq's there on his own, cut across, and somehow Srdan Mistic blasts it over the crossbar. There was no one around him. It was the simplest of tap-ins, but Aberdeen with a huge let-off there. And now Duke moving forward, sliding challenge from Gustafsson, out for the throw. How did he miss, Rory Loy?
I've no idea how he's missed. He's put that over the bar from point blank range, but what a move. That must have been about 20-25 passes. Excellent interchange, excellent play. Goes out wide to Liani. He cuts inside on Devlin, floats it to the back post. Sadiq says, there you go, Histich, have a tap in. And he misses from about 2 yards out. Unbelievable.
And both of them are totally unmarked. I mean, there is no one near Sadiq when the cross comes in from the left-hand side. And he does everything perfect for Hursic. And all he has to do is just get over the ball, just side-foot it into the back of the net. The net is there to be taken. And he, just swipes at it and puts it way over the bar. It's not even close to hitting in between the sticks.
It's not. Häcken have started so well in the second half. Barry Robson's not changed anything. How long does he wait before he has to try and, whether it's tactically, whether it's personnel, he needs to try and do something to change the momentum of this tie.
Histich, 3 goals and 6 appearances for Häcken, but he should have had another to that tally there. Just looked to take the net off instead of just simply taking the opportunity and putting it across the goal line. But Häcken are still controlled in possession here. They're very, very comfortable. And when they have had the opportunities, the Aberdeen defence have just turned and looked at each other, just as they did with that one there. Sadiq unselfishly, another goal would give him a hat-trick. What a goodbye that would be for him. And Häcken now moving down the left side of the attack as they go from left to right from our commentary position in the main stand. Amani has it. It's cool play. Plays in Lajuni, looking to recover, and he tries to drill that one and beat Roos at the near post, but Keller sees that one all the way, and they roll it out for McGarry to try and race up the left side. Sees Shinnie central. Amani chases him, but Shinnie gets away. The quick pass from McGrath. He receives it back. Jamie McGrath. He's clipped. Goes down. The referee has a look. Plays the advantage. McGrath back to his feet. Lay off for Shinnie. Clarkson central. Right-footed. Far side. Morris takes on the chest. Drops to the left foot. Passes with the right. Devlin curls that one in towards the back post. It's too high. Sandberg unaware of what was behind him, so he gets a touch to it, and Duke will collect for the Aberdeen throw in line with the Häcken penalty spot near left side, thrown into McGarry. McGarry now for Clarkson. Just rest on the ball. McGarry takes again across the penalty area for Shinnie. Back to McGarry. Tight passing. Clarkson turns onto the left side. Through for McGrath. Spins in the box. Thibault comes across strong. Gets in front of the midfielder but can't clear. Still there in the left side of the area. Is there a penalty shout there? The referee immediately waves it away. And the Aberdeen players will surround the referee. He shakes the head. And now it's the Häcken players who go across. They're asking for a yellow card.
I think it'll be a case of whether Duke makes contact and throws his leg out. We don't have the benefit of replays here, but it'll be an interesting one to see. But what a difference in the middle of the pitch with Shinnie and Clarkson playing 1, 2, 3 passes, creating the opportunity. But it'll be interesting to see what the referee does here, if he puts his hand to his ear or whether he decides.
Aberdeen await to take the throw next to that corner flag. The left hand is on the ear as Daniel Siebert awaits instructions from the VAR official. The team of German officials on duty this evening. The video assistant referee is Christian Dingert, and the referee will take a walk away towards the penalty area. It's a quick conversation with a couple of players as he just awaits further instruction. The left hand is back on the earpiece on his left ear, and Aberdeen still patiently awaiting on a decision. He stands, the referee, and he blows and signals to the monitor. He'll come across, and are Aberdeen about to be handed a lifeline in this Europa League playoff tie? The Aberdeen players will come across for some refreshments.
We do have a screen in front of us now. We are able to see a replay, and we're going to get a good angle of it here. And I have to say, he does try to pull out, Thibaut. He does try to pull out, but it looks to me like Duke gets there first, and he does catch him. Yep, I think this will be a penalty.
Yep, I would agree.
Thibaut immediately
there's definite contact there.
Thibaut immediately put two hands in the air. The referee's back on the pitch and has pointed to the spot. Aberdeen with the opportunity from the penalty spot. The referee goes over across Thibaut and just advises of his decision. Abrahamsson comes out to complain. The referee will stand in front of the penalty spot, and it's Bojan Miovski with the opportunity. 4 goals in his last 4 games, looking to make it 5 from 5. He spun superbly to start the comeback in Sweden, and he has the opportunity to perhaps start another inside Pittodrie. 1-on-1 with Peter Abrahamsson. Bojan Miovski stands to the right. The referee will just clear the Häcken players in the white and black out of the penalty area. Miovski and Pittodrie waits. The referee walks behind the penalty taker and just makes sure everyone is outside of that white line. Huge moment here for Aberdeen, and they trust, of course, Bojan Miovski, who steps up. Goal, Aberdeen! And he races to collect the ball, sending Abrahamsson the wrong way as the goalkeeper dived to his right. Miovski went to his right, and he leaps in the air to get the Aberdeen supporters going. It's Aberdeen 1, PAOK Häcken 2, 4-3 on aggregate.
He's a happy boy, isn't he? He celebrated that one with the gusto, and he took it extremely well too. A lot of calmness, cool, left foot, put the goalkeeper the wrong way, nestled into the right hand corner. Given Aberdeen, as I said before, the next goal was going to be the crucial one. Aberdeen have got it. It's definitely game on. We didn't think that there was a touch in Duke, but certainly after looking at the monitor and our replay and the referee agreeing with both our assumptions on it as well, there was definite contact, definite penalty.
And listen to Pittodrie erupt, but Häcken are the team moving forward, and that one will go behind for the goal kick, and that will release the Don supporters into more noise. Bojan Miovski, who scored a late penalty on Sunday against St Mirren to take a point back to Pittodrie. Just listen to that noise, Rory Loy.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and the supporters will have a sense of deja vu, or they'll be hoping it turns out that way as they get back in the game, and it just goes to show how bad Hristich must be feeling up the other end after that absolute sitter he missed. Aberdeen go down the other end, they win a penalty, and you have to say it is a bit of a lifeline for Aberdeen, but hopefully this can inspire the players to now perform like they performed in the last half hour last week, because they're capable of it. And the move which led to the penalty, like I said, the interchange of play from Shinnie in the middle of the pitch, the extra passes, the calmness, the composure, that's what led to the opportunity.
Gustafsson takes for Häcken, finds Rugard. The captain again, Samuel Gustafsson, hits it forward for Hristich, who Rory mentioned missed that big chance. It was more than a big chance, but he has a free kick here in the centre of the Aberdeen half. He should have scored, quite simply. He should have put PAOK Häcken 3-0 up on the night, but instead it's now Aberdeen 1, PAOK Häcken 2. The Swedish Champions League 4-3 in aggregate. Free kick taken quickly. Rugard tries to step in. It's Leighton Clarkson who'll come away with the ball. The two attackers ahead, tries to roll it through for Miovski. McGrath's there coming up behind. Miovski peels away to that right side. He takes the ball round into the penalty area onto the left foot, drills it low, and it just trickles all the way across the 6-yard area and wide. But again, just listen to that encouragement, Willie Miller.
Well, they've got their tails up, that's giving them extra energy, extra drive and determination. And Miovski is a very intelligent player. He finds the space in the right hand side, gets onto his left foot. I think he's looking at the back post. 2 players getting there. Duke was one of them. Not too sure who the other one was. He's just a little bit too far ahead of both of them.
Shayden Morris had a collision with Fredriksson, who's already been booked over there. There's an aerial challenge, and the referee will signal for the medical teams to come rushing onto the pitch as both players down holding their heads, and it looks as if the head coach of Häcken, Per Mathias Hugmo, is about to make a change. He's been signalling the old substitution hand signals around the coaching staff, and James McGarry just receives from instructions from Barry Robson too on the left there. It does look like there'll be a bit of lengthy treatment for both players over there with the head knock and all the protocols in play nowadays, but it just settles. Pittodrie again, the supporters on are right behind the goal again, have kept that noise going since Miovski's penalty. 2-1 to BK Häcken, the visitors on the night. 58:42 on the clock. There will be additional time to be played obviously at the end of the 90 with this lengthy treatment required. But you just think, Willie Miller, that Aberdeen and Barry Robson need to use that energy from the crowd to try and get on top of Häcken and just maybe try and intimidate them in the second half.
Yeah, without doubt. I mean, that's what home games are about, and Pack Pittodrie can have that atmosphere that can give you that extra bit of energy, and Aberdeen need it. They've got themselves back in the game, they've done it before, so they know that they can do it. They've been outplayed, I think, from a footballing point of view by Häcken. I don't think you can get away from that either, but they've created chances, they've had opportunities, and they've managed to score with that penalty, and it's good direct play from Duke. That's what he's good at. He gets the ball, only one thing in mind, to drive at defenders, and then defenders have got to make their mind up that the boot is stuck out and there is contact, so it's a penalty. So they are back in the game. It's going to take a huge effort from them. If Häcken can find their form again and slow it down, then it'll be difficult. But I think that Aberdeen are in the ascendancy. That goal was so vital, and Hrsic's chance puts it over the bar. It's a huge opportunity for him, isn't it? I mean, if that goes in, then the game is over.
And it is the end of Valgeir Fredriksson's night, who was yellow carded. He was the player involved in that aerial collision, and the manager Per Mathias Hugmo has decided to make a change. He's bringing on Jacob Barrett Larsen, former Denmark youth international, once moved to Juventus a decade ago for €1 million, but didn't feature for the first team. He's just recently arrived at BK Häcken from Standard Liège, signed for the former Celtic manager Ronny Deila. Made his Häcken debut against Aberdeen in that first leg in Sweden, and he'll come on. Again, another player added to the ranks from the players that the Swedish champions have lost, but Barrett Larsen a bit more of a left back to come on. And Fredriksson goes off in that far side. Shaden Morris has been taken off, and he's still standing with two members of the Aberdeen medical team. And Häcken will move the ball and keep it in possession in defence. And the game is underway again. Just over an hour on the clock. Aberdeen 1, BK Häcken 2, 4-3 Häcken lead on aggregate. Great closing down from Morris, who's just back on the pitch. He's running straight for the byline. Can he go past his substitute? Whips the cross in. Abrahamsson collects at that front post. Morris shaking off that earlier knock to try and keep more of the same going, as he's kept up in that first half into the second. Abrahamsson will put the ball at his feet. It goes long up to Hurstich. Lays that one off for the captain, Samuel Gustafsson. Out wide for the substitute, Jacob Barrett Larsen, and for Romeo Amani. Blocked off by Jamie McGrath. Gustafsson will take again. Aberdeen set in their shape behind the ball. Duke will go close to Thibault, who manages to thread the ball through for Rugaard, but he tries to be too clever with the first time pass. He plays it straight to Jensen. Jensen's looked over the top. Miovski could be through. 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. Flag stays down. Bojan Miovski puts it wide. He looks certain to score. Everyone in front of us in Pittodrie on their feet, holding their breath, and it just looked like Bojan Miovski would burst the back of the net. He tried to send it to the left of the goalkeeper and wrap his foot around it, but it goes agonisingly wide, and it remains Aberdeen 1, BK Häcken 2 on the night.
My goodness, he's got to score, Miovski. I think he's trying to be too precise. I don't think he needs to find the corner. Abrahamsson's all at sea, because he's went for the ball, he's then retreated. He's done that 2 or 3 times. He's got loads of goal to hit Miovski. He's got to score. That's a huge chance.
And now BK Häcken moving over the halfway line. Amani left for Larsen. Barrett Larsen crosses, headed away by McGarry. Too much on that one. It doesn't drop to Duke. It's Simon Sandberg who takes it. Now Hovland steps up into the Aberdeen half. Laid off for Amani. Fakes right, moves left, back to the substitute Larsen. He'll play it all the way back to the centre-back Thibault. Thought about moving it to this near side. Space opens up in the centre circle. Drags away. Cushions the pass for Gustafsson. Rugaard offers. Gustafsson with a diagonal to this near side, looking for Sadiq. He hasn't been quite involved in the second half so far as he was in the first. McGarry under pressure. Player at his back, he looks it over his head. Clarkson goes down under the challenge. Look back in. Bit of indecision between Jensen and Rubezic, but Rubezic eventually manages to clear up field towards Miovski. They can't win it in the air. Now Häcken will try to move right back forward again towards Aberdeen, shooting from left to right. Rugaard makes the run. Mikael Rugaard takes. Rubezic comes close. Morris goes down. Aberdeen free kick just inside the Aberdeen half. Jamie McGrath wants to move quickly. Almost 20 played in the second half, and Aberdeen do move in a hurry. It's Leighton Clarkson. Rolls it right footed to the far side, just over the halfway line. Clarkson again, playing quarterback. Looks to go back to the halfway line. There's space over in this near side. Jensen screaming for the ball. Rubezic can't see, so he'll send it long and forward, well over the head of Miovski. Second ball might drop to Graham Shinnie. Stabs at it. It will be collected by McGarry. Now he's driving. Shinnie to his left. Corner of the penalty area near side. Aberdeen going from right to left into the Richard Donald stand. Jamie McGrath. Morris, back to McGrath. Lovely first time pass out for Devlin. Sweeps it across. It's cleared at the front post, and it'll be turned behind by Hovland. Aberdeen with that corner to take in front of the Richard Donald stand. Can they add to Bojan Miovski's penalty? Aberdeen 1, BK Häcken 2. 64:40 on the clock.
Well, they're beginning to pass the ball as well. Aberdeen now interlinking play, and it's all positive play as well. You know, creating opportunities into wide areas. The ball flashed across the face of the goal.
Outswinger, headed away by Thibault, and Sadiq is the man most advanced for Häcken. He takes it into his right foot, looks across field. It's behind Layuni, who have to go back to the halfway line to retrieve it, and instead it will trickle out for an Aberdeen throw. Leighton Clarkson, who was the corner taker, will pick up the pace to get this one back into action. Jensen, quick flick from Miovski, turn round the corner for McGarry. First time pass, lovely for Duke, left side of the penalty area, cuts back onto the right foot. There's the cut back, but there's no one there in red. Rugaard will take it away. He'll aim for Sadiq, and that one is off target and out for an Aberdeen throw just in front of us here in the main stand. Rory, that chance, lovely play from Miovski and Duke.
Oh my goodness, it's fantastic football, it really is. Must be something about Aberdeen and European nights when it gets to the 60-minute mark, because it was really, really good football once again. And I tell you what, Willie's right. For the majority of this game, you know, Aberdeen have been outplayed, but my goodness, Willie, they've had so many chances.
Yeah, it's been brilliant, isn't it, the last 10 minutes or so. You know, they've had that lift, they've got the goal. You know, it is a relatively new team put together as well, so I think they're beginning to find the pattern of play, the understanding as well, the one-touch football, and creating openings, and just unfortunate that Duke didn't manage to put the finishing touches to that.
25 to go, there will be chances as Rubezic tries to move forward with the ball. He's dragged back. The referee immediately flashes the yellow card to Mikael Rugaard. Now Thibault and Shinnie are going head to head as the referee steps in. Aberdeen have the free kick. It's just in front of the centre circle inside the Häcken half. 66.5 on the clock.
Stuart, I mean, last week when the first Aberdeen goal went in, Häcken were shook slightly. I think it's happened again. You know, they don't look quite as composed as they were. They're giving the ball away. They're doing things they simply weren't doing before. And Aberdeen's tails are up.
Leighton Clarkson will have the free kick to take. The referee, Daniel Seaver, still stands in front of the ball. Just jots down into the notebook, and he will point to the whistle as he moves away. Häcken again with that high line just in front of the D. But instead Clarkson rolls it to McGrath, tries to slip it through for Devlin, but it was Samuel Gustafsson, the captain, who was aware, and he slides away the ball with Amani. On the right side now for Sandberg. Lovely pass forward. Hristić has a look over the shoulder, turns, two on his right, and he's never there as he goes down. He's holding the left hip, and the referee right on the spot, and he blows for the free kick. Something you don't agree with, Rory Lloyd?
No, absolutely not. I think is it Clarkson who just, or McGarry, he just reads what he's going to do and puts his body in front. Yeah. It's never a foul for me.
And he knows it as well.
Yeah.
He's gone to ref.
Häcken free kick. Samuel Gustafsson waits. There's not too many forward for Häcken here. We'll look to possibly go short. The front three quite spread out, with Layuni now on the right side, Sadiq over on the left, and instead Gustafsson will go all the way back to Hovland. Now the substitute, Jacob Barrett Larson. Sadiq on that far side picks up the run infield, ball on the right foot, cuts back onto the left with a nice little bit of skill. Amani has it on the left foot, back onto the right, back for Sadiq, flicks it for Rugaard, and he skies that one over the crossbar. It's neat play from Häcken yet again, but the experienced midfielder really should have been hitting the target there.
It's poor quality, isn't it, the finish from Rigard. It's a great opportunity again. Some 20 yards out.
Touch from Sadiq, Willie.
Oh, it's brilliant, wasn't it? Good, excellent play down the left-hand side. You're right. Sadiq just flicks it in front of the midfield player, and he just got to show composure and get the ball on target. He leans back, puts it way over the bar.
Roos under pressure, deflection of a Häcken player, and Aberdeen have the throw. Shinnie drops it down. Clarkson, far side, finds Morris. Lovely pass out in the air. Morris has all the space in front to run, clips it over towards the penalty spot. Thibault gets the touch and a scramble, and Thibault's to clear it away as it was heading for the goal line. Abrahamson stranded in the penalty area, and Häcken are just surviving here. Aberdeen go again with the throw. McGarry for Clarkson. Duke back to Clarkson, has a look up, right footed. That one falls right into the hands of Peter Abrahamson, and it'll remain Aberdeen 1, BK Häcken 2. 4-3 to the Swedish champions in aggregate with almost 69 minutes played.
I think it'll be a frustration for Barry Robson, as happy as he'll be with how the second halves went after the first 5 or 10 minutes of it, that Aberdeen didn't do this type of thing in the first half, because they've shown in this second half how good a football team they can be, and how good, when they get on top of things in the midfield area, how much pressure they can put on Häcken. And I know they've missed a sitter themselves, but I go back to Aberdeen have had numerous chances, and not particularly difficult ones, to really get back into this game.
Häcken have the free kick. The referee just again in the notebook, and it will be Hovland to take, ready to move that one forward. Just awaiting the referee's signal as I look towards the assistant on the far side, walks away, and it will be a yellow card for Jamie McGrath. And now Häcken get us underway. Thibault has lost it. Duke threads it through for Miovski in between the two centre defenders. Rugard who comes across. Sandberg clears away upfield towards halfway line. Jensen there battling with Layuni, and the flag raised for the offside against Aberdeen, and will be drawn back for the free kick in the Häcken defensive zone. Just the referee awarding these decisions. Well, he just seems to be taking that sting out of it for Aberdeen again a couple of times.
Absolutely. Don't really see the need for that, to be perfectly honest. You could play on. I suppose Häcken have got the opportunity to play the ball forward as well, so the flag just should stay down and allow the game to flow. I think Aberdeen are needing the game to flow. I think they've got their tails up and they want it to be fast and furious.
Jacob Larsson sends it forward high. Sadiq in the aerial battle with Devlin. Referee blows for the Aberdeen free kick, and off we go again. Clarkson looks it forward. Abrahamson come right out to the edge of his area. Claims from the Aberdeen supporters that he was over the white paint. Miovski was there, the closest in red. Instead, play allowed to continue, and Aberdeen look to be readying a change, but it's 4-on-2 here for Häcken. Amani looks across to the right side. Layuni's there, takes the touch, sets himself right foot, and there's Jensen sliding, and it will be a Häcken corner, another in the second half for them. And maybe, just maybe, Aberdeen let off there again, Rory Lloyd.
Yeah, it's top quality defending in the end. They get caught out for numbers in terms of in the box, but it's really good defending from Jensen, I have to say, because he doesn't get fooled by the fake shot by Liani. Stands up, he eventually goes to ground, but manages to get the block in.
Häcken in no hurry to take this one. Regard in the corner act just down to our right. Again, Gustafsson the short option. Rugard sends it high towards the back post. Hrstic was going for the header. Jensen kept a close watch, and Aberdeen will have the throw far side, and we'll just get confirmation of that change about to be made by Aberdeen, and it will be Duncan coming on, and it's the number 15 of James McGarry who's coming off, the New Zealand cap, 25-year-old making his first start tonight, an end to his Pittodrie evening, and on will come Ryan Duncan to try and give something different perhaps on that wing-back position for Barry Robson and Aberdeen, as they look to get a leveller on the night and look to get a leveller in the tie. Aberdeen 1, BK Häcken 2, almost 73 minutes played, 4-3 to Häcken on aggregate.
I think a bit more attacking intent down the left-hand side. Ryan Duncan is predominantly a wide midfield player. So McGarry coming off, I think Barry Robson's obviously looking for Morris on one side and Duncan on the other side to create havoc and create the crosses.
Last appearance was in the first leg in Sweden, unused sub on Sunday against St Mirren. Kellerus throws the ball to Leighton Clarkson for the free kick. Short passes. Clarkson takes again. Now Jensen will go all the way back to the goalkeeper in full yellow. Right-footed, looks to that far side, intercepted by Amani. Sadiq steps in, takes the touch with the right foot. Jamie McGrath, the player, coming back. Clarkson has it now, looks to drive the Dons forward. Jensen screaming on this near side. He's now over the halfway line. Touch back to Leighton Clarkson. Looks forward. Duncan's there, the sub takes his touch just inside the final third on the near side. Looks to whip in the left-footed cross. It's blocked, Aberdeen throw. Approaching a half hour played in the second half. Throw back for Jensen. Now Duncan, left-footed cross again. It's high, way over everyone. Morris will try to go back to chase and does well to get there first. Keeps it in play. Back for Devlin on the corner of the area now. Morris to his right. Devlin swings it in towards Miovski. Up with Thibault. Someone got a touch. It'll roll all the way out for the throw on this near side. In line with the penalty spot. The throw in the direction of the Dons. Jensen. Duncan has space. Clipped in, cut back for Duke, right-footed shot, parried away by Abrahamson. It isn't convincing, and Lione can't get there to prevent the throw, and Aberdeen just putting waves and waves of pressure on here. Throw taken quickly. Duke, left side of the penalty area, and a bit of a tussle on the byline. Lovely bit of skill, flicks it into the area. Some claims, goal kick is the award, and it will remain 2-1 to Häcken on the night, 4-3 to the Swedish champions on aggregate.
Yeah, it's a disappointing outcome to what is, a really promising attack. Duncan just on the pitch. You think he's going to whip it in. He doesn't. He gets his head up. He picks Duke out in the box. Duke takes his touch, and I think if he's more confident, he goes for a corner. He just concentrates at getting in the target, and it goes right down his throat.
Amani racing forward through the middle, lays it off to Sadiq. Right-footed shot off the post. So close to a hat-trick. Ibrahim Sadiq.
Oh, unbelievable. Hitting in the break there. The transition, absolutely fabulous. Sadiq gets it from Amani. Perfect pass into the path of the winger. Takes it with the right foot. Tries to curl it into the top corner. It looks for everybody in this ground that it's going to nestle in that top corner. Comes off the post.
Whenever he gets a clear effort, you're expecting that net to be moving. But that time it was the woodwork that clattered, and he couldn't believe it. And Aberdeen have the ball in possession. Clarkson trying to move forward. He'll have a throw to take, so let's hand over to Brian McLaughlin. There's an update from Birmingham. Aston Villa against Hibernian.
Aston Villa 3, Hibernian 0. A free kick floated over the wall into the arms, it looked like anyway, of David Marshall, but the ball rebounded off his chest and into the path of Matty Cash, who deposited with some ease. A real howler once again from the Hibernian keeper. Aston Villa 3, Hibernian 0, 8-0 on aggregate.
Thank you, Brian. Once again, Ibrahim Sadiq looked to be through and goal here at Pittodrie, but he just didn't get the ball at his feet quick enough, and Rubizic was coming back to prevent any danger. And now Häcken have a throw over on the far side. Remember, PAOK 4, Hearts 0 tonight. That was 6-1 on aggregate. Aberdeen currently trailing by a goal, 4-3 in aggregate here at Pittodrie. Morris moves away with the ball. Tried to play it for Shinnie, but it was too heavy. And Jacob Larsson holds off the Aberdeen captain and plays it infield for Rugard. Forward for Sadiq to chase. He gets away from Rubizic. Takes the touch. It stops onto the left foot, left side of the penalty area. Tries to get it on the right. Rubizic goes diving in.
Penalty,
the referee has a look, and he moves over towards the two players, and he flashes the yellow card to the Häcken attacker. He's on the ground in disbelief. The way Rubizic turned round and had that pausing look towards the referee made Pittodrie hold its breath, but now he's signalling with the right hand that it was a dive. Willie Miller, I could tell from your reaction, you thought that one was a little bit closer than the referee thought.
I thought it was, yeah. I mean, it's difficult to see from the angle that we're at. If there was contact, it's a penalty. If there wasn't, then a definite dive in the yellow card. They will check it though. They've got to check that surely. But from this angle, Rory, I don't know what you thought, but
I had my initial thought was the same as yours, Willie, that I thought it may have been a penalty kick. Again, your referee has a much better view.
Yeah.
Standing in the box now, I think just waiting for confirmation that he's made the right decision, so we'll see. But it all comes again. I mean, Rubizic will follow Hristic all the way into the attacking half if he has to, and it's meaning that Devlin's having to tuck in, and that's how Sadiq ended up one-on-one with Devlin. And then they were out of position, and Rubizic gets dragged into a wide area, and Sadiq turns him inside out. So we'll see if we get the chance to see it again.
It is a lengthy check from the referee.
Yeah, we've got a little replay on it here. We'll have to see if there's contact there.
And the referee signals for the monitor, and he'll come across to the VAR screen between the two technical areas to have another look. So already in the second half, Bojan Mijovski granted a penalty after Duk was tripped in the box, and Aberdeen got their goal to get back into this one. And now the referee, Daniel Siebert, will go over after awarding a yellow card to Ibrahim Sadiq. Will he be awarding a penalty kick? He's over looking at the monitor. He has a check. The players, a handful of them, gather around the head coaches at the technical area. It's a lengthy check, a lengthy watch of the screen from the referee.
I don't know why, Stuart, because I mean, now that we've seen the replay, a clearer penalty you will not see.
He throws his leg out. He doesn't get the touch on the ball. There's no doubt about it. I mean, if they don't give a penalty for that, there is something wrong.
How does it work with the yellow card as well with Sadiq? I mean, I don't know if you can then rescind
He'll rescind the card, yeah.
Even though it's a yellow, right? Okay.
The boos ring around Pittodrie. The referee has a final check as he walks away onto the pitch, and he signals VAR screen penalty. And Häcken can try and restore their 2-goal advantage in the tie. The players will make their way back onto the pitch. The referee has the yellow card in his left hand. He'll go over to Sadiq and he waves and wipes that one out. And the little attacker will move away. And it's the number 24, Amor Layuni, who has the ball in his hands. He was the sole player at the back post to slip the ball beyond Kelarus in the first leg. And it's the man, the tall man in attack, who switched wings this evening with his opportunity to get on the score sheet. Häcken have missed a couple of really good chances, none better than that Hrstić one from a couple of yards. With the goal gaping, he blazed over the crossbar. But Amor Layuni, the Tunisian international, will step up. Scored in the Bavida Arena last Thursday in the first leg. He'll step up left-footed up against Aberdeen goalkeeper Kelarus into the Mertlin Road stand on our right. The referee just makes sure all the players in red and players in white stand outside the penalty area. The referee blows the whistle. Layuni steps up left-footed and rolls the ball into the bottom right corner, and Häcken do restore that 2-goal advantage. He runs to the substitutes, kisses his right wrist and leaps into the air, and Pittodrie once again is silenced. BK Häcken have a third goal on the night. It's Aberdeen 1, BK Häcken 3. It's Aberdeen 3, BK Häcken 5 on aggregate in this Europa League playoff qualifier.
Yeah, it's a cool penalty, isn't it? From Layuni, left foot. You know, he picks his spot. He gives Kel Roos the eyes, and Roos goes the wrong way, and he just slots it into the right-hand corner, low. Not particularly hard, but very accurate. Good penalty.
It's been a topsy-turvy tie, but I think this might be a step too far for Aberdeen. Having to pull 2 goals back in the next 10 minutes or so is going to be a big ask, but the referee's had a shocker with that penalty decision, I must say.
That's what VAR is there for. 81.5 minutes on the clock. Aberdeen will need something special if they're to try and take this tie further and give themselves a chance. But BK Häcken have looked a very accomplished side in both legs at certain times, specifically with their attacking play. There's some skill there. They've lost a couple of players to big European clubs in recent times. They're about to lose another in Ibrahim Sadiq.
And it'll be interesting, Stuart, to see how they get on without him, because he's been outstanding over the 2 legs, and he creates so much space for other people. He's good on the ball. He gets fear into the defenders, and I'll just be interested to see how they go without him if they do end up making the Europa League.
He's so direct as well, isn't he? He wants to take on defenders. It's a defender's nightmare.
Duncan whips the ball high to the back of the Häcken penalty area. Will be kept alive by Hester Sockler, who came on as a sub replacing Jamie McGrath. And there's the strike from Shaden Morris, left-footed, and that is well high and wide, nowhere near Peter Abrahamsson's goal. And it will be a goal kick with 82 on the clock. Aberdeen 1, BK Häcken 3, 5-3 on aggregate. And again, BK Häcken, as they've done in this tie, just happy to slow things down when the ball is out of play to come back in. And Abrahamsson will leave the goal kick duties to Hovland, the centre defender. I wonder how difficult it is at times for the Swedish side. They've lost a number of players towards the end of their season, the transfer window, their European campaign too, but they've in recent years come up with big replacements, big attacking replacements specifically. And Aberdeen do only have just over 6 minutes to try and extend this tie with BK Häcken. The layoff from Clarkson for Jensen. It's a high ball upfield. There's nobody near it apart from Thibaut for the visitors. And they'll just play it coolly at the back. Sadiq, touch and turn. Amani has it. Rolling away in no hurry. Just looks to use the space. Uses his body now to shield the ball away from Morris. Hands it over to Mikael Rygaard. He wouldn't put it past BK Häcken getting another goal. And Layuni with a touch there took the ball away from the substitute Duncan. And it is now Ryan Duncan who clears the ball upfield. Miovski takes in his own half, awaiting the movement. Now back to Clarkson who's close by. Long ball. Wants to give Sockler something to chase. Duke's the one who brings it down quite well on the right foot. There's the cutback, Miovski there. Nicholson charging across, has a swipe. Is that a free kick as Miovski goes down? Play continues. Morris peels away with it somehow. It's Devlin from the layoff from Shinnie. Devlin! And just sharply puts that one well wide. It was across the area, and there was a couple of shouts in the penalty area from his teammates in red. But that one is wasted. Another Aberdeen attack, and it remains 5-3 on aggregate to BK Häcken with just over 5 minutes to play.
I don't know if Nicky Devlin needs that touch. I think as soon as he takes that touch, as a striker, I know you need to pull back out again. He takes the touch, and I think he goes for goal in the end, and blazes high and wide. However, I think he's just got to try and slot it across goal at the first time of asking.
He had bodies in there, you know, there are plenty of red jerseys in there. I don't even think he has to pick any of them out. He just has to keep it low and drive it across the face of the goal. So difficult to defend.
Duncan on the attack on the left wing. Layuni there to stop. Aberdeen throw. A ripple of applause from the home supporters. It fell a bit flat since that penalty scored by Amor Layuni, adding to his tally against Aberdeen. Clarkson has it, midway point on the near side in the Häcken half. Miovski's short. Nice little flick back to Jensen. Oh, the outfield players in red in the Häcken half as Clarkson turns it for Duncan. Tries the cross, it comes off Sandberg, goes behind for the Aberdeen corner, and Barry Robson immediately turns to the main stand to try and lift the supporters to get behind his team. Plenty in the box, everyone in red apart from Graham Shinnie, who's standing in the centre, and the corner taker Clarkson whipped in on top of the goalkeeper, somehow gets that away. Morris and Duke were there. Shinnie left footed back out for Clarkson, first time cross as he's sliding, and it's into the side netting, and it's just starting to drop for Aberdeen now. 4 minutes to go. A few Aberdeen fans have started to head for the exits even after the comeback in Gothenburg last Thursday, and some think that this one is a stretch too far. It's Häcken ahead 5-3 on aggregate since that Layuni penalty in the 81st minute, adding to the Swedish champions lead. Belarus has the ball outside the penalty area. Duncan takes, aims for Duke again, starts that run on Sandberg. He'll let the ball bounce to the Häcken defender, and that harmlessly rolls over the byline well out from the penalty area. Aberdeen have failed to reach the group stages of this competition in their last 9 involvements. 07-08 the season. They were in Group B of the UEFA Cup 15 years ago. And it looks like Europa Conference League football will be where they continue their European adventures, unless there's something special to happen in the remaining few minutes. Slobodan Rubezic under pressure. Sadiq's went down, he slipped, he raises the hand. The officials from AZ Alkmaar will be watching that one, biting their nails. He's been involved quite heavily this evening, a couple of knocks, but a player of real quality. Can Aberdeen find some quality here? It's Nicky Devlin into the final third. Morris makes the move forward, stops left-footed, ball now on the right. Aberdeen have 4 in the area. Morris, can he get the cross? The Don's about to ready another change as the ball goes out for a throw.
It'll be interesting to see what they do here, because they've always got Duncan playing at almost left centre back of a 3 now, although he is pushing up at times to try and get Nicky Devlin out on the right wing.
It's Johnny Hayes who comes on to replace Shayden Morris. Johnny Hayes, envious of that 07-08 squad that I briefly mentioned. Is he the man to try and get things going? He scored in each of Aberdeen's Europa League qualification campaigns. Well, he's been at the club. Can he add to that tonight? Clarkson, midway point of the Häcken half, rolls it for Shinnie. Duncan takes, lays it off to the captain once again. 88 minutes on the clock. Jensen just over the halfway line, rolls it to the right. Clarkson sweeps the ball forward, headed away by Gustafsson. Herstich comes to the back to try and help sweep up. Gustafsson's there again to swipe it in the air. Header forward, Miovski chase, Thibaut tries to see it back to the goalkeeper. A bit of miscommunication, but Abrahamsson eventually gets on his tiptoes and claws at that one and takes collection, and he'll roll it out. BK Häcken hasn't just all been about the three players in attack. They've been very, very composed in the midfield and the build-up play as well. Some terrific vision in passing to try and open up that Aberdeen defence when players are moved forward. And there's a late challenge from Nicky Devlin on Hovland, and the yellow card will now come out for the man that scored the first Aberdeen goal last week in the first leg.
Yeah, I think it was a yellow card. Don't think there's any doubt about that. A little bit of frustration from Nicky Devlin diving into that challenge there. Hovland not injured, thankfully. But yeah, everything's went quiet for Tawdry, isn't it? I think all the fans here are expecting the worst. Hasn't been a bad performance from Aberdeen. Been a very open game. It's been one that I think the fans will have enjoyed, but unfortunately it looks as though it's going to go Häcken's way. You never know, but well, it's coming on to 90 minutes, so it'd have to be some turnaround, wouldn't it, for Aberdeen to revive this one. I think the feeling is that over the two legs, probably Häcken the better team.
Best team going through if it does stay like this. Aberdeen have shown in spells, large spells, in the first leg and for about 15-20 minutes here in the second half, that they could compete, but Häcken over the piece have been the better side, I think.
8 additional minutes to be played. We've had a couple of stoppages for treatment, as well as those 2 VAR checks for the penalty decisions. And Aberdeen will move forward. A final roll from the Pittodrie crowd. Devlin tries to sweep the ball in, but Johnny Hayes can't get there. Headed down by Slobodan Rubezic. Shinnie takes, back to Rubezic. Clarkson now in the centre of that defensive line. Rolls it back right for Shinnie. Now out for Devlin, far side, hugging the touchline, back through for Shinnie, spins, ball in the right foot, good step in there from Samuel Gustafsson to play it away. Rigard manages to also peel away on the edge of the D, and Häcken will just pass the ball around, but Sadiq can't take it into control. Aberdeen go quickly with the throw, midway point of the Häcken half. Clarkson has it again, looking to create. Sockler, back for Miovski, who's dropped a bit deeper, and he's dispossessed by Mikael Rigard. Duncan slides in, wins the ball back, wins possession back for the Dons. Jensen out to the left wing for Duke, tries to race away from the unit, cross in towards the head, it's dipping, and it was Sockler who was there, and he did well to peel away from his marker and get up, but just couldn't get the direction to threaten Peter Abrahamsson's goal, and it remains Aberdeen 1, Häcken 3, 5-3 to Häcken on aggregate.
Yeah, it's a good ball in from Duke, and Sockler does what you'd be asking of your striker, getting across the central defender Hovland, and you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to nestle it in the far corner, just gets a little bit too much purchase on it, and it goes over the crossbar, unfortunately, for Aberdeen.
Goal kick about to be taken. Disappointing week for Scottish clubs in Europe on BBC Sports Sound. Aston Villa 3-0 up on Hibs in Birmingham. That's 8-0 in aggregate. PAOK 4-0 winners over Hearts earlier. That was 6-1 in aggregate. Remember earlier today Celtic, knowing their group stage opponents in Feyenoord, Atletico Madrid and Lazio, who await them. Aberdeen are running out of time. 2 minutes played of the 8 additional. Devlin attacking down the right side, lifts across high towards the back post. Duke leaning back, gets to bring it down. Shinnie strikes it left footed, claims of handball. The referee points to the chest. The ball breaks outside the penalty area, and BK Häcken will look to hit in the counter. It's Sadiq, spotted Kellaroos off his line, but he's never going to beat the big goalkeeper from there, who is quite clearly getting back to the goal line. Willie Miller has a little chuckle, and Sadiq was still not even in the centre circle of his own half, I think.
Well, it was audacious, wasn't it?
Crossed in from Aberdeen towards Eder Miovski. Abrahamsson gets fingertips to it, pushes it away, near side of the box. Duke goes challenging with Leone, and it's Rigard who'll take it away. And now Gustafsson slows things down and turns back. Simon Sandberg back into Thibaut. Dangerous area for Häcken to be playing it, but they're quite confident in the ability, and they'll give away the throw. Barry Robinson's back into his left midfield position as he tries to get the ball onto the pitch, but that time with his right foot. Aberdeen take. Duncan left footed forward. Shinnie now has it. Miovski makes his way into the penalty area. Shinnie in that left corner of the penalty box. Miovski threads it back through. Graham Shinnie cuts back. Miovski strikes. foot is out and it takes it away from goal. That was on target. Jensen turns it back. Clarkson strikes from long range, deflection, that one loops over the crossbar. Aberdeen have a corner. Is there time? 3 minutes of the additional 8 played. Aberdeen corner to be taken from the bottom left corner arc.
Yeah, it was good play from Shinnie Miovski, and I think it was Miovski in the end from the Shinnie cutback, and Hovland stops an all but certain goal.
Big weekend of action ahead, but Aberdeen still in action here. Corner taken by Clarkson. Abrahamson again. He's had some shaky moments over the 2 legs against Aberdeen, but when those crosses have come in, he's managed to get the fingers to them and either push them away with the fingertips or do even better. And now Häcken will look to break. Layuni right side coming into the penalty area, has 2 options. Left through the legs by Hristic. Sadiq hits. It's blocked that time by Rubizic, and it will roll all the way out to that far side. Sadiq recovers and retrieves. Amani in field for Gustafsson. Rugard back out to this near side for Layuni, the most recent scorer with that penalty, onto the left foot. He's happy to hold the ball there on the right side of the penalty box, and he'll peel away now towards that corner flag. Duncan goes sliding in right in front of the assistant, and he raises the flag. The referee blows the whistle, goes to the pocket and gives the yellow card to Ryan Duncan. Layuni still on the ground, but you do believe, because he's happy to have the ball down there and he's happy to see the clock tick by as more Aberdeen fans now head for the exits. Aberdeen 1, Häcken 3, 5-3 to BK Häcken on aggregate.
He's looking for the challenge, isn't he? And Ryan Duncan is inexperienced. He dives in. I don't know if it was a yellow card, but certainly it was a free kick, and just allowed Häcken to take the steam out of it as the minutes tick away, the seconds tick away.
It looks like the direction of Europa Conference League football for the Dons. And there's a sub being made by the visitors as the referee just goes over to check before the free kick can be taken. And it looks like the end of Simon Sandberg's evening. He had a couple of knocks as well in this one, and it is the number 21 coming onto the pitch, who's Thomas Totland. Only 2 starts this season. This is 20th appearance from the bench. Norwegian Youth International. And taken short by Häcken. Layuni's there receiving from Rugard. Rugard will now try to hold, tries to use the back heel, but Duke will peel away and launches the ball forward towards Sockler. Loses out in the battle of strength with Hovland. Miovski has it. Lovely looking pass with the outside of his left foot. Sockler, the only advanced player for Aberdeen, and Abrahamson comes out to clear. Rubizic keeps it in play, and then the assistant, aware that Sockler was offside, coming back from an offside position, and that one will see Häcken awarded the free kick. Aberdeen 1, BK Häcken 3 on the night. The Wasps, as they're called, 5-3 up on aggregate and heading for the Europa League group stages, and the final farewell of Ibrahim Sadiq, who has a double, and he's on the ball here. It's behind Rugard. It'll be left now, coming forward. Layuni will hold it down the corner, you expect again. He runs it, Duncan looks to cross towards the back post. Devlin's there, heads away as far as Gustafsson. He's dispossessed. Hayes picks up. Clarkson's there first, stabs it into the path of Johnny Hayes. Is there time left for Aberdeen? Duke has it. Hayes overlaps. There's the layoff. Left-footed cross. Johnny Hayes cleared away at the edge of the area. Rugard was there. Shinnie. Clarkson looks for Shinnie again. Layuni goes sliding in. Free kick Aberdeen. And just played 7 minutes of the additional 8. There's only 1 minute left, and you feel if Aberdeen were to do anything from this free kick, Willie Miller, it would just be another consolation goal.
Yeah, you would think that. They put a lot of effort into it. They've created opportunities. They've been a bit leaky at the back, though. They haven't been organised well enough. A little bit indisciplined at times as well. But it's been an entertaining night of football. I think the fans will go away with that in their mind and hope that the Conference League is going to produce more games like this.
Clarkson delivers, headed away at the front post. Back to the free kick taker. Lovely touch with those right toes. He tries to drill it past Sadiq, but it will go over. Aberdeen thought they had a corner, and the referee has blown and pointed for the goal kick. And some words on the way back from the trailing Aberdeen players. They're just looking a bit resigned now as they make their way back to their positions. And Peter Abrahamson takes his time with the goal kick.
I think he picked that ball up. Was it Clarkson? More in hope than expectation that he was going to get a corner, because it certainly didn't look like a corner.
Pittodrie silent. Peter Abrahamson on the goal kick. The referee has a look at the watch on his left wrist. He watches the ball launched forward in the sky towards Richard Jensen, that gets the header down, and there is the full-time whistle. That noise is the BK Häcken coaching staff who celebrate. They are into the Europa League group stages. It's disappointment for Aberdeen, and you could just see what it means to those BK Häcken players who are across in hurried fashion to congratulate their teammates. Hugs all round the technical staff, also in a collective hug. As Richard Gordon said at the start of the game, there look like many of them in the travelling party from BK Häcken, and they will take this one in on their travels. For Aberdeen though and the Dons, it's disappointment, but over the two legs, Rory Loy, you were there at the first leg in Gothenburg. BK Häcken, a very, very good side.
Yes, they are. They're very good. It has to be said. They are a little bit suspect and a little bit fragile at the back. The keeper Abrahamson actually had a really good night tonight in terms of his shot stopping, and he's coming for corners and he's punching and things like that. Did really, really well. However, midfield to front, Häcken looked a really, really good outfit. As I said, it'll be interesting to see how they do without Sadiq. But over the two legs, for me, the best team went through.
It's the Europa Conference League for the Dons for the rest of this season as Häcken move into the Europa League group stages. It's finished here at Pittodrie on the night. Aberdeen 1, BK Häcken 3. It finishes on the tie. BK Häcken winners 5-3 on aggregate.
So it's a disappointed Pittodrie as the Aberdeen players just slowly begin to wander around, applauding those fans who have stayed inside the stadium. As we moved to about the third or fourth minute of stoppage time, there was a mass exodus. I think everyone long since having realised that Aberdeen were not about to remain in this competition. They will, of course, have group stage football to look forward to as they drop down to the Conference League. That will start next month, and of course the draw will be made tomorrow. The Conference League being made at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. The Europa League draw being made at midday. That will be where Rangers, of course, will be continuing in Europe. So both Rangers and Aberdeen finding out their fate tomorrow, just around lunchtime. If there's any consolation at all for Aberdeen, that they haven't conceded just quite as many goals as the other Scottish sides in Europe over the course of this round. It has been a really, really tough round after the euphoria of what Hearts and Hibs had done in getting through to this stage, both exiting Hibernian 3-0 down tonight, 8-0 down in aggregate. Hearts went out 6-1. It was 7-3, of course, for Rangers as they slipped away from the Champions League. And tonight, BK Häcken have rounded off a 5-3 aggregate success, 3-1 here at Pittodrie. And despite the fact that really that Aberdeen had their spell and had lots of opportunities, there was quality in that BK Häcken team that Aberdeen simply didn't possess, wasn't there?
There was, Richard. I think there was enough aggression and energy at times for Aberdeen. I did think that they were pretty wide open at the back, that gave Häcken the opportunity to take advantage of the space at the left. But as far as the visitors were concerned, their midfield were quite immaculate at times. Some of the football they played, and the link-up play with the front three as well was something to be admired. And I think you can admire good football, and I think we should recognise that over the two legs that Häcken were the better team. But I think we've got to recognise that Aberdeen, a new team put together as well, showed a lot of guts, a lot of energy, and at times in the second half, some very, very good play as well, some good interlinking play from the midfield in particular, and chances. They had chances and chances, and if Duke scores his goal, if Majowski scores his goal, when both of them are through on the goalkeeper, then it is a different story. But what might have been, unfortunately, that's the case. You've got to show that quality, and Häcken showed the quality, and I think they went into the Europa League on merit, and Aberdeen have got the Conference League to look forward to. And I did say that the Aberdeen fans are looking forward to more games like this, obviously with a different result.
I did, that crossed my mind, I'll be honest. But yeah, look, it was high quality again. There was lots of very good football. The small knot of BK Häcken fans off celebrating to our left in the old main stand, and the players and management, directors, coaches, just about everyone else you could think of across there applauding those fans as well. They thoroughly enjoyed their night. You touched on those 2 1-on-1s, and it's the two guys who were both, 18 goals apiece last season. You can't fault Miovski in terms of what he's contributed. Well, he's scored in 5 successive matches now. Lopez continues to be way off the mark, doesn't he, compared to last season?
Yeah, I think he's still got to get up to speed, but he's got to show composure as well. That's 2 big chances, in the away leg and the home leg that you're talking about. With just the goalkeeper he beat, and he hasn't showed the composure that he should. So I still think that he needs to be more involved in the game as well. Richard, don't see him being involved as much as he was in the games last season. So that's disappointing. He might just be a slow starter. I think he was a slow starter at the beginning of last season.
Yeah, he was.
As well, wasn't he? So that's maybe just in his DNA. Listen, Majowski, the header that he's got as well, he's so unlucky not to see that one go into the top corner. And the chance that he's through, as Rory said in the commentary, I think he was just trying to be too precise with it. He just has to get it past the goalkeeper and it's a goal. I think he's just looking to be too precise. I think it goes by the far post. But I think Barry Robson will be relatively upbeat about the chances and the opportunities that they created. They'll be hugely disappointed that they didn't manage to win this game tonight. But at the same time, I still think there's quite a lot there for them to work with.
Right, look, we'll get further from Willie and Rory, and we're hoping to get some quick reaction from here at Pittodrie. Hearts earlier lost by 4-0 to PAOK. Tyson, Brandon, an overhead kick, Constantelius, and then Tyson again with about 20 minutes to go. Hearts then beaten by 6-1 in aggregate. Reaction now from Frankie McAvoy.
Frankie, I'll ask you the same question as I just asked Frankie Kent. Is it a question of sometimes just admitting you've come up against a team that played a level above you, or was there more Hearts could have done to make a tie of that, or a second leg of it, if you like?
Oh, I think when we concede the 2 goals we concede are poor from our point of view. I'm not here to make excuses. We've lost the game 4-0. We changed it second half, 3-5-2. We went trying to be more direct to try and get the next goal in the game. If you get that, you just never know. And then we conceded a poor third goal as well. So the goals that we conceded, from our point of view, were pretty poor. I felt the 4th goal was a free kick in Aidan Denham on the edge of the box. The 4th official was, indicating, but the referee played it on, and they punished us in the counter as they have done in quite a few of their goals, to be honest. So, the disappointing part for us was we didn't keep the ball well enough when we had it as well at times, particularly first half. And the first goal was just, I don't know what you say. I mean, the boy's offside, he comes back in and goes through his legs, I think, and he's into the back of the net. So it was an uphill battle. As soon as the second goal was poor, we don't defend the cross at the back stick, and then we don't defend it in the middle of the goal. So it's difficult for me to stand here and try and defend that, because we didn't do well enough. I felt their front 4 were a threat all night. We knew they were good in the break and good in the counter, and just unfortunately I think we met them in a really good night. The guys are telling us it's probably one of the best that they've seen them play for a while. So, credit to them. I don't want to take anything away from them. I felt they were a real threat in the counter, and I think they'll be a handful for anybody here, no matter who they get.
Yeah, it's been a tough week for Scottish teams in Europe. I think Aberdeen are losing 2-0 as we stand here and speak. Hopefully they can turn that around, but there'll be the inevitable kind of wringing of hands and worrying about where Scottish football is. Is there still positivity to be had somehow out of this?
Yes, well, obviously Rangers lost last night as well, but the calibre of opposition that you're playing against in terms of finance, what they've got compared to the Scottish teams, there's a big gulf still at times, and we've got to just do our utmost as coaches and as players to try and make sure that we're as competitive as we can be. I think the national team have started to do that under Steve, which is brilliant, and we as domestic teams need to do our utmost, but it's not easy. It's difficult, and it just shows you we didn't finish third in the league. So if we finished third, we'd be in Aberdeen's position, knowing that if they lose, they're straight into the group stages, and that's where you want to be. The more times you play in it, the the more finance that you get for the clubs, and then you can hopefully then kick on from there. But listen, it's a sore night for us tonight. The support, magnificent again for us. They come in their numbers, spend a lot of money here. We felt 2-0. We needed to go and give it a go, and we tried to do that second half. You know, if we got the goal, we were hoping we could then just go and kick on for there. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. But listen, we came up against a good opponent. I don't think there's any questions of doubt about that, and I wish them nothing but the best going forward. And we just need to regroup, you know, as Hearts. You know, look forward to our game on Sunday. Go and give it our utmost to take 3 points against a tough opponent again in Motherwell.
Frankie McAvoy after Hearts losing by 4-0 tonight, and that is a 6-1 aggregate defeat. Hearts losing there, Hibernian still 3-0 down. They've gone into a huge chunk, I'm told 8 minutes of stoppage time there, in a game that the one team is already leading 8-0 in aggregate. That seems
excessive.
It seems somewhat unnecessary, doesn't it? Look, I gather Sadiq has just, in a quick interview he was given there after the game, he has just confirmed that he is off to Dutch football, and that is his last game for his team. Well, he certainly went out with a bang. I couldn't believe they didn't let him take the penalty as well for the hat-trick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's the designated penalty taker, and I think at that point in time they just wanted that extra goal buffer possibly, Richard, to get through it. But what a way to sign off from Sadiq. He was a pleasure to watch over the two ties, he really was, and tonight some of his finishing ability was really top class. Aberdeen could have done with a few of his finishes tonight, but over the piece, as I said, I think Häcken deserved it. You know, just in reflection, Richard, I just wish us in Scotland at times, you know, looking here tonight, I don't think there was a massive gulf between the two sides, but at times it looked it. I just would like, rather than saying, you know, the crowd on our side, you know, get high up the pitch, squeeze it, I'd like to see us back ourselves a little bit and say, do you know what, we've got good football players, we can play that way, we can pass the ball around the pitch, rather than it being all blood, guts and thunder, because I genuinely think Aberdeen have the technical players in the middle of the pitch to compete on a technical level with Häcken. But I just don't know if they set up to try and play around them, to play football, and to get through the thirds. It was more about, you know, getting the crowd on side and putting Häcken under pressure, and it frustrates me slightly because, you know, looking at the results this week, I do think whilst you know, we may not have got through the ties, I still think we've got to believe in ourselves a little bit more, and probably this tie is the biggest example of that, because I think Aberdeen were capable in a surely footballing sense of performing better tonight.
Right, Hibernian certainly will feel over the course of the leg of both legs against Aston Villa. They might have done just that. Did they save a bit of face this evening, Brian?
Not really, Richard, no. 3-0 on the night, 8-0 on aggregate. Giron opened the scoring after 11 minutes. The lead doubled before the break. Liam Bailey with a wonderful left foot strike. Matty Cash wrapped up the win tonight after David Marshall failed to hold a Bailey free kick into the box, the ball coming off Marshall's chest. And then there was Matty Cash just waiting there to pop the ball into the back of the empty net. John McGinn came close to scoring when he came off the bench. Left foot shot just wide off the target. Without obviously a manager, without a point in the league, they're now out of Europe once again. Aston Villa go to Anfield on Sunday. Hibernian have their own battle of the Reds. They're up at Pittodrie. It finished here, Aston Villa 3, Hibernian 0, 8-0 on aggregate.
Yeah, we'll have that game up here at Pittodrie on Sunday. Sports Sound, yeah, it's over the piece. It has just been awful, hasn't it, for the Scottish sides at this round of the competition. Really, really tough. 26 goals conceded and only 2 scored in the 4 matches. Oh, sorry, the 8 matches. No, sorry, that's not quite it. 2 scored this week, of course. But yeah, look, over the piece, really, really tough. At least, I suppose, Rangers and Aberdeen have group stage football to look forward to. Rangers will be in the Europa League. The draw at midday tomorrow. It's a 1:30 draw for Aberdeen in the Conference League. We haven't been able to get any reaction from Aberdeen. No one has come out, but we will get that for you. It'll be at the website a little bit later. You hear it on the sports desks as well. But Aberdeen now move on to the Conference League. after losing out by 3-1. Remember, Sportsound right across the weekend. Busy weekend with all the action Saturday and Sunday. A huge thanks to everybody who's been involved in the programme tonight. We had hoped there might be a happy story here at Pittodrie. Not to be. From me, Richard Gordon, and the rest of the team, good night.